Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hey,
Who's gonna speak first? Oh!
Yeah, we're just gonna figure it out. Sometimes we play the chicken, see who has to speak first. But nonetheless, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day here at the CCT environment. This next, I'm joined by Overseer. It's been a couple of days since I've been here with you. Busy. Other things have happened. Life has come in the way, and eventually, here we are. We still find each other, even in the chaos of life.
Always. And we'll find each other, of course, here in the Series 19. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Season 2 of CCT, and it's still Europe going on here with the last two tournaments of this season coming up, or rather already happening. You've known it, you've seen it. Series 19 and 20, and right now Series 19 entering the second Swiss round. I believe yesterday was the first Swiss round ending, and today will be the second Swiss round. Yesterday, the Swiss round started. The second Swiss round started. There we go. That's better. But yes, today will be the second day. And we will be seeing mostly just the 1-0 records for us two to begin with. So taking a look at the current stats or the numbers, we can see we've already had the low matches. Now we're looking at the matches that go on high, aka the 1-0 matches, the victories that have been seen from these teams. And I'm surprised to see Fnatic with a win, not gonna lie. Given who's on the other side, I'm surprised.
I remember I saw their game, I forget who it was against. Let me just double check this, because I actually... I think it was like a shock to me as well that they did end up winning that game, but...
we're really having a little bit of fun
game.
here. But
I think it was BC Game.
Yeah, it was BC Game, yeah. I think it was.
Yeah, I think one against BC Game. Yeah, that was the one.
But let's see today's schedule, right? Rather, the standings. Okay, that's a good start as well. The standings, I've talked about them. We've had yesterday's first day of the second stage or second round of Swiss stage. I honestly, I can't tell you how I feel about this. Both Fireflux, BC Game, Padivision, and Sashi are now on the way out. Like hell, BC Game won the last tournament. Like, what is going on right now, right?
No. There was a little bit of Navi Junior actually.
Ah, okay. Catch me on there. Yeah, fair.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, both Fireflux, Paravision, BC Game, and Sashi, we expect all four to be perhaps in the 1-0 score, not the 0-2.
Oh wait, no, I'm completely lying. Sorry, it was Bait, no.
Oh, it was Bait, BC
that was
Game.
the one.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Bait won. Yeah, you're right. You are correct, sir. Thank you for the correction. But nonetheless, they made it to the finals. They played super well. But we're getting caught up on lost games in the past. Let's see the future. It's going to be today's future at 11, so in about 5 to 10 minutes' time. We're starting 9 Pandas versus Iberian Soul. More on them in a moment. Then GTC 500. Oh, God, I'm not looking forward to that. Then Fnatic versus Gun 5s. I don't even know what to tell you there. And then Spirit Academy, Navi Junior. That's going to be a fun one. 2 Academy teams taking head-on engagements with massive players on both sides, or rather massive names that seem to be growing as we go. So best game for last, I guess.
Yeah, could be. Because I feel like you and I, we've been making a lot of correlation between Navi Junior and Spirit Academy as well, in terms of where they currently are and where they could be. With Spirit Academy already sort of, in a way, peaking, but still having room to grow, absolutely. And Navi Junior in that state of they are growing currently and finding out where they land within these next 5 months, you know, until the major kind of thing. Same with Spirit Academy kind of thing. They both have that sort of ticking clock kind of, because they are hot prospects for a reason.
Yes, but they are.
We'll leave the evening shift to talk about them a little bit more, because we are going to be focusing on 9 Pandas and Iberian Soul for now. And about the game. What do we really have here? Because Iberian Soul, I'm actually gonna go on a bit here and say, I think they're underwhelming every single time. I think they should be performing it way better than they are, but it's just not something that I've seen from them in any single game I've caught where they've looked good. Now, recent results, at least the last week or so, they've looked decent for them, but I just don't know if that's a lie or not, if they've finally found their form. I'm gonna say still that no.
Well, if we take a look at the team exactly, right? If we go over the squad, I mean, Alex, Souls, Dodo, Davi, and Mopos, they've been around for a very long time. This team, back in the day, you know, they used to bring a lot of firepower to any given map, to any given series they played. And honestly, back in, Movistar Riders, was it, at one point, right?
Yeah, Movistar Riders, Movistar Koi
as well. Yeah, and we even have different iterations of the past. What I'm saying is, we consider them to be a very well-oiled machine as a team. And you were saying you didn't see a lot out of them. Well, I actually had the chance to see a decider series in Group B in the close qualifier for Series 20, where they went 2-0 against Fireflux. Like, they dominated the second map. First one went into double overtime. Can't say much about it, sure, but like, they played a pretty damn good game, both Mirage and Ancient, and I can attest to the fact that I was pleasantly surprised. I expected the other way around to go the score in that kind of sense.
Yeah, sure. Now, until I see it with my own eyes, I'm still very hesitant, but I think we should be seeing so much more. So that's why I'm kind of disappointed or underwhelmed every single time I've seen them. But hopefully, given time, and, well, as much time as they actually have, I'm not sure. I really want to see them pop off here. I really need to see more from this team. But if not, well, they're going to run out of times, I think. But we'll see if we cross that bridge, when we get to it, and what happens if that's the case. But in the meantime as well, we do have a 9 pandas waiting on the other side as well. Here we're going to figure out.
Yes. That's
Because
where...
they're a team that it feels like they've just been going through a lot recently.
Oh god, they have been going through a lot. Like, they've been going through a ringer for the last, let's say, for the last 2 months. Like, they've had a lot of series. Well, like, we just take a look at how many games they played this week alone. Like, I think it's been on average at least 1 game per week, per day, bare minimum. Not to mention that, you know, for the last few weeks they've been playing pretty damn
last
good.
3 months, by the way, only 37, but go off, King.
Oh, okay. I guess if we take the break during December as well, sure. But even before December, we remember them in CCT. We know how much they played, how much they tried. Series 12, Series 13. They did take a break, I believe, in between 15 and 14, but then 16, 17, and 18. Like, they have been playing a lot, at least at CCT, and seeing them quite a little bit more recently, I will say. I've got a lot of question marks for this team, honestly. And Alv, again, is not playing. That means probably he's on the way out, I would assume. It doesn't make otherwise sense why Chiron is still standing in for him. We saw it the last time. We're seeing it again. So perhaps changes that were much needed as well come in with that. Chiron, a great player, if he is going to be made as a full member of the team. But the Veto's up next. Let's see the Veto. Before we have to jump into the game, let's see which maps we'll be actually watching.
Well, here's where Iberian Soul actually have my heart, and you know why. Because they banned... Drumroll. Oh, never mind. They just banned us too. My heart is with Iberian Soul. Yours is probably against the 9 pandas, seeing that second one as well.
Inferno?
But if not, yeah. We head to Inferno. If banning Train doesn't anger you...
You know what?
We'll see what might.
I've decided I'll let go of the childish inclinations of hating on a map. I'll just hate on the game instead. I've grown up to an adult stage of hating the fact that we don't get to see more maps, that we don't get to see the changes that we need to see, and that they still don't care about the AC, the actual anti-cheat. But in any case, Inferno and Mirage... I mean, it's kind of basic. It's kind of standard. Inferno's going to be great, I think, for Iberian Soul, if I remember correctly. Last time I saw them, they looked absolutely amazing on it. I think we might have even casted them against Sinners. Perhaps, is that possible? Is that a possibility?
That probably is, but we've seen a lot of these teams. It's just kind of a mix every now and then of who was who.
The thing is, we've seen many different battles between them, but... perhaps recently not as much, and we still have those memories. In any case, it's Anubis last. I mean, we get the Dusty 3, with the exception perhaps of Inferno being a bit more humid and green, but nonetheless, same vibes. What are we thinking?
This does not excite me, unfortunately. It's a decent Veto, but Inferno's just become so stale.
Yes.
It just needs to change, or just needs to get out of the pool for a decent while. Mirage, at least, that's one where you have very easy fundamentals, very basic map, but so many different niches and little small macro plays you can do to spice things up that I'm okay with it. I think it's okay. It's mostly a fun map where you can kind of see some decent positive Counter-Strike in a map that doesn't really normally support it, or you would assume does not support it in terms of how do you condition CT side, for example, to play for a certain part of the map. Lurking is a thing as well on that, but I like the conditioning on Mirage that you can really get to as well, as the game kind of continues on that T side. I think it's really fun, if played correctly. Not every single team plays it, because it has such a varied playstyle, so that's one thing also to consider.
One thing I will argument here is I think Inferno doesn't need to necessarily be taken out of the pool. I would sooner rather see Mirage being taken out, or Dust 2, one or the other. Preferably Dust, obviously, but, you know, I wouldn't mind Mirage either. One thing I will say on Inferno, the problem I'm having always, or for the most part, is the way the game works and the way you have to save on it when you're basically forced to do that regardless of what you try, and I think that's something that needs to change in the core economy of the CT side to allow those retakes to actually be happening. But with that being said, we still don't have those changes. As we said, adults come to hate the whole thing, not just the one, as it's gonna be round 1, map 1, Inferno, Nexus. We've got Iberian Souls, map pick. It's 9 Pandas CT side, Chiron standing on dualies, and we go for a full send. Let's see how it goes.
Let's get it. Down to be the CT side go. We've got 3 players running down and 1 more to support if things go south, and quickly they have, with Alex 1, 2 picking off the defense. A third from some Soul and running far, far away. Trying to see if Iberian Soul bite into this one if they take the bait, but seemingly no. Away they go towards a free ace side, and 9 Pandas very quickly, very aggressively decided to give this first round up from the very get-go. It's just a couple of quick headshots for Alex, and that's all. Very neat.
There we go. That's round.
Yep, that's the round.
I mean, literally, this is what we talked about.
Inferno. I mean, pistol rounds or whatever, honestly. You can save because it very quickly just goes to shit, almost. But it's not great, still, to watch a save from the first 20 seconds of the round. It's with the gun runs that it really matters, because that's when you're like, okay, we're getting into the cool things! And then it's nothing. You know, you get a double entry on A, 1 guy's on long on the CT side, and they're off to save immediately because you've got a 5-on-3 and you're on the A side. That's where things become very boring here. But it's the map. It's the game. We'll see if we get to it. Spoiler alert, I do think we will. But for the second round, we're seeing a force by 9 Pandas. What do you got here? To make a statement, you've caught Shalfei on long. 1 at the corner, make it a 2 for the FAMAS. 1 and 2, very nicely backed up, and suddenly you've got a 5-on-3 the other way we were talking about, but Iberian Soul still take the site.
This is going to be an attempted retake with a pretty decent chunk of util available to them still. There's a molly, there's a few flashbangs, there's a smoke. And, let's see what the hell happens at the end here. Iberian Soul not gonna hold on. Resol jumps onto Mopos, finds the Dodo. They know about the mini-pit player, and they've got him isolated as the round is done. Just like that, an easy retake. 3 survive on a 4 spy that had them, what, on a FAMAS and basically pistols?
Yeah, Scout in the mix as well, but that was it. FAMAS finds the first 2, stops that long split from happening, gets the advantage, they keep it and maintain it as well from here on out. And the lineup couldn't be any better for Shalfei, pretty much. From there on out, we see one of the rare Inferno retakes, we're just talking about it, but this one a rarity. I do like the fact that we see the force by it with the 9 Pandas. The fact that they do have this chance, they don't just waste it and say, okay boys, we lost the site. It is because of that FAMAS that they do take the advantage, and they play off of that as well for their retake, making it a very successful force buy.
Very successful. Not only that, they kind of put down Iberian Soul's attempt at kind of creating a bit of a stable baseline to work from. T-side always relying on a lot of money, a lot of early economy. I mean, the AKs don't buy themselves, and neither do the mollies and the smokes, and it's going to be a fast, long push, a split to A. I like the crunch. Does it work, though? That's the big question. That's the big question mark. As on balcony, I'm not liking the spots from Chiron. He's just deleted. What? Oh my god. Lordy. By the way, just want to mention, last time I saw Alex play was against, who did I say it was against? Fireflux, and Alex pulled out, I think, 47 to 49 kills. Either 47 or 49. in a total of, so we had 19-14 first map and 13-5 second map. I don't know how many rounds that is. I won't do live math. But basically, point in hand is he did great. He really played well.
Nice.
Yeah. So there's that, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're ending the round again. It's the Force Spy Wars that have begun. I think in terms of maps where Force Spies do work, Inferno is right up there alongside Nuke with the CT side where these Force Spies kind of do make sense. Here, Iberian Soul, they just pull it off on the T side, they make it flawless as well themselves. So I do want to see if, well, Nine Pandas probably will Force Spy back into this. What about how it will look for them? And what did they change? Because that was just Iberian Soul back-to-back, the exact same call, with the difference being there was no Shalfie on long, there was no 2K that came out of it, so a slight difference. And a big difference in the result. Instead, focus is more towards shorter apartments here for the 9 Pandas side when it comes to A defense. Assuming there will be a change, it's not going to be the 3-peat back-to-back-to-back. They want to change it up themselves, go aggressive, find an advantage to work from. Take a little, however, well comes 1 and 2. Sossol. Wonderful start to the round here, and suddenly 9 Pandas Force Spy looking like it's missing a whole bunch of that force.
It's the fact that he can hold that, like he's holding them at the door. They don't even get across the door. Like they get all halted at the door. It's crazy, and
oh, just walk into it, I guess.
Okay. Just like that. Round done.
Force Spy Wars, the shenanigans no more.
Yeah. This time it's the Russian squad that loses control and kind of spin out here. Not the way it's going to work when you set yourself up against Iberian Soul, apparently. And, not sure what to make of this. It is the map pick of the Iberian team. Iberian Peninsula team, but I genuinely thought that 9 Pandas would do far better, because this is not what you usually see out of them. Like,
sure, though, I think you are giving it away too easily here at the moment, but...
No, I'm not giving in completely. It's just the fact that, you know, the fact that 9 Pandas win the second round should have been enough of a deterrence to let them, you know, win a few in a row. Instead, they're being, you know, blasted around the map here, and should be an eco now, right? But regardless.
I still think you're looking too much into it, but oh well.
Fair.
It is what it is. That's the situation, and for 9 Pandas, it's a quick timeout. Prepare themselves for what should be the next round. Buy 9 Pandas, don't buy here, don't buy here, don't buy here. Chiron, don't buy completely. If you do, just be the only one who buys a hero rifle. That's fine, but no one else buy, please. All I'm asking. A little bit of
buy it all.
Just be a little bit reserved here. A hero rifle is fine. That's fine. If you have, let's say, a 5.7 or 2 here on the CT side that can bait and switch with that M4, you can suddenly mop up 3 kills, let's say, towards Banana. Or pretty much anywhere on the map, actually. Yeah. So,
when you,
not opposed to it, but it's interesting for sure.
When you put it like this, I would love to see perhaps a few nades on top of this, right? Just 3 HEs.
You got a few, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah, fair.
They've got a plan nonetheless in mind. They've got some ideas what they want to do. As long as they don't send Chiron out alone anywhere, I'm good with it.
They seem to
and
be
that
playing
is
with fire
all I'm
mid,
asking.
Though. Look at the mid challenge. Are they boosting or are they just pushing down middle? I'm not sure, but they seem to be challenging that, and they will be caught, but nobody's damaged, which is a good sign, I guess. Iberian Soul right now. Pressure to...
It's just going to funnel them toward the B side as well now.
Yep.
They know there's an M4 and A.
Pressure to perform.
They know there was an M4 towards A. Current position of Chiron, suddenly back over B. Not only him, but 3 weapons, or 3 pistols, still remain here as well. As long as Chiron's not the first one to get contact, I'm happy with this again. I just don't want the M4 to die without being able to do a single thing. Use the pistol, use the fact that you can bait them in. Seems to be exactly what they're doing as well with the smokes down, and you have to kind of respect them at the same time. The approach is slow. Krad is going to be able to do only so much from here, I say, but that's 1 and 2 for the CZ. Assist comes through with the rotations, and suddenly the M4 as well from Kyrod. It does emerge, but a couple more from CT into Stadodo. Crad with 2 of his own, and the rounded hands of Alex alone will take this one. Secures it just barely. 40 HP. The CT side to show exactly what can happen if you don't treat the pistols with the respect they need. But holy hell, that is a closer call than it ever should have been for Iberian soldiers looking at the surface. Crad, the CZ is magnificent.
Luckily, Stadodo hits both coming out of CT, otherwise this would have been a done deal. As Crad comes swinging out, and that was a fantastic moment. That was a fantastic moment. Not gonna lie.
CZ doesn't care about reload, take the 5.7 and 2 more.
Yeah, exactly. And
M4 does nothing, by the way.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's just how it goes, I guess. And we're going to have Diletta's disconnect, which is a bit unfortunate. Hopefully he's back in a moment.
Apparently some loss seems to be the issue.
Yeah.
So, you know, it could take a couple of moments, could take a couple more minutes. Who knows? Nobody knows. It's always this sort of issue.
We can say that Iberian Soul, I mean, like I said, Inferno, it's kind of their go-to map usually. If they have a chance to play it, they will. And they've been very decent on it, at least somewhat recently. But for some reason, I still feel like there's more to give from the side of Nine Pandas. I'm expecting so much more, and perhaps that's where my criticism comes in early like that, because I would have predicted to see them in good light from the get-go. Not saying they're not there yet, but slowly.
Yep.
He's round.
Should be back, and yes, we are indeed. So, back to it. Let's find out, what does Nine Pandas now do? They've got a interesting buy. You know, maybe this is where, again, that last round's M4 doesn't do them all that many favors. You see there's an MP9 and a FAMAS as well. You know how I feel about this one result. As much as I like him, I think he's a great player. I don't like I don't like his game right now. Don't like that FAMAS. No. Just for him, I'm willing to say he might get one.
Are you willing to make an exception for the FAMAS?
Yeah, in exception, he might get one.
Okay, fair.
2 if he's having a life round with it. And 3 if he's the absolute undisputed GOAT of the game.
He might be.
Again, yeah, they're playing this very reserved setup on the A side as well, with one-man balcony. They do have, at least this time, Krad towards long. I think that's Krad, maybe Shalfie, actually. Yeah, Shalfie towards long instead. So, if they do want to go for another split toward the A side from Iberian Soul, which I've already seen twice, there is going to be some sort of early warning signs, and 3 players still toward the side to contest it as well. It's the balcony position I'm worried about, if it comes to it. But Iberian Soul, this time, a little bit slower instead. 45 seconds on the clock. And on to A they go. Is it a split? Yes or no? Cast your votes. Let me know.
Find out.
No, smoke on long, that's gotta be a no. No for me, dog. This actually makes the setup pretty good now. Result on long, balcony and mini pit for Dilettes and Chiron. First contact to be given, taken away, and it's 1 and 2 for Dilettes. Now the assistance from balcony can come through as well. Result having found the first one.
Oh boy.
Chiron yet another to go, and the round is gone. Nine Pandas, they deal with this beautifully. And without Dilettes, it doesn't go that easily, but lines up 1 and 2. Nine Pandas, back to the game. Second round is on the board.
Yes, it is. And it's 5 alive, which is the best part for it. They keep that money. They keep themselves well composed. Into action. Springing Iberian Soul should be with AKs now. There's no second chances here. Make a mistake, you could be quickly snuffed out. We got a Mech 10 on Mopos. Still on 0 kills, by the way. This is unlike him. Usually a player that we consider to have a lot of impact for his squad. Recognizable name. Oof. What a catch by Diletis.
Not an easy angle to play for either side.
Yeah.
Nine Pandas, again, they've got a good read on the situation. Last round they had that 4-man A stack, they called it off right at the end, but here they do have 3, they're not going to be able to call off due to the utility coming through. So Iberian Soul, they're walking into the death trap here, waiting for them. Mac 10 to farm the first one potentially, but just spam away instead. Mopus is going to wrap around. Look what his impact. How about Result to try and catch him up in and trade in the position? By the way, that was the question I was going to ask. Who's going to be open in this team? But it seems like we might have an answer to it, maybe. But for now, Diletis from CT traded. Shalfie keeps himself in the game as well. Again, will trade his teammate yet again. As 9 Pandas take themselves to their third. It's going to be a couple of rounds in a row. Now, that's them finally starting to set up a little bit of pace here. Some tempo.
And it's these rounds that I talked about earlier. How this is what I would expect out of them from the get-go. Took them a little bit while longer than perhaps initially thought, but nonetheless, here we are again, and let's see what kind of a chance Iberian Soul have at striking back. See if they can keep this up with those deagles, or not even deagles. That's a PT-50 if I'm seeing correctly. Oh boy.
Yeah, let's, by the way, talk about it now, because we just get to see it. Alv, the AWPer, not here.
Yes.
Chiron seems to be. No one, and I mean no one, has shown any real AWPing capability on 9 Pandas in the statistical department, even a little bit. So Result to pick it up is quite the surprise, I'll say.
It is.
Well, the fact that they even have an AWPer at the moment.
But what does that mean? Like, you know... Is Alva out, is what I'm asking?
I would kind of probably assume yes, but honestly, we just don't know.
I mean, we don't know, but that's what we have to assume then, right? Surely. Like, what other option is there? He hasn't been playing for, from what I remember now, at least 2 to 3 weeks since the start of 2025.
Last game was the 25th, so, you know, it was about, what, 3-4 days ago?
For Alv, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, really? Because I know we casted
before
him like
then
a
he
week
took
ago,
there was on the 19th, then 18th, and then 23rd of the previous month of January. So, you know, there was a...
Oh, fair,
There's been a lot of time where he hasn't just been...
Maybe it's just us that are unlucky and not having the chance to see him play, then. It's just the timing, it's off, and it feels like he hasn't been playing, but he's been playing more
if
than
someone
perhaps...
knows.
Yeah.
If someone actually knows, please do tell us so we don't get this wrong. But... there are definitely a fair few games that he's not playing.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you do have a player as decent as Chiron, or as good as Chiron as well, on the market with Bedboom kind of imploding, I mean,
yeah,
you might try some things. Because there was this sort of conversation almost around 9 Pandas, a very small one, that they were kind of just not in that right position. I think Result as well was asked if he's happy with the decisions he's made. It was like, maybe not.
Kind of, maybe
It was
not,
definitely like a doom and gloom sort of scenario for him, kind of when I think someone asked him. So there's definitely some concern around the team in that sense as well, but we'll see how things continue to look. For now, Shalfie on long, he's dead. He's been caught. This could, again, turn out to be another ace split out by the judging of the smoke. Seems like that's exactly what it's going to be. On the site, you have no one on balcony that makes things easier, but you have no one in pit, you have no one on site, and you have Saucel on the kill feed twice. Welcome to Inferno. Where a solid fourth of the game is probably watching the team save.
Legitimately, this is the current reality of the economy we have. Like, that's it. That's...
Woo! Like, I love this map!
But see, this is the problem I'm having. It's not the map's fault. It's not the map's fault. It is
it's the map. It's the economy as well.
It's the economy more so than the map itself, because the economy is what kind of dictates how the map has to be played.
Okay, sure, but if... Okay, let's play on this for just a moment. If the economy is completely different, if the CTs had to have more to play with, then every map and every situation is just so much more CT-sided, and their game gets thrown out of whack and balance for a little bit.
Not necessarily, because the CTs...
Most likely, yes. There is just some sort of correlation there, but nonetheless, if that wasn't the case and retakes still weren't doable, what would that do? It's just...
Yeah, then it would be a map problem. Then it would be a map problem, absolutely. Or just not a lack of rounds as well. I mean, we gotta consider that every map that was a bit one-sided at, you know, in CSGO or in 1.6 is now extra turned in the one direction because of the lack of extra 6 rounds and the money that you're already not getting, at least in the 6 rounds that you were supposedly still to have. Because honestly, at the end of the day, it's a cutthroat kind of scenario. You make a mistake, you're down for 2 rounds, all of a sudden you find yourself a map on serious point. There's no, room for error almost, we could say. As a B push comes through, Iberian Soul have found the entry, but they're losing players now. Krad holding that, not for long. What a attack by Davi. This round is over.
I hate to call it.
It's another save.
It's just another one added to the pile of ever-growing list of Inferno.
Unfortunately, this is more or less the new reality of Inferno. Like,
new and old.
Yes.
They've tried to make the A side more accessible, with Graveyard being not as open on A. That's made the retake, about 2% more possible. But there's so many things. It's just it really is a map issue in my eyes. Always is. You have long rotations. You have barely any real avenues to retake. You've got 2 positions if you walk in without from taking map control. So going down mid or up mid, depending which side you're retaking. So it's just it's just a thing.
I mean, now you're not only just a Dust hater, you're now an Inferno hater. Damn.
I've been an Inferno hater. It's just not as vocal. Fair. I just don't have as much issues because Inferno does at least have the fun parts. Sometimes you get to see a double nade on Banana. And you get quicker rounds.
Oh, God.
That's the only real issue or difference I have with Dust and Inferno. I know you love your Inferno, you hold it dear to your heart and such, but...
Yeah, maybe it's nostalgia, maybe it's something else.
It really is.
It's also the fact that I just like the map. I genuinely like to play the map. I don't know. It's tough to play, and that's what I like.
All right. Before we do go and focus on the game, every iteration of Inferno I've liked less and less. I liked the older ones. I liked the little banana with the roof and the pillars. That was fun. It was just so much fun hiding behind one of those with P90. It was fun. But that's it. I think every change since then has been kind of
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. But
here we go.
Focus on the game.
Yeah, let's see what round 11 brings. This is where things can get very serious. Iberian Soul again, they are looking like they might have to drop that lead a little bit at least. As back towards B they go. I'm surprised there's 1 man on B. Like, usually in a 4v3 scenario, the CTs would be keen on putting a second player on B ASAP, and already they're moving through mid and rotating, but they might be missing the timing here. It's going to be close to the... Oh!
Beautiful. Maybe they don't want to concede that lead just yet.
Yeah.
David G to CT, Resol just looks away, and out of the smoke, that's 1. Back into it! Does not get away with murder. 2 out of 2, still doable. Trying to catch off the first cross. There goes Alex, knowing that surely Mopos is not going to be there as well. But you got to consider it just for a moment. He's making noise on site. Now they know HP is low. No error can be made to get to their Shelfie. Give him a quick headshot to take the round away. There might still be this lead to be conceded.
Though, if I'm completely honest with you, the fact that they still find 3 kills plus a bomb plant, not the worst thing here. Economically speaking, the CTs take a bit of damage, though luckily enough, it's basically at the end of the half, so, it doesn't really change anything. And what matters is the retake succeeds, as Iberian Soul, licking their wounds, back to a new plan. We're going to be looking at a potential another B take fast here. I mean, I feel like economy-wise, they're going to be looking for top banana control and then probably transition into some sort of a B commitment. Second mid, a lot of pressure.
Oh, beautiful by Crad. There's the edge of the smoke and the Molotov. Doesn't take damage, able to see just enough. And to an A play we go for the T side from the apartments. You got one, Chiron in pit. Now with Result to assist from long, it's got to be quickly shut down. The play is there, but it's one by one. They go afraid of Result, afraid of Chiron in pit. Being the big issue, and then all too quickly falling apart. You were right, they were going for a faster play. But not the one you were expecting, and not the one 9 Pandas were expecting all too much either. But the fact they had 3 on B is a blessing for them in this situation, because it allows them to have Chiron in pit the entire time. And Result, he rotates back around and will help shut it down as well. So, well done. That was just 9 Pandas. It kind of locked out in the setup they had towards B, because that means they can't go aggressive on A and they can't walk out of apartments for free. It's just a series of very fortunate events for them in this case.
I think it's also fair to say that Result getting the double was the game changer again, right? It's the individuals from 9 Pandas making that individual impact be so important in these rounds. And at the end, 6-6 tied up. We're in for a bit of a treat, perhaps. Let's see if the side of 9 Pandas have what it takes to hold on to more than just 6. Let's see. "60 seconds, looking like a B split. Well, no B splits. No lucks for Diletis. 9 Pandas do go towards B in the end, but don't have that lurk ready for them. As Mopos is cleaning them up, he gets traded off. Still a 4v3. 9 Pandas, they've got themselves an after plan. They've got a little bit of positional advantage to work with. How far it leads them to, let's see. As Krad finds Sassol, 3 versus 3. The retake on as Davi has a kit, but he's going to be isolated and headshotted down to Stadoro to make the play. And I'm not sure he does. A 1v3, near impossibility. And it should be 9 Pandas taking the W here, all of a sudden.
With only Stadoro. Seems like that is the case, and down he goes. No issues for 9 Pandas.
I believe no issue indeed. My sound confirms that the rounds go in the way you'd think them to. That is going to be all there is to it. Round 14, 7-6 with the victory on the pistol, excuse me. We are in for perhaps a nice surprise. Let's see what exactly is setting up for us here on round 14. With the force by the CTs, Iberian Soul kind of risk a lot. I am not a big fan of them, putting up a force on the CT side. You know, you and I both are not big fans, though the exception can be made for Inferno. If there's any map where you can force and make a lot out of it, it's Inferno, that's for sure.
I mean, we already saw it in the first half, so...
Yes, we did. We did. Facts.
See if we can make something more from this one. Can we pile on more and more of these rounds? It is. That is how Iberian Soul did get this star. It was 4-1 from the very beginning because of that force by win and loss and win it again. Would have been that situation. Sossel. First one found for him. That, however, instead of deterring, it is going to continue 9 pandas to push forward toward that side. They've got one in library, now dead. Chiron looking to make that second on site his as well. With both guard, 20 seconds remain. The side taken, and 9 pandas look to avoid losing to this forest by.
Is it fair to say that the round is over?
I think it is. Probably is.
I have a hard time seeing how it's not, honestly, and this is a little bit tough to watch, if I'm completely fair with you, man. They just walk into the site. Like, that's the crazy part. Chiron just walks in, finds 2, round over, the MP9s, the scout. Stood no chance, and Mopos. This is a daring play by Mopos, though. Exit kills is all he gets.
I mean, he's farming kills here as well. That bomb's going to blow up both Result in... Oh, well, I was going to say Result as well, but... Parad, if he wasn't already dead to one of his teammates. So, all of the 9 bandits still do lose their lives. This is going to be another force buy, I think, for Iberian Soul. I was going to say Koi, but...
Like, they committed their force buy into this. They're forced to play an eco next if they don't, so a force buy here would be a sound decision, I think, especially with the damage they did. It makes perfect logic here, or it makes perfect sense, excuse me.
Few players save as well. Means that they can still drop weapons. Mag 7, MP9 dropped over, Alex with full utility. This is a pretty decent CT side around, all in all. With the amount of utility that they can have effective in this one as well. And they set themselves up already for the first. Mopos. Low on kills so far, but that will at least bring impact. This one. They've taken plenty of damage back as well in return. And Alex and Mopos still looking to deal more damage out of this one. Flashing, trying to make him think Mopos might have fallen back already if he's hiding in the smoke. With Alex now down, they're going to go right past Mopos. The MP9 is primed for 2 kills here, maybe even a third.
Oh boy.
Keep an eye on it. Chiron, I think he's just seen him in the smoke. He bumped into him, but turn around. Mopos gone. These sides opened up.
Off. Still traded off, man. That's the crazy part. Oh, Shalfie finds Davy. That's the kill you don't want to lose here. Iberian Soul. The retake all of a sudden loses all composure. And quickly this translates into a potential L as number 9 is on the board for 9 pandas potentially here. Oof. The reach, oh man, it's the Dodo. The fact that he goes for that re-challenge as confidently as he does speaks to his quality as a player. It's unfortunate, though, that his HP just cannot compete. The AK too accurate, too deadly, and round is over just like that. 9 pandas on 9, should be 10. They don't force, at least, when we talked about it, right, how a force buy would be potentially a thing that works for them here.
Yeah, well, now that's kind of backfired.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Remember when you were saying in, 3-1 situation for Iberian Soul?
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking 9 pandas will do so much better.
In that exact voice, yeah, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, look at him now, look at him go.
Yeah, look at him go, exactly.
Flying high.
I remember.
And give it the runway as well to continue.
I certainly didn't expect it. I'll give you that much. Excuse me. Expected that this would be such a turning point. That, you know, after a great start for Iberian Soul, that they would have trouble containing the pressure here, but it seems like those are just the facts we're in. Okay, so Soul actually gets a kill. That's nice to start. Bit of a slow-paced play here. 9 pandas taking their approach a bit more cautiously. Respectable, let's say. Ooh, this is interesting. So Soul, hat trick. Okay. I I can't see how it works when you have to deal with 3 players that easily. How the hell do our CIS boys handle that? I mean, 9 Pandas, how do you let Sasol take charge of you like that? And also, I don't even want to say it, but I've said it plenty times before. What the hell are they doing exiting for a waterfall against Nico? I don't have any words for that, and yeah. Nexus, I'm wondering if you have any words for those
No.
players coming out of apps. It feels like that's just a crime at this point.
I mean, you're walking into what could be, I think, about 1,700 different angles on the A side from one very small avenue with one player at a time. No, don't do it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of against close range. Like, buddy, come on. There's so many one-way-ish things, not even one-ways, but close enough to one-way angles where you can just hold from under the balcony from like 4 different positions on the balcony with a 5-7 anything, and then you just mob up multi-kills. Like, it's that easy.
It's that simple. It really is. Just avoid going on balcony when you go against Eco. Like, that's usually the principal rule of a team. I don't know. As, yeah, we continue, ladies and gents. We move on. After that disaster, I think we've had plenty enough for the moment. Hopefully, no more. No shenanigans like that anymore, where perhaps 9 Pandas pull off a reverse eco around. Let's see. Pushing into B. This time denied. The crossfire is good. Keep themselves composed, and that's all you need to see, all you need to know.
Yeah, that's a very simple route to take it again. To Iberian Soul, they won't waste the chance they were given here. Gotta make it her for 9 Pandas, and from here on out, it's all about making sure that it can't quickly land aside as well completely. As long as it does, it's back to anyone's game. That's the game.
Yes, it is. That's just the nature of this game, unfortunately. Sometimes everything kind of breaks apart when you least expect it. AKs.
It is what it is. Let's see.
AWP for Stadodo. Hopes and dreams for the rest. Let's see how it goes. Next round. Round number 18. And a round that could determine the fate of one or the other team here.
Ooh, great. Now from Opos. Also waits. Second goes, and the 9 Pandas at this point. Very quickly, it's just down to the last 3.
Easy.
Vader Academy needs to be wiped out here in Iberian Soul. They're suddenly taking the runaway to them instead. Yes, that'd look like it.
Yeah. They have wiped them quite nicely.
Head spotted. Unfortunate for Crad. But on to be. With Shalfie and Chiron, I think this one... We've already said it plenty of times in situations like this, but just flip it with a CT side, have only 2 or 3. It's a done round. This one, it should be a done round in this case. 4 CTs here. Even if a couple of them are behind smokes or not on the side, it just doesn't matter. It's way too easy. It's casualty 1, and that's him done. Iberian Soul, they've taken 9, they should take 10. And that is to fight to 11 and beyond.
And to think, Nine Pandas could have already finished it all if they just had... If they hadn't had the worst luck in the world, let's be honest. I mean, the fact that they win again, they lose against the full eco is just ludicrous, and that 3k from Sol still kind of lingers in my mind. And it probably will linger in Nine Pandas' mind if they lose the map, as Iberian Sol are setting themselves up for quite a nice haul here. Moving into our next round, it's going to be a full investment. And we do have the AWP still in the hands of Stadodo, without too much of an issue. I mean, they try B again, I respect that. They've tried it before. It kind of worked. And I mean, kind of. I don't know. It feels like this time it shouldn't be that much of a challenge. They almost got onto site. And they will get to site. Might even bomb plant here. And they will. Don't tell me... Oh, they return the favor, don't they? Do they... Oh... Ooh, that was a close call. That was a very close call right there. Things could have turned wildly wrong for one or the other side, almost.
So, bomb planted. That's honestly more than 9 Pandas probably were supposed to have in this round. So already a win. Any more kills they can get, suddenly turn the round possibly on its head. A couple, triple from a Shelfie has made this more than hurtful for that CT side economy. Just enough time with the defuse as well. A second makes the difference. But that is a massive win in itself for 9 Pandas. It's not a round that's suddenly going to, suddenly going to change anything for Iberian Sol headed into the future, right? They've got plenty of money. They're fine. They're good. But for now, 9 Pandas at the least, they can feel like, okay, almost had that one. That was Nico. Now we got guns. Now we got confidence.
Exactly. Have the balls to take this for a new fight. Result already tagged. They're going to try and take Banana, but the mollies are just horrible. The utility just doesn't work, and somehow they're still traded off as Sussol holds the line, but it's Chiron on the refrag. 3 versus 3 with Chiron low. Round is over. Shut down on Krad. And with that, this is 11, and I think this is map 1. It's coming to an end.
Yeah, that was some, honestly, poor positioning for Chiron after the first one. It just stays on the balcony and hopes for the best that no one's going to swing him while he's throwing his smoke.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's not that amazing. But nonetheless, moving on. Final time out of 9 Pandas, moving on, and I think you're right. I think this is the map. It feels like 9 Pandas now that it's running out of steam. It's 5 in a row. Iberian Sol are picking up here.
What gets me is the fact that it feels like 9 Pandas are drowning in their own ideas a little bit, right? It's more like, oh, we have to be this, we have to do that. And in the end, basic ideas, they can work, but not when you're not hitting your shots, when half of the team is just inaccurate. And that's exactly what was the case here. Most of the team just couldn't hit those shots immediately, and afterwards it was a little bit late for the party. Yeah, things are not looking super great. Obviously, some things have to be resolved here. 9 Pandas, a few rounds where certainly they played a lot worse than what we'd expect out of them. But let's not give them too much heat. Iberian Sol, not a team you can easily tango with. As Result finds Mopos, that's a start. That's a start, at least. That's something that is worth mentioning. Alex.
Trading backs as well, or back as well.
Yeah.
Banana control maintained for Iberian Sol. This is now gonna make a 9 Pandas wait the rest of the clock down a little bit. Probably down to around 30 seconds, if I had to guess. They gotta first greet the A site, see what there is to take here. Could be the letters going down that will, however, deter them very quickly, I'd imagine. But Iberian Soul, they made a massive gamble as well. They have no one on B. What is this? What is this round? It's 2 remaining, sure, by the 4 of us. It's 2 with the free B side. This is a massive mistake from Alex when you have a Soul pushed down mid. The B side pushed and left completely open. Kyron will find himself the free side, wonder what the hell is happening.
I can't imagine he's super happy about that. Because neither would I be.
Would have liked to find a couple of kills nonetheless from this, but one goes down. Here's the CTs. Here's where the man advantage really shows itself. Not actually going through, just some noise. And on the B side with Shalfie, with Kyron to hold. 4 versus 2. Time is ticking low. Again, you gotta be a little bit quicker than this. WG though. He's got a Molotov. Social has been out of control. That's made things easier. That's not great. You gotta swing. Look at the time. It's ticking down. This is a massive fumble of a round for Iberian Soul. You gotta be quicker than this. You can't afford to take any more time, and thankfully they do finish this one off.
Yeah, that almost ends up going very differently, and Iberian Soul leave themselves barely standing in the end. They do survive. They do keep a few players alive, yes, but that was too close for comfort, and it almost costs them everything, as all of a sudden, we're back on track, and, well, wouldn't you know it? So is, 9 Pandas, potentially. That bomb plant gives them AKs. That's 3 rounds they need to tie it up. It's not impossible, and it's not improbable that they could do so. Let's find out.
Alright, let's get it. Is it going to be the end or no? Zenodo says yes.
Oh, come on.
Opening the Chiron is as easy as pie. Gotta find the second one, and Shalfie, that is not it. This is
they just walk
9
into
Pandas. Yeah, quite literally just walking to it. It's gotta be 7 in a row for Iberian Soul. This is one hell of a way to end the map here.
I'm sorry, this is sadness. 9 Pandas walk into death here from the get-go. From the first man to the last, they seem to be walking to their plank as Crad. One man, one army, one hope. You know, one option.
No hope.
No hope. There it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the series starting off on a bang for Iberian Soul. Their map pick, it's a win. It's a decisive one at the end, given how quickly their opponents retaliated against them. Regardless, that is going to be Inferno done, and kudos to Iberian Soul. Really, that was well played.
Yeah, the second half starts off looking a little bit shaky for sure with, you know, giving away those first 3 rounds, but it's the fact they win a force buy. You have the pistols on A, and then you walk out of balcony on 9 Pandas, and no rounds after. Not a single one that they pick up. They had 9-6 and 13-9 as the ending, so yeah, that's just a bit of a poor performance to end it, unfortunately, for 9 Pandas. Considering the individual strength as well this team has, it was supposed to go better. It didn't. That's how it goes.
I mean, that's what we'd hope, that's what we'd expect, but we didn't get to see it, and in the end of the day, there's only a few options they're going to have to go through, or a few options they'll have, and that is basically not screwing up the next map. I mean, coming up next, Mirage. I wouldn't hold my breath for 9 Pandas here. I really wouldn't. I don't think they've got it all figured out how to win Mirage just yet.
Sure. Well, however, get to see that. Because I do have the issues of one little thing, and that's maybe the fragging department when it comes to 9, or not 9 Pandas. Oh my god. It's right there on the screen, I can't read. Iberian Soul, oh my god, I cannot read. Woke up way too early today, it seems, and that's my bane. So, I think Fragging Department and Iberian Soul, they're a little bit inconsistent. You have Mopos, yes, right, for example, who's known, but I still think he's someone who doesn't do as much as he's supposed to. Like, Soul pops off a fair bit. So the Dodo has that, 1 in 5 games, that's maybe not great for an AWPer kind of thing. I think there's more that Iberian Soul do need to show as a team consistently as a whole, and then we can start believing in them, because right now it's to me, the sort of situation where there's no clear star players that could power them through such situations like this.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a fool, but let's see if Iberian Soul can prove me wrong. Can they have someone to pop off? Can they have these individuals be stronger on map 2 on Mirage? Their opponent's map pick. Don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We return into action as we get ready for a second map here. It's going to be Mirage coming up. And I got to be honest, 9 Pandas, they might not look so hot on it depending on what Iberian Soul bring to the table. The victory on Inferno certainly was one hell of a catch.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise for sure, but nonetheless, the way we get there doesn't matter in the end. It's a game that comes out victorious yet again for the side of Iberian Soul. Now for Mirage, here's where the doubts come in. Is this team actually going to be good enough on firepower to out-aim and out-frag whatever 9 Pandas want to deliver them? A solid maybe. I think the best answer is it depends on the day. And I'm hoping today could be one of those days, because if not, yeah, well, good luck, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck getting out of there. This series is gonna be a fun one. Let's jump into it. Let's stop waffling about, and let's see the game kick off on Mirage. How the hell do they play? Win or lose, it's all on the board here. Iberian Soul, CT, 9 Pandas T. We do have dualies for Sasol, and it's going to be Kevlars with a little bit of util for Diletus and Krad. Actually, Krad also with the Kev, so just Krad, excuse me, Diletus, just Krad with the util.
Let's get it. Let us get it indeed. So, game starts. CT side is going to be Iberian Soul, as, well, one would probably assume it'd be correct in it. Gotta figure out what we get out of the start here for both these teams. For now, slow to start until Sorcel decided to pop off one with the headshot. Dual Berettas find themselves the start he would like to have in the game. More to continue, perhaps, but for now, Shelfie trades out 4v4. It's still a slow play here for 9 Pandas. I'm wondering where's their actual response. Right, Shelfie and Connector, sure that something. Result will find himself another one, but this round is just weird, man. What is this? You got 4 players and everyone's in different places. One's on a bomb site as well. What the hell is this round?
It doesn't really bode too well when it starts like this, and honestly, seen in a long time. Like, I'm not even sure what exactly they've set themselves up. Like,
I don't even know how Iberian Soul lose the B site. Like, they have Sorcel who finds himself the entire ramp for free. You have no one else who's going to be able to hold onto a bomb site. You've got players losing duels in mid or middle when you already have ramp control. Like, what? That's a round that just makes no sense to me.
Nope. 0. But I guess that's CS these days. Easy, we can say. 9 Pandas doesn't take a lot of effort. Easily take it, as that is going to be a force buy for Iberian Soul with Mr. Mopos alone on A. He's about to die, as, well, he does smoke himself off, so he's still kind of retaining his life for the moment, expecting him in under Palace. Checking Sandwich, and of course, pre-firing the spot, the only spot where he could have hidden. No way. Okay, no. They stopped Davi. It's all good. That's round. It's 2-0. Good start. 9 Pandas picking it off with high octane here. Starting off again. 9 Pandas pretty calm and collected. It's what I'd expect from the get-go from them. As I said before on our first map, you know, 9 Pandas in Inferno, not exactly a map they're very shy off playing. Pretty good on it, in fact, as well. Though their performance in the first half, questionable. They still got to 6, but afterwards it kind of collapsed once Iberian Soul were able to get their, let's say, ducks in a row. And I gotta be honest, again, we have a few, let's say, a few head scratchers here and there. Certainly by the way some of these rounds go. So hopefully that's not going to be the new detail. As First time out already. This is interesting. It's not even a full buy. It's an eco coming up, and it's already a timeout. Very, very interesting choices. I don't remember the last time we saw a tactical timeout before an eco. Like after an eco, after a force buy, or before a force buy maybe even, but interesting. Few smokes, MP9 still on Sasol as he survived, that Kevlar as well. A default again, and the round that should end again soon enough. In the favor of 9 Pandas, of course, to be fair. As we see, an A execution, pretty straightforward. I like the idea.
Nice
You don't mess about. Oh my goodness, they do lose the first, but in the end they clear it out the
one.
side.
Never mind. You had one on the balcony, but Deleted gets rid of Alex quickly as well. There's still damage that was dealt here, right? Social can, on a good day, get 2-3 kills here. Probably not gonna happen, but... Well, that's just one.
It's just not enough. Well, not that it matters. It was a save, and a little bit of extra money always is nice. The Dodo, there's the op immediately. We're going to have the rest of the team well equipped, both utility and firepower-wise. Alex still having a tough time to start, still at 0. As I said before, the last time I've seen Iberian Soul, he was the star of the squad in terms of performance. So hopefully we'll see that again in the near future. But moving on to round number 4, 9 Pandas currently leading by 3, and this is where, this is where a team would step up and stop this menace, or will they let it continue? Let's see the Spaniards, let's see the Portuguese man, and how he does it. As they are taking a few players out. Diletis is caught, so is Shalfie. The start is pretty solid, the op commits.
Smokes deployed. Crad will at least know. Social is putting pressure as well on balcony. Or not Crad, excuse me, Result. Crad all the way here in ladder room, just waiting. And that's the game for everyone right now. We've got a minute left on the clock. The only one not waiting is Alex. And even he's still waiting while having gone aggressive and figured out some part of the plan. If he just takes a step further, he'll know exactly what 9 Pandas have in store, but waited for a little while longer, now with 40 seconds on the clock, figuring things out. Moppas can make his way toward that B side, but just wants to make sure that no one is already on ramp, no one's coming through connector. They are going to be, however, stacked on the B side either way, with 3 ready to defend. 25 seconds, 9 Pandas to make the move. They know Social is here. He's still yet to move. Molotov burns him perfectly, and into the open, still takes 2. And alone is Krad. Much to do, little time, and even less chance with Stadodo still here. Oh,
What?
never mind. Never mind, Stadodo wasn't ready for that one.
Luckily, no time to plant, but that is insane. How in the world it goes down to a 1v2, I know not. And Stadodo somehow just, ignoring that position completely. But hey, at the end of the day, they still win the round. Here we go. Iberian Soul, first round, as we said. Any team worth their salt would start picking up the slack here, and they certainly do. Op still in the hands of Stadodo.
Into mid, basic utility, Shelfie is pushed into Delpan.
Yeah.
Yep. Not forgetting the
Actually, Delpan is the next one. This is water tap or water or tap, if you will.
Nah.
Yeah, Delpan is the next one. Delpan is the
just-
deep corner.
That's just share.
No, that's Delpan.
Alright, well, someone's gonna let me know. I don't think I'm wrong about this one. Maybe I am. Who knows?
You are. You're just not old enough to know. I know.
I'm
Sucks to
right
be
on
you,
that. Right on that border. I knew it as Delpan for a long, long time.
I mean, that's the call out I'm making every time I play it. So it's the one I've been using on Mirage since I've started playing it.
Someone tell us who's right.
It's the same with Freiburg and Edward, right? Or not Freiburg, Forest, excuse me, and Edward, for example.
But for
Or
now,
Rops.
Delay is the only one we got to worry about because he's got 2. And suddenly, an A site with 1 man to defend it, and he's gone. This is
Wow.
9 Pandas kind of showing us why they need to be feared on this map. They've got a great Mirage out of the very get-go. They're not lost to a force by here. You know, kind of, not really. They had a couple of closer affairs, sure, but they've got the game going pretty damn well at the moment.
Pretty well figured out, yeah, we can say that much. How long are they going to keep it, though? Stadodo finds Crad. He's going to be looking for extra exits, perhaps, trying to survive, get out of dodge. And he's actually going to survive, funnily enough. They don't chase him enough. They don't give him the deep chase. That's surprising. Very good hold. 1-4 though. The problem is even winning or doing damage in rounds like these still doesn't change the fact that you're basically still losing this second map, and quite convincingly at the start at least. Down to very little money. Down to effectively a full eco with Stadodo's keeping that up. That's the game changer. That's the round we perhaps rely on seeing, or the weapon that rely on seeing the round win. As Stadodo finds the lettuce. That's a start you like. Perhaps the second player could enter lower. Never mind, Davi's caught, and with that, I think A-side is effectively ripe for the taking.
Yeah, there's nothing else to it. Coming through, Chiron will find himself another headshot. Stadodo will eventually take him down. That's the orb still in his hands. That's not going to be a weapon retrieve for him. And not going to be a weapon retrieve for anyone, because Mobos is not in a position to do so. And 4x3 moment gives Mobos a chance, but Rad still takes the kill. Radistan Stadodo is going to have to save the AWP, and they know he was gotta be top mid, maybe he spawn, maybe B apartments. But nonetheless, don't think they'll find him either way.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that they will. Yeah, that is gonna be 5-1. A statement from 9 Pandas almost. A statement that kind of begs the question of if this is how good they can play from the get-go, like, what's next on the menu? What more do we need to see? Or what have we missed out, rather, perhaps potentially as well, on that first map?
Also, final verdict is in. You were wrong. Water taps Delpan, chair is chair.
Okay. Then I've been
Your
calling it wrong all my
tiny
life.
brain seems to be
Can't
failing you,
comprehend that.
Grandpa.
Yeah, fair.
Thank you, Keith. You will not gaslight me today. Keep gaslighting yourself, buddy. Let's do it that way instead. But, okay. Game underway, and it's, I think, just an Anubis waiting room. I really think there's not much else to it. That simple. Though, Iberian Soul, I said they gotta prove us wrong, or they can prove us wrong by just giving us a show on the map itself. Here, Mopos, with some decent utility, will find himself...
a way to counter you, because I'm fairly certain Delpon is
Nope,
chair, but
never
then
has
was
been.
revised to chair.
Never has been. However, hold on. 9 Pandas. Couple seconds for Karate to stop the defuse. Wait, he's actually got him off of it, but that's that. That is that. Stenodo, the defuse. Iberian Soul, they won't lose the advantage they held in the round, though it gets a little bit too close for comfort, for sure. Was supposed to be a whole lot easier, but this one is, however, done it. Second round. I like the rounds that we now get from Iberian Soul here. It's, again, a simple enough of a round where you have that beast, or you have an entry, you stopped in a play from happening, and it's only a 5-on-3. You didn't manage to trade on 9 Pandas in mid, which is a bit of a fumble, some might even call it. Now they decided to go put metal, or pedal to the metal here as well. Metal to the pedal, however it is. Davi G 1 and 2, found me to found the trades are there now for the Iberian Soul side as well. But problems do persist. Karada is in window. They should have heard this. That smoke phase. Davi G, his third comes out. Here a close corner. Bait the shot. Off the ladder. Into the fourth. Not gonna find it.
Shalfie, 2 versus 2. Made possible with now Result. Catching Stadodo. And Sasol, 1-man army against 2. I mean, he can certainly do it. He's got the skill. Does he have the timing? Does he have the luck is the better question. As it's going to open up a can of worms, opening... these next few rounds. Oh, never mind. Result makes it look easy. And yes, Your Honor, I have found the receipts.
You found a map someone made where there is no call out on the water tap. Instead, it's
honestly, you know what? I'm willing to put this to the test and ask pro players where Delpon is on Mirage, and then them pointing out the position on the map.
Sure, buddy.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, people are wrong.
Oh.
People are a lot of times the people are wrong. But before we argue any further, let's see what the next round brings. 9 Pandas have been dominating the field. This is not really even a challenging round, nor a challenging map. This is pretty straightforward, and there's not much that Iberian Soul have so far given us to hope for them. Alex is on 1 kill. The rest are not going above 6. It's a disappointment, and let's see if they can bounce back. Because this is how 9 Pandas made it back on map 1. They were pretty far behind, only to return the favor as, wow. Yeah. I guess that also works.
Again, Karate to window, this time boosted, still caught. The little weaponry that Iberian Soul actually have will be of use, but Dilettants will make sure it won't be more than 1.
Oh, come on. Yeah, that's round. That's 7. I mean, we're going to 8 soon if this continues. It's an eco next for Iberian Soul. They don't have the money. Like, this is not even a... This is not even a joke anymore. This is a disappointment right now. Unlucky. Or just unfavorable. 9 Pandas made it look easy here for the first 7. And remind me, it was 5-0 before we saw the first round for Iberian Soul, or 4-0?
No, it was no. It was 3-1.
Oh, 3-0, and then 1-3, and then 5-1. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was
also, okay.
3 rounds first.
I'll let you know this. I asked someone, you know, integrated in the UK Counter-Strike, you know, English call-outs, good enough.
Yeah.
Playing in a fairly decent team.
Yes.
He said Delpan is in between the water tap and the
Yes, that's also another possibility that
unhelpful if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the UK for you, man.
Real.
Real as all hell as round comes around again. This should be an easy win. As we said, this round, not a challenging one, not a problematic one. Everything kind of setting itself up for an easy win. I don't know, man.
So,
It's a disappointing show. I don't know. There's
this is what I expected. This is my expectation. Iberian soldiers don't have the fragging firepower.
See, I would argue after seeing them against Fireflux, and Fireflux, they do not shy away from the firepower, right? They're not a team that has none, and yet they were humbled, and I mean properly humbled by Iberian Soul. So surely this is not all there is to them, because I'll be hella disappointed if that's the case.
See, that's what I've been saying. It's just
I know
Iberian
that's what
Soul,
you've been
they
saying,
should
but
be
it's
playing
just
so much better, but it's just not. It's just not there.
it's not it, Chief. Not it. 8-2 as the disappointments keep on rolling.
Yeah. This was just to be expected. 9 Pandas, they're cleaning up. They're doing as they're supposed to.
Yeah, they're gonna finish this on a very high note. Potentially, we could see a 10-2, maybe a 9-3 halftime. That's also still a possibility. 8-4. I guess if we really believe in Iberian Soul having the energy for the last 2 rounds here, and maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Regardless, whatever it will be, they've already lost a half in a way where they're thinking on Anubis. Like, the thought process here has to be, okay, we are basically on the last low end of our chances for this second map. We either win here or we start thinking of how we win Anubis instead. Because this is just a waste of time at this point. It's just a destruction on all accounts. And good trades by Alex and Davi. At least we have some life from them. Some life, I say. "30 seconds.
Yeah, it's Karad who can quickly seal the deal, but gives away in instead. Kyron and Result, they have to adjust to this. I do like the fact that both are going to be ready for apartments here. Well, what's the first to be taken down? The second one will still be there. Result goes to clear kitchen. Apartments player has been seen jumping out. They should have seen Kyron as well, but not reacting to it. WG just blind on the jump. And down to Result.
No time.
Bomb, there's no kit.
time.
This is going to be 9-2. Alex gets the kill, but he is a dead man walking.
Worst part of it all, it's if they had 5 more seconds, Alex would have clutched it. He would have just brought the team back from the brink, and maybe that would have been a difference maker, but unfortunately, that's just not good enough. 9-2, possibly 9-3, possibly 10-2. Regardless of what it will be, it's basically lights out from what I can tell from this point forward. I do not see any way back. No more.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people either. Or a lot of people don't see that way in either, so... I just really want to see Anubis instead, man. Like, Mirage was the sort of game where if Iberian Soul were going to have something, they needed to show it from the beginning.
Yeah.
It was that second round they go when they push mid, I was like, okay, maybe we get something. Then it's that next round where 9 Pandas, they just kind of run the W into mid and they still take that win.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't look all that amazing, right? Moped, I think, gets 3 there from ladder room or something. It's very lacking, all in all. Here, Alex does get caught jumping in between and will be taken down by the letters. Tech 9, dangerous weapon, that's why. Bomb has been dropped, however, has to be reclaimed. And coming back for his social, feels like he might have something here. Just check below him. He's got to see that bomb right beneath his feet. Karada to 1v2. Seal that 10-2. First one. Too much. 9-3 it is.
9-3, 10-2. Might as well be 12. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. This is all just a big old potato soup. This is bland. It's nothing. It's empty. There's barely any meat in it. There's barely any salt and pepper. So, yeah. There's not much or anything at all that I think draws hope for me now for the second map of Iberian Soul. Simply put, they haven't shown enough for me to believe in them. Even if they, at one point, maybe had it.
They had glimpses of it, but no, that was it.
I guess that's also a fair way to put it. They had glimpses, but...
In mid, Chiron, he's got heads, and so does Shalfie. It's, I think, the ending now, coming through with this pistol round. From short, Chiron will lose his life, Diletus will trade, bomb goes down. The bare minimum for Iberian Soul to have any sort of hope headed forward. But still on sight, not ready for a third from short. Shalfie will take his third headshot as well. And on the defuse, it's grand. It's 10-3. The bomb plant is the absolute bare minimum, like I say, that Iberian Soul need. If we're to entertain this, even at the widest margins of anything,
sure.
they need this pistol. They need to win this force buy, if that has to be, right? Surely has to be a force buy.
Oh, yeah.
And make sure that from there on out you just play a flawless game. As simple as that.
A perfect, a flawless... It's got to be a picturesque game, really, almost, if you ask me here. If you want to make this happen. As everything falls apart, 10-3, and we're about to end this map on a pretty big W for none other than 9 Pandas. As Diletus finds Mopos. This force buy, as you said, with the bomb plant behind it, gave them the chance, and they'll find the entry. Diletus was playing with fire, and he does get burned, at least. We know that there are still consequences, at least for the time being, but not that they'll matter much, will they?
Probably not.
Oh god, they don't even have palace control.
Unless this somehow turns out to be a 9 Pandas choke.
I could see that also. It wouldn't be the first time we experienced that. It really would not. I saw an 11-3 lead be wasted away. Was it you and I? Or, oh no, it was me and Zola, I believe. Me and Zola, and I think me and Vincent at one point. Or B-Dog. No, it was me and B-Dog, yeah. Good entries.
Okay.
Good entries.
Indeed. Oh no.
Oh no. No, not like this. Okay, safety plant. That's how you pull it here. Play it safe. Don't risk your life for a whole load or nothing. Oh no. God,
Dodo. Buddy, that's unfortunate, but so. He's the one I told you. Can pop off every now and then we saw him on map number 1 to have that sort of chance. Don't think they saw him. So he's swinging into this fight with an advantage. Off the bomb as well, but Result.
Oh, he's got it.
No time. Ends up losing this one. And I don't believe they just didn't see him.
Yeah, it kind of makes it hard to believe.
Right, Result must have seen him when he got 0-4 on that defuse.
That's what we are thinking, right?
I guess just didn't register it, or just didn't see him. I don't know what happened, but Social gifted the round here. It was from good entries that Iberian Soul even to get the chance here. And continuing. The final stretch of Mirage with Iberian Soul to take a couple of rounds here. I'll say get to 7. They're going to be happy. It's just confidence you need for map number 3 more than anything. And especially when you're on the T side now. You know Anubis is going to be T-sided. Yeah. You just want to feel like your game plan works out to a degree. But
I mean, that's
that,
what you want to feel like.
You again have to get past this round for 9 Pandas. Where Result is the first one to be taken down. He's alone in mid. You had a support as well coming through short if you wanted to. Bit of a waste of an M4 to throw away from the beginning. But not Diletus as Deagle.
Well, all in all, at least another round. 10-5. Perhaps they can get to 6 later. I mean, this will be a force buy next for 9 Pandas, and having the M4 and the FAMAS might not be the most inspiring thing in the world, but hell, I'll take that over a full eco any time of the day.
Iberian Soul. Getting
Number
to
5.
it.
Yep.
Some confidence.
5 more to
Some
go.
momentum.
So, a little bit of everything, we can say.
Yeah, if you get the ball rolling, it sometimes can be very difficult to stop.
Yes.
Especially depends on the different sort of leadership as well, different IGLing. Some people are just really, really good at calling off momentum alone. To that degree, I'm not as familiar with Alex as I would like to be. Maybe they've got that dog in him. We'll see. WG and Mopos definitely showing that they've got some momentum in this round. 1, 2, Molotov, 3, 4. No, not yet. Hold on, give it a second. There we go. 4. Counted up to 5. Chiron down low.
I want to give them this one for free, I think.
There you go.
Yeah, Mopos does clean it up. Okay, number 6, 4 more to go, and we have a tie. Perhaps this game doesn't go to a third map. I don't know. 9 Pandas, like we said, a choke wouldn't be the first one we see from them. Those cyber choke are the ones that we perhaps are more consistent with the chokes, but no pun intended, that's an actual fact. You can check it if you will. But here we are, round 17, and off to the races again. Iberian Soul, full buy. Everything kind of set for them to begin this battle.
What do you
As
know
they're-
what to be for 9 Pandas?
Yeah, they're not fighting
Focus
for
towards
mid
the
as well.
mid. This is fun.
It's an interesting choice that gives them quite a little bit of space, actually.
Iberian Soul immediately as well. They are going to respect that mid control to say we're not even going to try to fight you. Look for the opening elsewhere. WG will be fed at first to 1. The Scrat down. And now with 5 on 4, the advantage is here. You can set up for the A side. Hey, here's my problem. 9 Pandas spent all that time, all that resources just to take that mid control. They've got nothing from it. Now they've lost A. And they've lost Shelfie on A.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a mistake, almost, especially with Shelfie continuing to push. You could have bought time, you could have tried a little bit more, Result would have been here as well, but now they gotta look for it instead, because there's no pressure from anyone on site or stairs, jungle, anyone nearby. Why don't you do start to put that pressure out? You've got one, another one from Dilettes. Back with WG, barely caught. Even numbers. Still, Alex just in the open, and Dilettes just keeps walking through, he's just walking through!
What is happening?
There's no contest in this one. What has happened to the retake here? The post was falling apart. It's also at a 1v2, but not this 3.
How are they struggling this much?
What? That was the freest sight I've seen in ages.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What? This was it. 1 and 2. You spot him. Okay, good. Why are 2 players getting caught in the open?
This is big poo-poo water right there. I'll tell you that
Oh
much.
my god. 9 Pandas. Yeah, they take 11.
What the actual F just happened? Yeah. Wow. Okay,
Sure.
I guess that's it.
In disbelief.
Yeah, genuinely in disbelief. It doesn't really make sense, but it works somehow, and they lose Davi now. Iberian Soul, they might have just thrown it all to the wind. I'm still not sure what the idea was. Like, how did they thought? What did they think was going to happen? Right? In any case, before we get a headache out of it all, let's watch round number 18. 4 versus 5. A full send towards the A side, apparently.
Interesting. Deployment of the smoke. Wise early for Crad. But it's still very in due time. Oof. Catching Alex and Mopos, both from Connector, both down. Next on round, but it's only Iberian Soul. They've lost their grasp on the round. But can still find himself something here, but very little in the grand scheme of things. As he walks away, Resol is here to catch him as well. 9 Pandas. That has proven it to us why I had my doubts of an Iberian Soul. I said their firepower just doesn't cut it here. They gotta prove me wrong. Sure. So far they haven't, because Resol's having a field day 17-7. Gillette is at 18. This is it here. Yeah, this is exactly what I said. Mirage is a map where you need to out-frag, out-aim. But that's it. 9 Pandas. Simply good. Individually better. Mirage is their map pick for a reason.
Indeed.
Absolutely, they did choke that first map, yes, but here it's Iberian Soul, just kind of like we said, it's a waiting room for map 3.
Sad state of affairs. It's what it is. And 9 Pandas, they're about to make it a little bit sadder. Iberian Soul, they'll have to take the L, I think. They're down to Galils, a Mech 10, and 2 AKs. 3, let's say, AKs. Alex is having a bit of a better time, but still only on 5 kills, and obviously it's the Dodo as well on 8. As the Opper, you'd expect him to be a bit higher than that. Oh man! Shalfie breaks up the smoke and runs through to take a peek, goes back, doesn't even take any damage.
It's just insult to the injury in this round. Make it flawless. Only social stands. You can take a couple, but even so, that seems to be too much in this case. Him removed. Game, map 1, map number 2. Both taken by their respective teams, and this one will be decided on that Anubis. And, I mean, at this point, right, do we really say those last couple of rounds for Iberian Soul is enough to get that momentum going on? To get the T-side confidence up for a potential map 3, or not a potential map 3, but a map 3 here?
It's possible.
Maybe.
It's maybe. The thing is, if they let another half like this slip by them, there's not going to be a third map behind it. There's not going to be a second chance behind it. You screw it once more, you're going to be losing this 1-0 Swiss stage round where you could potentially be either 2-0 up or 1-1 and then having to fight for either progression or elimination. Point is, you're going to find yourself in a much more difficult position if you can't get it under control. Inferno showed us what they're capable of. On Mirage, they fall flat on their asses, and hopefully that's not the case for a third and final of Anubis. As we take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. One more map to go between 9 Pandas and Iberian Soul. Now, here so far on the desk, we said Mirage was only going to go Iberian Soul's way if they decided to frag out. They didn't, yet. And such the game kind of comes to an end. An expected result to a degree, because that's been the show and the case so far for Iberian Soul. They lack the firepower compared to 9 Pandas in some of these maps, and Mirage is a perfect example of what it can look if things don't go well for them. So, to continue, to change things now, they have a little bit of Anubis. This is one where, obviously, that T side is going to be very favored. We ended with a couple of rounds on the T side for Iberian Soul. You're hoping, okay, maybe this is enough to power them up now. And it probably will, because we have seen some really good games out of them last year when they were going by a different name back then as well. So I'm hopeful here that we get to see a good map 3. At the best, or at the very worst, we're not going to see a similar sort of scoreline.
We're all hopeful, and luckily we might be having a good game on our hands. It's Anubis. I mean, everybody knows the map. Everybody knows how to play it. There should be no question about it. We've seen both sides now display good individual kind of performances. Give us hope for the future, perhaps. Give us hope for the next few. And let's just pray that we don't have the janky rounds we had on Mirage. There were quite a few in between, and I really would hate to see it again on Anubis. It just isn't all that it's made out to be.
I mean, simply put, when it comes to it, we're going to see a better game. That's guaranteed. And we were talking about Mirage even before that. Way back in the pre-game, long ago, we were talking about it saying, okay, this is just gonna be a very easy game. 9 Pandas, they're gonna be very easily probably going through Mirage. So that was expected result. Inferno, that was the one. That was the game where things got real interesting. Because of that sort of start. Because you had like a 4-1, and then 6-6, 6-9, and suddenly 13-9. So you had these sorts of different situations from that game already. You're like, okay, this could be the one that defines the entire game. 9 Pandas, despite then losing out, or despite having 7 rounds in a row lost toward the end of Inferno, they come back to it on map number 2. They don't look too shaken at all. They come up with, I think, like 3-1, 5-1, scoreline 5-2, and then they just run away with that first half to a 9-3. It looks really good for them. And now, final map. I still think firepower is the obvious answer here, because we've seen so little of Iberian Soul have these sorts of star players who can bail them out of these tough positions. And that's my quarrel, that's my qualm. I need to see that. And I really hope, again, I really hope that we do get to see, at some point, this entire team of Iberian Soul start to perform better. Because currently, I still think they do underperform. They're supposed to be better. They're not.
Pretty much. I mean, they're supposed to be. And the Knife won, I believe, by 9 pandas, if I'm not mistaken, if I heard that correctly. Iberian Soul, pardon me. Yeah, so they do choose T-side. That makes perhaps more sense in general. And yeah, it's going to be a tough one. This is an interesting map, and it's an interesting choice as well. T-side, they should be the better side. They should be the better team. 9 pandas, though, we've seen them before in Anubis, as you said yourself, and they are not shy from taking a fight to the enemy, especially when it comes down to A main, as we can see. Result first in, perhaps first out. No, denies instead. But Sasol, quick on the trigger. Headshots on Chiron, finishing the job. Sasol with the secondaries already. Do they expect a third? Yeah, answer, no. They don't even check it. Oh boy, that's a big mistake. They're going to bring in the bomb. They didn't check pool. This is a massive oversight that costs them a player and potentially the round.
Might have. Now with a minute left here, he's got the CT side of player still in control of main. Makes things a lot easier, but why are they fighting alone is my question. Shelfie could have waited. Could have had the letters to assist. Instead, it's 1 by 1 they go down as crowd to the final man. The 1 versus 2 with 1 already found. It's also last man. You need these heroes to pop off on the Iberian Soul side. Social is the one you look toward. Perhaps be him. Be the one. Until time, Crad plays it. Fakes out a couple of steps, but now it's dropped down for the P2K. Still trying to find him. Ammunition and HP all running low. By the time, there is plenty of it.
Comes down to the one check. One player that isn't taken a look at on pool. They don't even consider it. They completely ignore the position. And the trigger discipline of Shalfie here was perfect. Not only does it delay the plant, but it basically creates too much chaos for Iberian Soul in the end to sustain against. And even though the recoveries are on point, even though it comes down to a 1v2 effectively, the quality of Crad, unquestionable. And just plays this 1v1 best he knows. Crad, oof, that is a wild peek out B main. Pop flash support this time is there, and Mopos is out. The rest of the team towards A again. Iberian Soul, they force up. They got some rifles, they got some util, and they're going to try an entry again, and Result this time. No luck, gets caught.
Nothing much there, but CT side still got Shalfie, and only good for one. The force buys worked out beautifully toward the A side. They keep on trading each other to the last man again. It's back-to-back 1 versus 1s. Crad takes this one. And you test him twice with the clutch, he'll deliver both times. The CTs, they can thank him. He is doing a wonderful job at the moment. To start things off here as well. Now, more still needed here. Obviously, down to the last minute again. T-side would not have been uncommon to see them forced by fully into this one, but they decided to be a little bit more reserved instead. Chill out, as it were.
Smart pull by Chiron. Get back to safety. He got the free kill. The rest of the team now follows. Yeah.
Last few rounds a little bit too close already. You don't want to make this one as well. Before the guns came out, build some sort of safety net. This is the chance.
think they're about to get a very clear idea what's coming next, and if any noise is heard on main by Shalfie, he's going to make the call to rotate back A immediately. But this is going to be a late crunch, and the rotation is going to be late as well, though Shalfie on point again. Doesn't even need to call for rotates. Chiron is ready. They do not stop. Okay, never mind. They do stop the bomb plant. Diletta's, he's just there, picture perfect. I believe it came down to the last tick. A frame more and the bomb would have been put down because the player already had the C4 effectively, you know, in the animation of putting it to the floor.
Yeah, it really makes a split second of a difference there, but not getting it. How do we move on?
No AWP for Stododo. That bomb plant could have perhaps... Well, actually, no. Even looking at the others' economy, it not really would have been possible to buy it. But regardless, that is very crazy. They're gonna push B. They're just pushing B here through smokes, through everything. The trades are not equal, and they're falling apart too quickly. There's nobody to support the attack, as by the time the rest of the team arrives, well, most of them are dead. 9 Pandas, minimal losses. Simple, easy. How did they not, like, nobody checks mid? Nobody's there to check Chiron? What?
Yeah, that is quite the situation to be in, I'll say. But that's that. The CT side, I just don't know. Thought a Molotov was going to be good enough for Chiron. I mean, just gets a couple of freebies instead. Flash to mid is great. Spray. Slightly messy, but gets the job done. And very quickly, this one down to nothing but a few remaining Iberian Soul players. At this point, the objective shifts from winning the round to getting a bomb plant down. Hope for the best. AK picked up for Soul. Now the canals. Is that the play? No, it's not.
I'm a bit surprised that Shalfie took 2 resets to finish the job, and Alex is still not able to get that kill. It takes me a bit to, well, to accept that.
Oh,
as Chiron, yeah.
Yeah, it's good to go. They've got 3 on B as well, so they don't have to hurry up with the rotation either. They can just make sure that Diletta maybe catches the back of 1 here. Spray completes straight up 1-2 punch. And at that point, no one has to do anything. You can just wait it out. See what the play is gonna be with only so much time left. Sosol's not even gonna try to get that bomb down. He's just abandoning it for now.
20 seconds.
Yeah, that smoke, if he was going for a bomb plant, it could have been helpful, but he has picked up another one, so maybe not. Although, wait. Why are Result and Chiron abandoning site? What is...
They're gonna give him the bomb plant here.
What?
I don't understand this. This
Why?
is one of the dumbest things I've seen in a while. I'm sorry, but what?
Yeah, this is suddenly...
They just give him
more
a
than
round.
doable. 1 versus 5 that's been given up by 9 Panda. Shenanigans continue here, it seems.
This is insane. He's gonna get
Shelfie's 1
Shelfie's low.
HP.
Yeah, he's gonna get him.
This is a singular bullet
Crad.
to the head that decided this Crad.
Third
in
time
heaven.
the charm. Holy fucking shit! It's the 3rd time Crad has to actually clutch, and it's what? Soul has a 1v4. He shouldn't even be given a bomb plant there, let alone a 1v1. Are you kidding me right now?
1 versus 5.
Or 1 versus 5. That's even worse, actually. He almost aced. Yeah, that would have been the sickest clutch.
Why did they leave the site? I don't know.
I mean, let's forget at the site. Let's think about the fact that Sasol almost brought back an ace clutch 1v5 in an insane manner that somehow it doesn't get... Like, what? 9 Pandas, that is not cool. Luckily, they're winning, so they keep themselves composed. And I think Iberian Soul right now realize, hold up, guys. Like, if we can pull this off, if Sasol can pull this off, like, surely we can do the rest, right? We can...
I mean, that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, you need to have someone to pop off here for Iberian Souls. That's why Sosol's the only one even remotely kind of there. So you really need him to show up here, because otherwise you just don't have anyone. Sedodo as an over, like putting up .95, that's not enough. Simply put, not enough.
And good prediction.
You can always ask for more and hope he can perform, but everyone on this team just underperforms at the moment. Soul's the only sort of lifeline they have that consistently keeps them, or gives them some kills, some rounds every now and then. I don't know what the issue is. Is it leadership? Is it just
honestly
players? I don't know.
Maybe we're thinking too much in terms of Iberian Soul and should be thinking more in terms of Nine Pandas. We talked about how this is another team that's been stepping up massively.
Oh my
Holy
God.
that is an insane timing. Alex can't even finish the job as his teammate dies because of it. I think Mopo's realized in the moment what's about to happen, just didn't even switch to his weapon. Like, what are you supposed to do in that second? I just want to say, by the way, Result, pointing it out, he avoided the nade that usually flies into heaven and just times it perfectly. Like, they are playing a very good game of CS is what I'm saying here. Nine Pandas are, right now,
Yeah, absolutely.
in terms of performance, trying to very much reach that peak.
Yeah, it's like Iberian Soul is like on their C or D game right now. C game probably, and Pandas are on their A game. Close enough to at least.
I mean, Iberian Soul is going to be on their F game soon if they don't get any rounds going.
This is poor.
Oh,
Junso
God.
pulled out, and Result, he'll chase down both two, but Sedodo as he tries to enter. Down he goes with 9 Pandas. Yet another one. So far, flawless for the CT side. This is what we said. 9 Pandas, or not 9 Pandas, but Iberian Soul kind of have to avoid. We paraphrase a little bit here, but they were supposed to continue a little bit in that piece. They were supposed to get it away toward the end of Mirage. We said, okay, couple of rounds, that's a solid, maybe they've got themselves online. Here with 2 1 versus 2s. A 1 versus 1 for Krad, that was a 1v5 for Soso. Denies that. And here is this Iberian Soul falling apart. Not able to capitalize on any of those rounds, obviously does hurt them a lot. Gonna be a completely different sort of game. But now you've got Chiron on the off. We've seen Result on it way back when on Inferno.
Diletus
Chiron's turn.
yeah, Diletus had it a few times as well, from what I recall.
True, I think so.
And back in the day as well, he used to actually op, if I recall correctly. Like, at least there were a few positions he played as the op.
I think there was a couple of things. Couple of those things. Bet Boom and the right pre-Bet Boom. No, sorry, not Bet Boom. He was not on Bet Boom, actually. I lie.
Ooh, this is going to be stuff. Krad in a very bad spot.
Else.
Good recovery by Davik. This could be the first round. Oh, they're stepping through a murder hole. No way. Through the smoke. There's no chance.
Wow.
That smoke pops. You either fall back or everybody has to go through the smoke at the same time, not stop one by one.
He stays in the smoke. Like, oh,
Yep.
Okay, Dilet is his smoke here. He just stays in it. He spots one in the second, just barely. Is insanity. But absolutely right. If that smoke is down towards cave, canals, entrance, you gotta go. If you're all committed to it, just go. But they take the duels, they don't give enough space. And more importantly, they don't find that entry they were supposed to in the very beginning. Buy time, delay just for a second, Diletus comes in. And that's the round. 7-0.
It's insane. I am quite
Nothing short of
astonished,
insane, yeah.
and also quite a bit disappointed by Iberian Soul. Not gonna lie. Again, it's a team that perhaps their recent stats and their ranking right now isn't up there in its highest, right? Let's say it's not exactly near 9 Pandas because they're 56th compared to 91st on Iberian Soul. But as a team, as players, as what I know of them, as what we've seen of them, I do put them on a higher level. Like, I do put them on a level where they can easily compete towards the very highest top, almost. And here, this is a bit of a disappointment. But hey, it's just a one series, right? It's a one-off, hopefully. This is not potentially the tournament standard for them, because otherwise they might not be in the tournament for long. As round 8...
Hold on. They've got B.
Yeah, they've got B. It was left over by 9 Pandas, completely wide open. Nobody checked it. Morpos finds Krad. And I think this is round over. Surely they don't retake here, right?
They've already pulled off some miracles. They've already given away a miracle, almost. But not this time. They're not going to attempt it. Wait, are they going to try the ninja?
Nah, no shot. Come on.
They're going to try the Mongols retake here. They're going to count down the clock here. 15 seconds under the fuse. You got to go to it quickly. There's the flashbang. Try to pull this first one out of position. Run him down. Alex is gone. You've got Chiron who can get under the fuse if he wants to, but they're not trying to. They're not attempting. That still could have been a round they won. All they had to do was get Chiron under the fuse. It was a round win. But Iberian Soul, they're very happy about how this round still goes. Finally getting themselves on the board. The 7-1 scoreline strikes.
That is an insane pool, by the way, to go for a 3 versus 4 retake with almost, what, half the time gone at one point. Like, yeah, look, the time effectively 2/3 already in the end, as somehow they still find 4 kills. That's, like, they are just this confident about that, about this game and their performance. And Chiron previously peaked A main, now looking at B main. Dueled by Stadodo, by the way. He's expecting this. Good read from the Portuguese Alper. And I think he gets it. At least the first. Yeah, that's Krad. And now Chiron will not take that chance. There's no reason to expose yourself there and die. Have to rotate a player towards B immediately at this point. I would expect Dileris to move, but it's Result perhaps. Does he stay A? No, Shalfie used to play A anchor. Now Result still staying A. Yeah, okay, this is a bold choice. B is going to be basically left for dead as Chiron is about to be isolated. He gets the first though. Chiron, one-man army. Chiron, 2 kills to demand. Pulls out the 50-50. No third, but a 3 versus 2 regardless. What a hold.
Oh, he's done his job. He's done the job more than admirably so far. Advantage stolen away. Dileris has taken the space. Now they know they have to be wary of him. But as they move to positions to cover for that a little bit easier. Flashbang goes out. He does look to swing. He's got a teammate to assist for this one as well. But Stadodo's left alone. In main, caught jumping into between a rock at about 3 CTs. 1 around is all they get. 9 Pandas, they'll come right back with a vengeance. But what a hold from Chiron. It's just 2 kills, but it's so damn impactful. First shot, nice. Second, quick. Third one, not far off. And the retake is just complete from there on out.
And the fact that they do not take more than 2 losses.
Double hopping as well.
Yeah, Dileris, here we go. Let's see how it works. He's not going to peek this. Yeah, the utility is clear as day. This is going to be another B attempt. It's going to be a fast one. The Shadow gives it away, but it seems like it's not working out that well as the entries, though, still in the favor of Mopos. Dileris is there, but he's lost his teammates and he's about to be caught out. And there's the first kind of real entry. Davy finds 2 more, and this is round 2. Surely. Yep. Iberian Soul. That's a round we need from them.
Fast hits. Comes down to perhaps Dileris missing his first few shots on the actual main push. Could have had more to assist his teammates, but the round still to be in contention. Don't say it's over just yet. You've got Result alive. Utility is decent.
Come on, at this point, we gotta give it up, right? Surely.
You've got infinite money. You got infinite money. Just go for it.
Send it, King. He's expecting the flank, though. He knows the Sasol was deep towards middle A, so...
Yeah. I say infinite money, I am lying, but
they're
just
broke,
read it that way. Just go for it.
Just want to point it like that. They're broke because they tried that retake previously, by the way. As I was saying, you know, maybe if you'd saved, maybe you'd had another buy here. Instead, it's an eco, so it means it could go 8-4 very easily. Iberian Soul, 4 rounds. It's not something I'd be happy about, but hey, better than nothing. Although, yeah, I see now that they do have the money. Never mind. 8k on I believe, Dileris, or at least something 6 akin. $6k on Shalfie. Yeah, it's not great. It's not optimal, and there's a chance we can see the op, but they won't risk it. They'll rather take the rifles. I respect that. I mean, so far the rifles have been the damage dealers. The Opera Chiron hasn't really had a chance to do a lot beyond the hold we saw on B, which was superb. He does more than enough to basically put down the attack. Tactical timeout. CTs take a moment. And 9 Pandas, I believe their coach still the same as it was Fierce.
Do we believe in the 8-4? This is the round to make it happen.
Let's see. Yeah.
No matter how much we try to still give this any sort of chance for Iberian Soul right now, 8-4, 8-2, whatever it currently is, that's never gotta be good enough of a T side. Not on this map, so much more needed. Social will turn. Echolocation just barely hears where the shooting is coming from, but CT side, their push is gonna be stopped completely dead in its tracks.
That's the round, I think.
That was the one big play they were making, but they do have the second phase of this still. It wasn't triggered just because the initial duel didn't go their way, second as well. But from B main, A main, excuse me, you have a trap, but on B side is where Iberian Soul will spring themselves instead. With the letters to hold, multi-frags required, one nearly WG down with 1 HP. He'll survive, and this should be the end of the round. No more to entertain this one. Just save your weapons. 8-3 will be the score here. And some hope for Iberian Soul to kind of give us at least a fight here.
There was
Second
a
half
timing.
needs to be out of a fairy tale, that's for sure.
You know what's scary? There was a timing that could have been hit in canals by 9 Pandas, where Diletis, Chiron, and Shalfi, 3 together, could peek into the T's, and there was an opportunity for them to be caught in the back. That almost happened. If 9 Pandas had pushed A main, I believe, at the opportune moment, which was just after Diletis, excuse me, just like 5 to 10 seconds after the first duel happened, there was actually a way in. But 9 Pandas in the end miss it. And number 3, Iberian Soul, hope and dreams is what they have. So far they're still dreaming and hoping. And soon it could
More like
be
hoping.
more than that. Well, Copium is going to be when we see 12, right, on 9 Pandas. But it's, right now I'd say it's a dream that's achievable. It's scary, yes, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to start, but soon enough it's going to level out into that, you know, lucid moment where all of a sudden you take control and you know exactly where you want to go, and that is towards victory. That is towards number 13. But like I said, it's going to be a rough and bumpy ride until you get there. Last round, first half, all eyes on Iberian Soul. Number 4, well, it'd be 1/4 of what they did so far within the first 12, which is more than perhaps we'd expect, given how they began. Very passive.
What's your expectation? Does this lackluster buy of a round win 9 Pandas? 9.
The thing is, I'd say no, because Iberian Soul, like I was about to say as well, they seem to have set up a pretty passive approach, very calm, defensive. And yeah, I mean, Mopos does pay with his life, but they've got B, so like they were ready for this. They were expecting aggression. They were expecting this to happen. 9 Pandas low buy. They're gonna try and do something wacky. Chiron, yeah, almost goes big, but out of bullets and out of chances. Result once again, 1-man army again, like Krad before him. A clutch required or a round over. I don't know why he's slow walking. Result, you don't have a kit. You don't have anything. Stop shifting. Just run in, die, kill, whatever you do. Like,
Put on your best face, say, nah, I'd win, and just run in. Plus W.
I mean, that's the whole point. Otherwise, you're literally like he's playing for KD. That's insane. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, he's treating that as an impossible round to win. If he's playing it like that, then yes, it is. But
Pretty
nonetheless, it is going to be 8-4. It's at least in the realm of possible, if you just win the pistol, you don't fumble against a potential force, but you win the first gun round. If you do that, you've got an 8-7. You can win the first gun round, you've got 8-8. Or, close enough. You win the first gun round, it's 8-7, and then you again win that next round, it's 8-8. You have a way into the game. It's definitely set up there. But like we say, the second half needs to be out of a fairy tale, because 9 Pandas, they already got their 8 on their CT side, which insanity. Iberian Soul, we've doubted them and said that their firepower just on paper does not match what 9 Pandas can output. Gotta change that. You gotta change it right here, right now. Defend against the A push. You've got Alex and WG. 1 or 2. The 3 they remain, and now 2 wait. Shelfie, Crad,
no.
they've got an opening to one B side. Spotting 2 more on A. They know they've got a chance, a glimpse of a moment side they can take over. With Shelfie to fight for this one, and Molotov to spread them out a little bit further. So rotations made. You play for the retake with the CT side. You play it down a man now.
It's
Hold on.
It's a little bit insane how easy it comes for Iberian Soul to get the first few kills.
Oh!
And, what? And then second later,
God.
lose and then back get to killing. So Soul, what was that move? 1v2 Crad in a great position in main, and there's no utility, there's no diffuse. He's got to check all the corners. He's losing all the time. And Crad literally inspecting his Glock Emerald, which is beautiful, as the round is over. I mean, Soul is really keen on pulling plays like these, and we've seen it already in the first half of Anubis, but it's still not enough. It's got to be so depressing that you pull off a 1vx clutch, that you bring it to a 1v1 twice in the game, and twice you're unable to finish it with a win. That really puts you on edge, and it just makes you want to perform more, but eventually, when the rest of the team doesn't show up, it's just not enough, and it's a beautiful double, like, stunning. But it just doesn't work out.
Just don't work out. And Panda's pistol in the bag is the force spy instead that Iberian Soul have to win with here. And in terms of Mirage, I mean, hey, they did. They did. But they didn't win the map.
Yeah, that's fair. They didn't. Another calm round from 9 Pandas. Actually, first calm round. But starts off well enough. Mopos with the refrag. The P250. Oh, that's the C4. The Dodo cannot evade the shots in the back. And in the end, it's what brings him down. It's also what puts Iberian Soul possibly 6 rounds behind all of a sudden. So Soul, I think he has to go for an ace clutch, for a clutch of some sort at least. He's tried it so many times before, like we said. He's going to try it again, and oh la la, this is an easy catch. Alfie headshotted, now Crad. He's in a bit of a tough spot, but as he finds Soul,
add more.
He's got it.
A third 1v2 for Crad.
A fourth clutch for Crad, in fact, in a 1vx scenario. 3 on their CT side, and now first... excuse me. This... Was he also live on the pistol? Crad, by the way? No.
Crad had pistol, the second, and then round whatever 4. That was a 1 versus 1, not a 1v2.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But regardless,
third 1v2, 4th clutch overall on Anubis alone, and that has absolutely changed the status quo. That changed the game and how it could have been otherwise for Iberian Soul if any of those rounds, the earlier the better, had gone their way.
I mean, 4 rounds.
They haven't, and here's your reward.
To be fair, 4 rounds would have made a massive difference right now. We would have been looking at a possible Iberian Soul win. But 9 Pandas persevere, and we said this is what they're made of. This is what they can do. That's a nice little combo. Good entry. They dropped the C4. I don't think they should be aggressing too much. As all of a sudden...
what?
No way.
Oh, they had a gap. Now it's just one. Suddenly it's been quickly turned on his head. And that is 9 Pandas dealing with what really is the final chance, I'd say. It looks good here for a moment. The bomb was dropped, had to be retrieved. You're like, okay, there's chance. Then from main, walking through, and from the smokes getting caught. A little bit of luck sprinkle for 9 Pandas in that one with the spam smoke. But they're not going to say no to that. It's 11-4. It feels par for the course, if nothing else.
I think it really broke them. Honestly, that's my current theory, is that losing the clutches from Sassol kind of broke him and eventually broke the whole team. They saw that hope is dying, and at the end, it's already dead. I mean, 9 Pandas, this is now a sprint to the finish, shall I say. The only thing it takes for them is a calm 16th, where they don't lose against pistols, and then it's a gun round that they need to win. That's all. And they've got plenty in stock in case of shenanigans. This has been a very, can I say, a polarizing series. Like,
Explain?
like it's been like one side, it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but I mean, how to explain it, rather how to put it exactly, but it'd be more like the fact that we see 9 Pandas off to a good start. They really put in the work, you know, on Inferno. It's 5-0, right, for 9 Pandas, I believe it was. And then they get
Other way
absolutely,
around.
or the other way around, sorry, Iberian Soul. Then the, you know, kind of
5-1
bring
as
it
well.
back. In any case, what I'm saying is, it's weird seeing them be this inconsistent when I know that they can do better, and it really puts me off watching them in this kind of manner. I mean, this is great and all, but I know this is not sustainable apparently for the future. If we've learned from the past, so Sol, good start, Kairon's down. So Sol, can he find another? 2 versus
Massive
2, both
round
are low.
coming.
He can! There's the clutch!
Finally something to work Iberian Soul's way. It is Soul who's been good throughout here. 17 kills, and it feels like finally he's rewarded something. He's been holding on to these situations, holding on to every single possibility with dear life. And finally, Iberian Soul will get a small break, but it's only that. It's not even a perfect break. Look at that D-side buy still. You've got a Chiron AK coming out here. You've got Tech 9s, or not even Tech 9s, sorry, Mac 10s and an MP7. This is not going to get any easier.
Dodo. Easy shut down. Finding no second. No way.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Alright, I mean,
no,
if
no,
it's-
no, 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 no. Oh.
The way the game is going, I don't even
Oh, boy.
blame him.
Oh,
Shelby
this is done, right?
looks to steal this. One more kill, and he can focus on elsewhere. HE at his feet. Now down to Soul Soul again. It's his turn.
How
HE
many more
out.
clutches?
Add another one. Add another one to count him up. That's what, 6 clutches at least we've had here.
This is insane. How many more are we gonna get in a single map? Like, this is what we get perhaps in a single day, as many of these clutches as we get here, but wow. And the fact that it's again a 2v2, the fact that it comes down again to a scenario where Iberian Soul barely keep themselves alive, it's Tech 9s and an AK, like, and a Mech 10. That's all it is. So 9 Pandas, they're certainly drawing closer. As the curtain call is near, it's going to be round 18. 5 in a row required for a tie for our South European friends, as 9 Pandas now moving into mid. Oh. Oh my.
They move into mid, they own mid. Evict the previous owner. Holding on, advantage still in the hands of 9 Pandas, however.
I guess it's the wrap, that's it. Like, surely you don't even attempt to retake this? You've got no
I
kit.
said it doesn't get easier. It doesn't get easier. Last round was just an intermission. They still had money in the bank. They saved about 1,000 each with those MP or Mac 10s, the Hero AK for Kyron. They all had about 1,000 left in the bank. So, bye to this one. The retake ain't looking good here. Neither one has a kit. Look at how far Mopos is still as well. This is all into WG. They know he's got to be alone. He's got to have the first. Mopos with the second. Under the defuse, I think they're just this time. He even picked up a kit. They're plenty time now.
Wow. All I'll say is that is a very good retake that at the end works, but I was very skeptical from the get-go. Their money critical. Losing it would pretty much spell defeat for certain, but they took the chance. I guess they understand that, you know, the difference would have been either 11-7, where they have a chance to win before overtime, or let 9 Pandas get to 12, where basically they got them on the rope until the very end. And I respect that choice. They took the risk. It works out. Well done. And I think the info had to be proper there as well. Somebody called out, yo, I got a kit inside. You can go pick it up at the staircase. That's how we can do it. And that's what happened. Beautiful. Okay. All is good. Nobody's died yet.
They've taken plenty of damage. I like the consistent hero AKs here for 9 Pandas. I just like to buy in general. 1 AK, a couple of players with armor, pistol, AK dies, you can pick it up. It's nice. I like it.
It kind of brings out always the
I like
opportunity
social
of
positioning as well, because this is just a free feast to what it was supposed to be. But Shelfie goes and check for a moment. Mopos. Different angle in Temple. Not an easy one to clear, as many of these angles in Temple are difficult.
The biggest
Even
problem
to
is...
he had to struggle to find the exact angle there for a second.
Yeah. The issue
elevation changes of the stairs and...
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for sure. And
The
now he's
problem
gone down.
is also it's a tight corner. You're coming in from a closer corner. You're closer to the corner itself than the upper, so he's always going to have that advantage of being able to see your elbow before you see him. Kind of, you know, which in CS is quite standard if you know your spots.
Yep. Geometry advantage. It's just
yeah,
a thing.
Plus add on top of that elevation, which really makes a massive difference as well, because then the shoulder and the head effectively cannot be, like, the elbow cannot be hidden at all. And yeah, not to mention getting a pre-fire in that elevation difference is always going to be a problem. Okay, so we've got a few rounds here. There's perhaps some hope yet. Iberian Soul CT side, it seems like they're doing far better than what we'd expect them to. I mean, so Soul is on 21 kills. If that isn't going to be enough, then I don't know what is. But it's round 20, 9 Pandas on a full buy, and it's a full A state. Like, this is just a full stake towards A. They're not even going to waste time here. Nade into staircase, trying to perhaps incur some tinnitus in anybody watching from camera.
Or presently here.
Yeah.
I like the util, there's plenty of it. Most positions will be put into a tough position. A Heaven Smoke, however, missed. Does let Social have free reign above the smoke, but only good for what? A trade from Alex and traded to Alex. The Dodo's up next. The Kill Fetus is feeding up with red and blue. All over, or orange and blue, I suppose. But down to Shelfie, last man. 1v3.
Good reset for him. He's made his way into heaven, and he can isolate the duel in CT. That'd be perfect. He does. Now he has to avoid connector or camera.
OSP.
The molly. Oh, that's a smoke. That's a crazy. Okay, that is a massive smoke right there. I mean, it's a massive L smoke for, to be fair, Shalfie, but he does escape at the end there.
They
thought he had a molly.
No, he does not. He only had that smoke.
Yeah. I thought he had a molly, but... Good retake. Good recovery. And it almost goes awry. If Shalfie had held the corner for the first player coming out of camera, which would have been Stadodo at low HP, there's a chance he wins the duel, brings it into a 1v1, and then I think he heard the second player stepping right behind him as well, which would have given him exact location of his opponent, and all of a sudden you've got a 1v1 where the T player knows exactly where his opponent is. And yeah, 9-11, 2 more to go, and we got ourselves a full comeback. We have to entertain the idea that the CT side just is going to be a better one. Well, it already is, to be fair. It's doing far better than what we'd predicted. 6 rounds here so far.
We did say from the very get-go, if Iberian Soul were to have a chance, it's individuals that need to start shining, star player that needs to pop out. And it feels like we're finally justified in that hope, with it Soul every single time delivering at least one, if not more, is the shining light for his team at the moment. The rest is slowly activating as well from it.
Yeah, I want to see
2 rounds
Stadodo.
the difference. I do want to see Stadodo. I always expect so much more from him, but he's never really answered that call apart from like 1 or 2 maps. Not even games, maps, mind you, so that's something I always am cautious about.
Good recovery by Diletis. Does he re-peek is the question. Resalt is watching from afar, and yeah, Diletis goes back into the fight. Now Kyron's going to be dropping into canals as well. And we've got a B-split coming through. Alex is holding from pillar. He's isolated. The lurk smoke allows that cross out. Mopos trades off through the smoke, but he's alone. He's a one-man army. He goes into the smoke mirror. I think he was spotted. He was. Kyron. There's the spray, and there's the kill through Temple. It's Saul again, my man. He's going to have to go huge in order to salvage this. He thinks about the flank. He thinks that perhaps somebody went through mid, but Soul's fight. Shalfie caught in jail.
Overextending. Had the position, tried to get away after the smoke's faded. Now it's under result. Back at the site!
Ooh.
And Soul to step up again, delivers 3. And delivers a 10 to Iberian Soul.
This is an insane game from Soul. How many more rounds will you give him? A chance to win. And the first 3, he didn't win. The first 3 rounds, the first 3 chances, you know, kind of cut it too close. But since then, he's kind of stepped up. And it's the reason why we see IS here on a potential W already. 10-11. 9 pandas. This is where I think their mentality is going to start to crack. They're going to be thinking, hold up. Weren't we the ones leading by like a 7-round margin, 8-round margin? Like, what the hell has just happened? How are we losing almost now? Ooh. Okay.
Oh. Oh, yeah, you could see him line that up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's nasty.
He felt it. And that Molly's going to give him clearance.
Shiver, Mopos, his Timbers. Davi G. Gotta shake something here as well. There's a lot of more attention to come from Maid. There is not an immediate follow-up through the canals. Makes him wonder. Smoke and Main. Crad will have a show. We'll get to see just in a second or two. Stadodo, I like the push as well here. He's got very aggressive. Well, they know.
They read
must
that
have heard
like
it.
an open book.
Diletis must have heard the scope.
Yeah, he
Oh, not
definitely
Diletis, but
whoever
Result.
was in con. Yeah.
That
Result.
is nasty, so. Because now it's 40 seconds again. You can just wait this out for Iberian Soul. It'll have to be more questions. Answers coming soon. And Davi G, down he goes.
The biggest problem for Iberian Soul? They've made enough rounds in a row possible for themselves to lose all the loss bonus. So they're now at 1.4. And with the last 2 players remaining, if they lose them, there is a very good chance that some of the players will have to play with minimal investments, SMGs and the like. And they'll try this retake. Why not? Sasol has had many more before, and Alex with the entry on Shalfie makes this possible. Dark going to be checked. I think Sasol smells Result behind that pillar. He does. He finds him.
Smoke for the
2
bomb.
versus 2. They're going to smoke the C4. They got the kits. They got the time. They got the chance. The smoke's up on main as well.
Not
he finds
again.
another.
Not
That's
again.
the round. Holy hell, that's got to be round, surely. And it will be round. What a retake. This is insanity. It's Iberian Soul somehow making these retakes possible in a position where
It's
you'd
also
never think
making
to
them
go for
possible.
it. Yeah, Soul, thank you. Yeah.
It's Soul making these rounds. Holy hell. Another one. A 2
this
versus
point-
4. God
Let's just
damn.
let's put the voice box of DJ Khaled on here and just keep trolling it, because at this point that's what it is. It's now over almost 10 rounds, I believe, in which Sassol had a chance to play something. He hadn't won all of them, but goddamn if he's not positive now. 9 Pandas, I think this is where you definitely crack. It's 11-11. You lose this, you're done. You're out. You're not getting to overtime.
Are we ready for a for the comeback to be complete?
Oh yeah, I'm ready, baby. My body is ready. Let's go.
Let's see it. Game is evened out. Both teams now fighting for their life in the series. Still the stakes to those wondering. It is still a 1-0 match only. No one's going home. No one's taking the playoffs from this one, but the winner of this one does get a chance to go playoffs in their next game. Both having won their opening matches, but now to continue. Another B-play. How many of these are we going to get here for 9 Pandas? Because these have not really been that great.
I mean,
They've slowed down, they've had the chances, they've got the bomb sites, and again, they'll be delivering themselves a bomb site with the advantages. But guess who's alive? And guess who you cannot count out?
I mean, at this point, you're expecting him to go for this retake. I can't see 9 Pandas getting anywhere outside of the bomb site itself, but basically waiting for this to happen. There's the first molly. It burns the lettuce. And don't tell me you save now. Come on!
The economy game catches to them.
God damn.
If only Alex or Davigi had a bit more money, they could have tried this.
I am
Finally
just
getting to 12.
Wow.
So many crazy retakes we're now seeing here. So many clutches, 1v2s, 1v1s, 2 versus 4s and 3s, and everything in between. At the climax of the game, when 9 Pandas have finally been caught up, or have been caught up to, do they decide, now that we're in the game, now the pressure is on, let's take this one slow, let's make sure we have overtime possible instead.
It's crazy how we had an 11-3 scoreline, and we find ourselves on 12-11 now after the first round. They don't try a retake, they actually lose because they don't try the retake. Wow. It's just thinking about it makes my brain hurt. As last tactical pauses are utilized, 9 Pandas now 1 away from taking this series and ending Iberian Soul's comeback once and for all. And it's not going to be as legendary, perhaps, as the one we know from the tapes. As round 24 is the last one. Let's see.
Or is it?
Or is it?
Entertain a comeback? Maybe. Maybe
we
not.
believe-
Oh my god, we're actually not seeing a B play!
Hey, it's a fast ascend, and it's going to be, guess who holding?
Man himself hasn't
smiling.
been tested here for a couple of times. They forgot about how he holds, perhaps. Let's see.
Oh, this is going to be... No
Diesel
way
goes
they go
out,
through a smoke.
comes in. They will have to wait this out. They can blow up the smoke if they want to.
They're gonna go
Flashbangs
through the
can
smoke.
go above the catchment as well, but they've got a full execution set up. You've got Alex to assist from mid, and Soul to hold. Good in clutches, not in good in openings.
Oh, it's down to Alex to hold this with multi-frags. He's got support in Davi, but he's not going to be able to hold for long. Davi isolated, not a single kill. And just like that, it swings in the favor of 9 Pandas, looking to finish the series out with a win. Through the smoke, again through camera, it does not work for Mopos. He's no Sasol, and he's not going to be able to do this. It's down to Stadodo, a 1-man against 4. It's an ace, almost an ace clutch, but nowhere near. GG! Series is done. 9 Pandas close it out.
This was infinitely better than I actually thought we were going to see for Iberian Soul here. This third map, it starts off so dreadful as well, but they come back to this. And they're putting a couple of my issues at ease, but I still have worries. I really do, because we only have Social to thank for that third map. Without him...
It was 11-3.
Without him, that game ends probably 13-3, or 13-4, 5, whatever it might be. My issues is still a lie. While a great game can be played here, Inferno, they come back from 9-6 down, 7 in a row, 13-9, they win out. Great. Mirage is where the individuals just don't really show themselves enough. And 9 Pandas, they just run all over them. Here as well, the entire start of the game goes that same exact way. And here we are. At the end of it, with 9 Pandas coming out victorious, but not without a fight.
Indeed. And with that, we finish the first series of the day. It will be 9 Pandas 2-0 now in the Swiss stage. And, of course, for Iberian Soul, it means they're 1-1. But for us, what it means, a short break, and we're back with GTZ versus 500 in about 15 minutes' time. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys in a moment.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Break time's over. Had a call. You know, Grandma needs some help. She's needs me to pick up some stuff after work. You know, she's currently not at home. So, you know, there's that. But all is good.
Love Grandma.
Love
In
Grandma.
any case, we love CS. That's what we're all here about. Ladies and gents, we're back. CCT Series 19. It is the Swiss stage, and we are going to be watching the second match of the day. 500 versus GTZ. Another high match, as we call them, or a winner's match, almost. The next one will be. We're interested in seeing how this one goes. GTZ versus 500, another Iberian team versus, this time, the Bulgarian squad.
Yeah. That's as simple as it is.
I mean, if we take a quick look, of course, at the actual rosters, as GTZ, of course, representing Portugal, all five from the country, Nope J, Snappy, Rafax, Diaz, and Linko. And honestly, I wasn't too disappointed when I saw them against Sashi not 2 days ago, I believe. It was a 2-1, but they played a great game of Counter-Strike.
I'll take your word for it. I haven't seen him in a moment myself. It was God. It's been a couple of oh my god, I want to say since last year since I've actually seen him.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, it's a this to me The current GTZ, it's a... I mean, to me, it's the brand new roster. I know it's mostly, to my knowledge, a fair bit from the previous Rhino. So I still know them. But it's still pretty new. It's still pretty new for me. A change from the old one. Absolutely. But nonetheless, they're also right here.
Yeah.
We know it. To a degree. But, you were saying?
Yeah, wanted to say, not the only ones that made changes recently. If we go now on to Sashi, of course, the Danes, did I say Sashi? Excuse me, 500. I apologize. For some reason I had still Sashi in mind, but 500 on the other side. Basically, we see them now for about half a year with Spellan, since they, believe, benched Patrick. They've looked pretty solid. They've had a decent few wins recently, though they did bomb out of Series 18. If I remember correctly, they basically went 1-3 in the Swiss stage and didn't really show up anything at all. But I've seen, I believe, their game against Fireflux, if I'm not mistaken, and also against Partizan. Against Partizan, they played a very strong match. Like, I think they owned the last map on Mirage 13-3. Partizan never stood a chance. Even though they had Emmy, it just wasn't enough. And honestly, today I'm expecting a similar performance. I'm hoping they give us a proper showcase of what Bulgarian CS is all about.
Sure, yeah. I honestly think we might see a very one-sided show that I'm a bit afraid we could see. But that kind of depends on what GTZ want to give, because I think, like I say, right, 500, they've been fairly solid. They did bomb out of the last one, sure, but beyond that, they have been pretty damn good. So, we kind of know what they can do. It's been a long time since, well, we've seen them as commonly as nowadays. So it's a nice little thing to kind of get them back here. So we'll see what they want to come up to today, because it's been a hot topic in recent times, this whole 500 thing.
There's been quite a few topics. Yeah, I don't want to go into details.
There's been a little bit of talk, sure, but nonetheless, it is what it is. I'm sure. I mean, I at least that would like to assume that there's nothing really going on. So either way, we'll see how things look today. But leaving that topic behind, the Veto's up next. What do you got here? Train out.
Makes sense.
Do we get to see a Dust 2? I really hope not, but I am a bit afraid, because from what I remember, Dust 2 is a map where 500 is not half bad on, right?
Yeah, but
not wrong?
They're not bad on Dust, but I think Mirage is a map where they'll likely choose to go here. I mean, Nuke first makes sense. GTZ is not really good on Nuke, but neither is 500. They have an abysmal result. And then for the second map, if you look at the Veto, GTZ permaban train means that Mirage is open, and that's a go-to map for 500 every day of the week, which means there's a good chance we could go on Dust if GTZ want to play it. Oh, never mind. There's the ban. So what? Ban on, I guess, Anubis? Or do they want to try their chances rather on Anubis and ban Inferno? No, they go Inferno. Yeah, 500 to the side. Yeah, they're going to stick to what they know. Inferno is a great map for them. Always has been. Yep. This is, to be fair, an excellent Veto for 500. Like, this is worst case scenario almost for GTZ. If we discount Inferno, it's like two of the worst maps potentially for GTZ. I mean, they've played not many Mirages, so we don't know what to expect. But we know against Ecstatic they took an easy win. But that was, Yeah,
we say two of the worst maps for GTZ. Well, how about the worst map for both teams right here to start things off on Nuke?
Yeah, just in
This
style.
is the one weakness in the map pool for 500. Both teams have played this, or one team has played it 9 times, the other one has played it 7 times. Neither has won it more than once. So it is a massive gamble coming out of GTZ, but it's the only map in the current pool for 500 that shows any weakness. So, it could have been worse, but not a whole lot. Nonetheless, you're entering into an unknown territory of a scrapyard fight. Cirque and Oxygen, they're fighting on the site, while ships have been removed previously. Nopajay and Linka remain. Cirque is only one alive at the CT side, and fighting from heaven will be sent to heaven, the afterlife, the next round, as GTZ will take round number 1. A straight up bomb rush out A.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a tough one to watch, to be fair. Quite a few whiffs, quite a few misses, a lot of opportunities, and we can tell why it's the worst map for both teams. As round 2, full eco, respect that, 500. Like I said before, not many teams are... I've spoken about this actually recently, I believe it was with Vincent and with Zola, that, you know, not a lot of teams play the standard that is supposed to be because of the new economy, aka you lose the pistol, you full eco, and you full send it on number 3, where you have rifles. You're going to be limited on util, yes, but you still have rifles. And like I said, a lot of teams just simply ignore that, force buy here, and hope that something can be done. Not a fan. Really not. And I'm happy to see it from out of 500. Knowing that this is a weak map for them, they don't take chances. They play full or don't play at all. And
Hello.
hello.
You know, I was looking back at some of the events I counted when it started out. I knew as well, I remembered this as well, but it just kind of still did surprise me. Back in 2020, way back when For the Win was still up and coming in terms of no one really knew them as much outside of Portugal. Yeah, I was casting Diaz, Nopa J, and Story.
Oh, yeah. That's a famous team that actually kind of brought up the scene of the Portugal side more than others.
Yeah. It still surprised me, right? They were still competing at, like, ESEA main, pretty much. So, like, way back when, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, almost. Kind of crazy.
And to imagine, they're not the only one. There's
No.
been
There
many
were
others.
a lot of people
Yeah.
and a lot of teams that I noticed as well.
Do you recall the Giants? Like, they might not have
Absolutely,
been
yeah.
strictly Portuguese, but, you know, they... like, they were also another great organization, I think, for the time. And I'm not sure where they are these days. Do they even... I don't think they even field the roster anymore. I'm not sure if they're still playing. Yeah, they haven't fielded the roster since 2020, basically. That's when they went, I guess, out, which is a shame. But you know, another great team that we saw: Nope J, PR, OBJ, Roman, Mutiris, Alex. There's so many. In any case, going down memory lane, we go into the memories of the full buy. Let's see how 500 do here against GTZ. It's a full A send, apparently, again. A lot of utilities already expended. Full execution beginning, and here we go. Down vents, they try, and I think that's the bomb down. And now Rainwaker's already ready. Surely you don't have a knife in hand? Yeah, you do, Snappy. What are you thinking? Easy kill for Rainwaker.
No trouble at all for him to finish this first one off, and suddenly they're looking for him, chasing his footsteps. Rainwaker gets himself an easy 1-2. What comes after 2? I think it's 3 as well.
I'd say so, yeah.
Maybe 4. We'll see if he gets there, but stuck in a corner and low HP. All he has to do is buy time, and Spell's got to be here shortly as well. He's seen himself. Now in the crosshairs of another, this round should be done either way. Doesn't seem like there's much to it. Maybe. Maybe there is. Problem absolutely is that HP. You can't make a mistake here. Not a single one.
Still have to pick up the bomb as well.
That too. And you're now surrounded. Congratulations. Oxygen, just out of the smoke. Hello. Deny... Oh, never mind. Does not deny the bomb plan, actually.
That's pretty
But
good.
still no mistake can be made. And all it takes is one lucky shot.
At this stage, I'd half expect Nobjade just to run away. Just keep that Kevlar, keep that Galil. You're not gonna lose money because you got the bomb down, so there's no point in just dying and giving away free economy. Good hold, good read, 500. They're in position, they're ready. This is what I'm talking about. It kind of is a perfect transition for what I mentioned previously about economy and how the CTs play these days and why we see so many wonky, weird, and absolutely, let's say, abysmal rounds. And I love the fact that 500 do stabilize immediately. It gives us a potential good game to begin with. As GTZ, well, they draw close on the economy themselves. They're down to pistols, Tech 9s, Mech 10, and a Galil full force, of course.
I wouldn't be opposed to calling some of the rounds we've seen batshit insane as well.
Yeah, that's kind of for the Arkham Asylum for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you see enough of them, you're going insane, you're going right there.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, either Azkaban
Batman's
or
gonna pick you
Arkham
up.
Asylum. I think I'd fit more in Azkaban, given, you know, I'm basically a wizard at this point. But
Keep dreaming, buddy.
eventually it's
Yes,
gonna,
what do
it's
you
gonna
got
happen. Oof. Oh,
Tech 9
okay,
to the
hold
face.
up. What?
1 and 2 for the T side, entry to be fine. Spellin still holding the line. But toward the B side, you've got the bomb now making its way. Spellin has to eventually give up the control of the secret stairs.
This is massive, by
See
the
if
way.
he could have challenged the site instead. They know and think there is something of the C side in terms of shenanigans and positioning as well. They would be correct in assuming so. But it doesn't make the job any easier for Cirque to cross. That's the problem. The Oxygen still from the ramp as well, taking his time. Waiting for his teammates to get into position before they started to make their play. Problem is no kit. Time is ticking low. The only kit is on Oxygen. He has to start running for this.
He needs to get
But there's
there
not
ASAP.
an easy way in. The door's about to be open as well here. Cirque could still have himself 1 and 2 in the bag. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. All in order, all in a row. Oxygen on the defuse just in time.
That is a wonderful retake, and I really like how Oxygen times himself. It is of the absolute most importance in this instance that he doesn't die. He's the only one with the kit, so he's the only one that can make the difference. If he does die, he needs to die on the bomb, where anybody who's close by can pick up that defuse and continue defusing in a split second if needed. And right here, Cirque obviously pulls the master move of them all. Goes in the back of 2, is able to deny the hold on the bomb plant, and in the end, it's enough time for Oxygen to get on the bomb. That's going to be a great counter retake there, as all of a sudden GTZ back on just pistols, and this should be a third for 500 if everything goes according to plan. And I gotta say this, it's lovely seeing good CT rounds, but still scary when you enjoy them like this, as again,
Yeah.
Rainwaker, what is he doing alone, just this exposed on ramp?
That is a good question. Also, to note that last round, it was literally half a second to make the difference. The bomb explosion tick was heard, meaning less than a second. The defuse comes right after. That is way too close for comfort there in that sense as well, but still to get it done. On the A side, Oxygen, he's struggling to get more than 1. Well, the ships comes to assist. We talk about this Matt as well. The numbers he's been putting out for probably 7, 8 years now. Wendigo, WESG MVP with 2017, 18, something like that. He's been putting up this sort of consistent numbers for such a long time.
They won, I think, 2017 WSG. I think that was the one. Or was it 2019, maybe? Just
I
before
think
Corona
17
times?
or 18. But
Could be.
nonetheless,
One of those,
someone
yeah.
knows. And nonetheless, it doesn't change the point much, but he's been cooking it for a long, long time. And it feels good now that he's away from his very short IGLing stint he had on this team as well. They picked up... I want to make sure I'm not wrong here. Spelling to pick up the IGL again, or be the IGL yet again.
I think you're pretty on point, yeah.
So,
Makes
ships
sense.
unleashed, and the numbers he puts up yet again still good. The only one we could kind of say we need more from, and we know we can get more from, is Cirque.
2018.
Currently, he's 5 and 1. He's putting up those numbers, yes, but consistently and over time, I think he's not up there from what we know of him. So we definitely could ask for more and hope that if he gets active as well, this team is a threat to pretty much any team. Although here, falling off, doesn't affect him. Flash finds 1. Able to back away just in time, I think. They're not going to chase him. But it has to go to Rainwaker on ramp. They recognize the 2-man setup by GTZ very quickly there on a ramp. They will get snappy to Northward Maiden now as well. The spell into wait. Up next, Oxygen as well dealt with. A site cleared. Business and access is free. So is the A site real estate. Great ending to the round for Snappy as well.
That was enjoyable to watch. GTZ, clean, well performed. Cirque, of course, begins well, but unfortunately
panic?
with Rainwaker... Yeah, the thing is, as soon as Rainwaker dies and is checked, you know that ramp is basically lost. And afterwards, we see some attempts from 500 to retake certain positions, but in the end, just not enough. 3-3, tied up immediately after losing the advantage. GTZ back on the horse. They've got the money. They've got the potential momentum now back in their hands, depending how this goes. It's quite a round to win. Snappy! Whew. Good accuracy, and the reaction even better.
Down a man at 500, playing passively. Outside is a massive threat here. Cirque, before he even knows it, could have been dead there. If we had a swing from, I think, yeah, that was Diaz. Toward the secret stairs, as he finally does go for a swing out, he does get tagged up. They know he's going to be there. Outside smoke's coming through as well. Perhaps debate the rotation, or to just see if there's got to be any aggression for the CT side here. Cross goes through. It is going to be the B play. Oh, not for Snappy, at least. He's dead. Colt headed into garage, but on the B side, you already have the rotation been made for the CTs here. You've got a great setup. It's very basic, but very effective. Rainwaker contact number 1, Spellin number 2. You should know how to deal with this, but Spellin still gets away with the trade.
And it's Cirque now in action
down
as well.
They're going to try to chase. Bomb dropped. Picked up. Doors closed.
And all of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 2. With the bomb prevented from being planted, it allows control to go into the hands of 500. And this round should be done and dusted. It's an attempt from GTZ, but it falls through at the end as Spellin, secondary op almost there, finishes the job. And that is round over, 4-3. Good recovery from losing the entry. It really looked like they might be falling a little bit out of favor, and then we go back into lower where the Diaz finds a great start, but Spellin's quick on the move with Cirque in support. They're able to retrieve the numbers, and in the end leaving only Nobj alive, who just can't handle the pressure going up against 3. Rebuy at least, but no bomb plant means they are going to be left on an eco next if they fail to do anything at all here on number 8. Ooh, fast main push. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't check. No, Snappy. Careless.
Check your corners. If you don't, that could happen. What? Oh. On the defense itself, Cirque, he knows. They can smell him. And up from above. You got at the end of the round. 500. They're playing a surprisingly decent CT side here, right? From the numbers alone, in terms of the actual wins and such for either one of these teams, 1 in 7 for 5 or GTZ, 1 in 9 for 500. You're definitely not sure how clean of a game they're ever gonna have. But this is surprisingly good for 500. It looks like they're still fairly drilled here. They've got good ideas. And the rotations, the setup, clean enough. So I, for now, am happy.
And I think 500 will be as well. Cirque is having a great game. 9 kills already. This is a stark comparison to the match we watched them in, I believe, against, as I said earlier, Sashi. Oh, excuse me, not Sashi. Partizan, yeah. Partizan is the one. Where Cirque wasn't perhaps the highest fragger, but it was in fact more on the side of Rainwaker, Oxygen, and ships that we saw those numbers rise. I mean, Cirque was up there, sure, but not like this. Ships this time. Against an eco. A bit more daring, a bit more on the nose. Could lose his nose if he peeks too wide. Pretty clean so far. Everything going according to plan, one would argue. Yep, pretty much. 9th round
Yeah.
shall be the 6th for 500. But, well, we talked about history earlier. Do you remember B Pro? Do you remember Windigo?
Of course. Oh, dude, I was in the same tournaments. I was casting B Pro as well. I was playing against them every now and then as well. Yeah, I remember.
Exactly. Crazy few that used to exist. Teams that really kind of had their glory moments, we shall say. Damn, thinking back on it. Whew.
We had teams like Isuba,
Yep.
which still have like Blog Is They Alive in their rosters as well. For the Win had Juve as a coach back then. Cypher was playing in there with the UK team as well. There's a lot of a lot of people. Like you had the old Turkish 9, big academy. There were a lot of these teams. Blue Jays with Red Star as well, for example.
Oh, yeah.
It's just cool to see the evolution of these teams and these players throughout
Rather the players
time.
themselves, yeah. That's the biggest one of them all.
There was even Tagged, who's I think now in Wildcard Academy. We saw him do that by Eklot for a long time. Like 5 years ago when it was like 15 playing those tournaments as well. And now professional teams playing for a good while. Right. A lot of people. Really cool to see. Here though we get to see GTZ with the bomb plant on B. Pushed. Felled. Ships a whiff. Oh, Spellin. Giving himself a great fight. My god, that is amazing. Just AD until they get restless. And a retake for 500, a round secured, 7 picked up for the Bulgarian side.
Very impressive. I will say, I'm a bit worried when I see ships running out of short like that, but at the end of the day, through single door, you know, he tried to perhaps catch the bomb planter, was perhaps a second too late, or a half second too late even. But in the end, Spellin holds on his own, you said it yourself. He's still proving to be quite a thorn in the side of his opponents, even if sometimes we don't see him with those big numbers, but nonetheless performs when needed most. Look at the amount of utility for GTZ. They've basically got nothing left. With 2 smokes, they either outside execute or send it A once they get an entry. And that's what they do. Oxygen caught. Rafa with an excellent read.
As soon as you want them to get an entry, they get it.
Yeah.
Here's one being brought back by Rainwaker to make it a double as well. He'll drop the bomb, give more information to work with. Circus there to stop Nova J from getting anything further as well, with outside now spotted. The round quickly falls apart in just the kill department alone. 500, first round. Not first round, first kill goes against them, but it's not an issue. They drop the bomb, but that's something they have to then go to retrieve as well. Just bait it in almost. It's a very minor mistake here. The trade attempt is great. That's kind of what you have to do. You know he's going to be up close. It's not a difficult duel. But the fact that it takes you 3 to find him, that's the issue. The 500, absolutely off to a flying start here. And this is...
They get number 9.
Yeah, this was kind of my issue. Right, you're going into Nuke. Sure, this is going to be... whatever before we headed into this one. If 500 pick it up, they probably are going to be taking it to 2-0 here with how much we would kind of say they're above GTZ on just the level alone and its notoriety and all that. 500, a better team. They've proven that time and time again. GTZ here to prove us wrong. However, to start things off here, some difficulty at the moment. Decent nade, Diaz down to half, down to 0. And toward the B side. Slowly, but on a ramp. Didn't even realize Oxygen, a CT player flanking for it. And the ship's adding more steps to this one. Rafak's in trouble. F in his name, F in the chat. Snappy, last man standing, and now lying with the fishes.
That is a superb play from 500 again. Spellen, the fact that he gets the DS is vital because all of a sudden the whole assault loses almost half of its actual strength. And when the players are caught on ramp, you know you're basically toast. 9-3 is a convincing first half. 500 now have to prove it in the same manner T side. Can they close this out quickly, or is it going to be a long call into extra overtime, into 24 rounds plus, where GTZ are able to persevere on CT? Let's see the game of chicken now as it begins on T side. Pistol towards A, full rush.
Unfortunate for Snappy. More unfortunate for Linko on side, though there is a quick flank on this one. And it's being dealt with. Down to the last man on both sides, quickly. Flash for Rafax, and the USB struggles. And it struggles evermore. This one is nothing but a repeat of the very first pistol round. The only change is you don't go squeaky, you go out of hot instead. Quick flank out of GTZ as well. The idea is very sound. It's quite literally down to one bullet to make the difference here. One lucky headshot for the USP. Not even lucky, one decent headshot. Not finding it, it's 10-3 in GTZ. They are backs against the wall to start off the series.
Not gonna be a good feeling once we move on to Mirage, knowing how good 500 are. And, yeah. That pistol, it was chaotic as all hell. It again comes down to effectively... I would say I agree there's definitely a bit of a luck factor there. We could see the flash as well not affecting, who was it, Ships at the end there. Or, I'm not even sure anymore who was the last player on
One of the
pistol.
five. Close enough.
Yeah. Point in hand is the last player wasn't as heavily affected from the flash as he was able to somewhat turn around, and that perhaps also again makes the difference. Rafa was blinded, was concussed for a second, made his trajectory and his accuracy less so, and it affects everything. And yeah, clean cut and dry. 511 looking for 12. Let's see if the CT stopped them. This is it.
Do we say the final stand?
Yes, this is the final stand.
Yeah, it's not even 12 yet, but this can as well be counted as the final stand for GTZ. You lose this, you're probably gonna have no money. Maybe you do save a weapon or two and such, you've got a loss bonus, but effectively, the final stand for the game.
Or the map. But yes, the game as well, it kind of brings you in the same, you know, it definitely it's threatened on Mirage, I'll say that much. But not knowing enough about GTZ and Mirage gives me the feeling that we're going to see more than we perhaps expect from the get-go. Even if I've alluded to otherwise in the past. Regardless...
Maybe not more than we expect, but more than we currently see.
Yes,
that's
more
a
than we
good way
currently
to put it,
see,
because it almost never gets worse.
Almost never, yeah, that's fair.
Except for the very one example with Ents versus whoever that was, if you remember.
Ooh, that's a good catch. Now you got me, actually. I legitimately don't recall which game we're talking about here.
I will figure that out. I'll be back in quite literally Alliance.
Versus Passion or Alliance? Alliance. Oh, yes.
It was the 13-4 in Alliance's map pick. That is Kaspersky with like a 1v3 on Ancient Pistol round.
Yeah.
It got worse. I mean, technically it got the exact same score, like 13-4, 13-4, but it got worse.
It was
Let's
worse
be honest.
in watching it. Yeah, that's for sure.
So,
500.
Rafax.
Rush B. Yeah, towards ramp they go.
AWP on a ramp. Ooh, catch the Spellen back. The Spack of Bellon. Fallen back, and he's got a teammate as well to assist him on the lower side. 500 from this point. It's time to search the map. You've made such a quick play for ramp control. You've lost the man. You don't have to commit to this, especially when you have Rainbreaker still outside and water the roof. Making sure the CT side aren't pushing up too far either. You've got all this time. Confuse the enemy. Although I think Rafix, a freebie. Ramp cleared.
Interestingly enough, nobody's looking at ramp. That's like, what? Again,
They
500.
completely left it. And that suddenly allows the rotation. They know it's not going to be a B play anymore.
Yep.
And this one is looking like a fourth one. The final stand, not the final stand.
Well, the final stand that still stands.
The final stand that could have been, won't be. They'll live a little bit longer. 500 now, their economy in a little bit of jeopardy headed forward from this next round. But for GTC, a great round, all in all, right? Rafix, him having that support as well, he's able to fall back and have the assistance ensure insurance that he's not going to be shot in the back immediately. So, nicely done. Good re-aggression. A little bit slow, maybe, for, I think that was Oxygen under Heaven. Oh, to what hell. But nonetheless, very well done. GTC got a little bit of life in them.
That life could quickly be drained. Let's see if the Bulgarian Empire will be reborn here. Oh, Spellin is... How have you not turned around? What? What is this madness? There has to be a method to it, as Snappy finds one, Nope another, and round is over. Cirque dead. How is Spellin not reacting to that? Interesting. It's like he legitimately just full-on ignores it.
If I can't see the monster, it can't see me.
It doesn't exist, exactly. Just, you know one thing he was missing? A blanket. Blankie. That's what he was missing. Round 17. Pistols only. And, yeah, I mean, we don't need to speak much on it. It's 6-11, and see, this is where I get that tingly feeling in my stomach, and it's not the good kind of butterflies, it's the kind of, you know, gotta go moving feeling. I gotta say, I'm feeling a little bit weird. Next round will prove me whether or not I'm right, if my gut feeling is there or not. Or is it just something else? In any case, if they can keep it clean, there'll be a nice number of players as well keeping that bank up. Though, speaking of clean, damn, Mr. Clean comes out of the woodworks. Oh, he's gonna go for another, isn't he? Nose by, no scope, nope, not gonna hit it. A little bit too aggro for himself. A ships instead. Oh boy. Perhaps we won't see a next round. What is this magic? 2 versus 2. Rainwaker has no Kevlar, has got no weapon, a Glock in his hands, and a dream. A dream to go big.
A dream that sends him home. And ships sail this one. Also sinking.
Yeah, that one
and
has
you say
sailed.
this next round is where you're finally you're gonna kind of test 500 on, I imagine. If that tingly feeling in your stomach is right or not, or maybe you're just hungry.
Or maybe there's a third option, but we'll speak about it later.
Ooh, food poisoning.
Okay, I would say that's a fourth and a fifth option. But yes,
Sure.
Yes. Yeah, I'm
We'll see
kinda,
if we get there. We'll see
let's see.
if fourth and fifth options come true or not.
Because 500 right now are certainly on the right track. They lose ships, they've got no op of their own, they've got no control on the outside, they are effectively locked in place, and a decision has to be accepted whether or not they go A or towards ramp. I don't think outside is an option. They've got one smoke left. You won't be able to cross without taking fire from Rafa. He's already got one. He's sure to get more.
I like how dynamic Rafix is being.
Yes, sir.
We've seen him
Love
ramp
it.
with the start for the start of the AWP when he got it outside, and now once or twice and back to ramp. He's just going all over the place whenever he feels like it. And that's what an Oper should be doing, especially on Nuke.
There's another little detail that I want to add there. Rafa, when he was pushing ramp, Nobjay was literally up in his ass. Like, he was literally right behind him, just trailing
He
him
was
like a
searching for comfort,
ghost.
man. Searching
Yeah,
for
he-
safety.
Exactly, and Rafa's like, you know what? He told him, trail me, and, Nobjay took that personally. As, almost blocked him. If Rafa was under fire, he would have died there because he would have been blocked by Nobjay, but luckily that's not the case. And 500, another round dropped. Cirque here saving full belt, full buy effectively on him.
Yeah, now is when the stress or whatever you want to call it kind of starts to pile up on 500. It's just 2 rounds. It's just 1 to get to 12. Now is when the win rates kind of start to show on this map. The history of both these teams.
The
More so
irony,
for 500. Because this is looking like a very good CT side out of GTZ. And it's mostly due to Rafix being such a dynamic oper right now.
I'd like to add on top of that, the irony is, we saw the block right there, but the irony that we've seen exactly this exact scenario not half hour ago on Anubis, where
Hush.
I don't even want to speak about it. Like, if that happens, I'm gonna lose my cool.
They come back to 11-11 and then 13-11
Yeah.
for the team that was winning.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's that's the scary part that I'm thinking of. But luckily, that scary part might never come true. It's gonna be round 19. It's an A push. It's a full send. They're gonna go through main. They're gonna go through Squeak and Hut. And well, let's see if they get it. It's a big fish to fry, but they can.
Rafix, a bigger fish, gonna need a bigger boat. Ships and oxygen, they've got it. Rafix still from heaven. Continues to stand in their way. For main, we've got more battles, which Cirque will
boat
come out on
needed.
top of as well. And the last two, similar positions, but you do start to see J split up. Or Rafix, in this case, split up. J down, and they know where Rafix was, the guy in heaven. Doesn't swing, doesn't look to trade immediately, and I think his time is up. Whether or not he chooses to accept that is a different story at the moment. He's just walked past the kit as well. Literally half a meter. One step forward, it would have had that
another
kit. There's
one.
a second one he can at least pick up. That makes things easier.
Oh, he's gonna wait.
This round.
Oh, Ninja, let's go!
He's gonna look for it.
Let's go,
They will
Rafa.
check. They have to check this. They have to check this. The noise is being made, but there's still one on Squeaky. Rainwaker will stay close.
Honestly,
No Ninja this time. A little
he
bit
went
too
too
early.
soon. He went way too soon. Like, that was not even proper matchmaking style. That was like fumble,
proper etiquette.
first time attempt at a clutch. Let's be honest. Like, you gotta give it at least a few more seconds there before you go for it.
Premature ninja defusing, happens to the best of us at least once.
Exactly.
In this case, Rainwaker stood still, made sure this round was not gonna go the other way. No shenanigans. That is 12, finally, by the way. You got there. You get there, 500. Congratulations. Now close it out. The comeback was already on by GTZ. They've put up a good fight here.
That gut feeling, man, I told you. That's the gut feeling I was telling you about. I guess I was wrong.
It might be option 5 at this point.
It might be option 5, indeed. And Snappy,
look at-
right
oh my
now,
God.
how the hell has he not been looked at? This
That's
is
the bomb. That's the bomb!
that's the round. Oh god.
That is the round,
That's
indeed.
number 8.
Hello, voice crack. What are you, 12 again?
I wish.
Snappy, his 3-piece GTZ will deny man from being taken. Right, it looks so much better, right? 7, 11, it looks so much more doable than 12, 7. Suddenly it's like, oh no, it's over. But here, you have a chance, and now it's 8 to 12. Now we're like, okay, if it ends here, I still think it's a respectable comeback for GTZ. But the problems really lie in the actual veto and the maps itself, because this is the only weaker one that 500 have, and if this is how they look on a map where both these teams are supposed to be a bit poor on, 1 out of 7, 1 out of 9 in terms of wins, you definitely want to see more from GTZ. I just want to see this come to like a 9 or 10 rounds at least. Then I'm going to be happy to be like, okay, Mirage, time to shoot back, because currently they are shooting back.
They're doing
Just
a damn
in
good
limited
job,
quantity
yeah.
from the first half kind of skews those numbers currently.
Now, the attempt towards ramp could succeed if Rafa was not there. With him,
But he is.
there's a 0% chance you go through, and indeed, that's exactly the statistic the GTZ go by. 50 seconds, it's a one-man show, Mr. Ships. If there's anybody that should have the capabilities, it's him. But Nope J has already heard him. They know where he's coming from, and
He's sailing into the night.
oh, he's got. Okay, yeah, never mind. For a second there, I saw the pre-fire. I legitimately saw the pre-fire, but he just didn't commit to it fully, and that's round. Well done, GTZ number 9. 3 more to go, and we go to overtime. As GTZ play a perfect CT side so far, almost a perfect, let's say, besides the lost pistol and the round previous.
They're playing good enough of a CT side.
Yes, yes, very commendable.
But nonetheless, it makes me wonder, right? What if they had 1 or 2 more rounds on that first half pretty much? Right? That's the sort of story.
Yeah, it would have made a difference.
Molotov, very lucky not to spread completely. Still, 2 HP taking off graphics. More utility goes down as well. You look around the edge of it. Spellin, Ships, if they want to give him that fight, he'll take it. But he has to be cautious, because up close, you have the first. Ships into the smoke and a Rafix to fall. Fakes the reload. And Ships walks into it, but a bit short. No, oh, not too common, but a no-scope makes do. Snappy with the next one, and 2 remain for 500 to close out the game. Oxygen and Raid Waker. His dreams, nightmares, and his reality that strikes the 10-12 for GTZ. They keep it going.
That's a bingo. It's over. I think we're going to overtime. I feel like right now 500, this was the round they were pretty much putting all their hopes and dreams into. They probably had the best chance with it as well, having almost got Rafa, having the initiative down on B, and they find themselves on pistols and Kevlar. Tactical timeout, they're going to try one more last time. And given how many times they tried and how many times they failed, the statistics, the numbers are not in their favor. I'm genuinely concerned at how they're letting this one slide by a margin like this. I mean, it cannot be a better start than 11-3.
Sure.
Like
though I'm concerned about the Tech 9 buy like this to finish the game.
Oh God, yeah, that's
I'm
true
worried
also.
about the real stuff in the game, man.
That's fair. That's fair.
11-3, that's daily occurrence. Joke
All
that,
grenades.
whatever. But it's a Tech 9, so that's a real issue.
What?
You gotta get past first, second, not a third, not yet. Diaz and Linko will stand on the site. Make their statement. They won't lose, not that easily, but it's down to 1. 27 HP on Oxygen. He has dropped the bomb on site. Has to recover that, but the entire round is still to play. But the J is making a quick rotation as well to catch him on a ramp, to match him. Maybe not. Went back up the ladder. Lied. Fooled us. But he is looking for this. And thus, I think the pistols will not get this one. Despite how it starts. Quick rotations and a good defense. GTZ to full 24 rounds, maybe above.
I think 500. If this doesn't go well, if they can't recover here on Nuke, I'm not perhaps holding out too much hope for Mirage afterwards, because this is insane. It's snappy again. Rainwaker just walks out of HUD. They're just losing players every round first. Like, it's not even a question now. It's a fact, as Nope J is going to be holding ramp. He survives long enough to call rotations. He's going to hold ramp long enough to basically buy players to get down in secret. And with this, I think 500 know that they're locked out of B. They shouldn't even commit here. Yeah, go back. Exactly. That's the right choice right now. You need space. You need to either re-aggress outside, make the GTZ side spread itself thin, or somehow able to find entries on towards A and then kind of isolate whoever remains, as this is a hard round. Like, they are really putting themselves on a chopping block, and I'm not sure this is going to work. I mean, they've got 2 smokes, so outside, I guess. Maybe walk main. That could be an option. Surely you don't go secret here, because that's just insane.
We'll see what the Ferrari GTZ does to wait for them. Catching up to the face of Fiat, but to try to overtake them, that'll happen in overtime. Raphax goes crazy. Again delivers a massive round. Again and again and again. He'll keep doing it until they caught up at 500. Start your engines, because this is win 1 where you just stalled out. Gotta restart your game somehow, because GTZ, they're on your heels. Not only that, they're more than ready.
What you see, you don't get. CS2, baby. He was in main. No wallbang, but still a body shot. 12-12, but Rafa makes it cinematic. 25th kill for him as they tie the knot and bring it back in their own favor. 12-12 indeed, as overtime now starts off with Cirque on the op. I am having flashbacks. The only thing I'm praying right now is that Hayes' law does not come into effect, because that would break me completely. 11-3, folks, and it's now overtime. That's how far we've come.
Let's get it, baby. Hayes is a law. Those uninitiated. A team is on 12, struggles to close out the game for a while. As soon as it's overtime, they get 13. As simple as that. You've seen it countless times. Probably more. At 500, they've started off with Diaz down. Chips with the shadow advantage. At least sleeping. Still takes the duel without taking all too much damage, but
it looks
should not have been that difficult. A second shadow shown, and this is apparently Chips' round.
It looks like it is going to be happening. Oh,
welcome.
This is
to Counter-Strike 2, ladies and gents. Chips, it's his round. It's 4 kills, and might as well get an ace at this point. But Raphax, I think he'll give it up to Cirque instead. But it doesn't change the fact that this was a one-man show to get 13. But it's not over yet, because overtime, the magic number, right at the middle of your screen at the very top, first to 16. God damn it. I mean, they started their engines, I guess.
Sure, okay.
But when was this in regulation?
It just took them
it
took them, how many rounds? 9, right? Yeah, it took them 9 rounds. It's fair. It took them 9 rounds, but hey, it's 9 rounds nonetheless, and it's gonna be number 1 here in overtime to go their way. So effectively, we cut down the numbers themselves. They need to get 4 rounds. So take a look at this as a 1-0 currently, and if 500 get to 4, they win. If it's 3-3, it's second OT up to 8. As, again, we can have a tie. And then it's, again, overtime. But back to reality. Link up.
Ooh.
A lot of damage.
Gotta watch out.
Kills. Yeah.
I think the box can be spammed as well. Might be a specific angle. I could at least spot through this, and that's what Rainmaker's doing. Might see somebody. Actually, not sure. Does that show you through the smoke as well? Is there like a little graphical bug there, maybe? Not sure. Definitely looked like it, but can't tell entirely. But it's a very nice spot nonetheless. Gotta hold your mouse very still either way. But here, going for the push, Rainmaker is caught. Squeaky cleared 30 seconds, and at the exact right time when ZTC make that push, they gotta rotate one man down the vent, and it will be Snappy waiting. And it'll be Raphax, not baiting, but Baited 4. Nope, J, beautiful M4 as well, and that is a very clean, concise GTZ round at about 14 all.
Truly is Hayes' law, isn't it? As 500 falter again, fail to pick up the kills, and in the end get stopped in their tracks before they get to a bomb plant. Doesn't matter, it's overtime. Cirque, though, running low on funds at 2k left. He's gonna need a drop at this rate. And GTZ shall begin again anew, the same way as before. NopeJ anchoring a ramp. We got Linko playing A. Snappy, I believe, splitting between main and garage at times. And then, you know, you got the DS effectively playing either anchorage outside or helping ramp. And Rafa, of course, the ever-changing opper. The morph.
Also,
Oh, nice shot.
yeah, I think you miscalculated a little bit here. This is the last round of the overtime half. Cirque does not need a drop.
Yeah, that's fair, actually.
Yeah.
That's actually... Yeah, I completely blanked on that. I just returned myself back to 2018, where this was a score where we'd still expect...
Yeah, this was
at
a
least-
regulation.
Yeah, this was regulation, yeah, effectively. This was like, yeah, this is normal. 13,
I gave you
13.
time to figure that one out, but figuring it out, the puzzle becomes a little bit more clear for 500. They're finally finding themselves a couple of rounds on this T side. Maybe, because this one's still not done, and OBJ and Link are both toward the A side. You have a Cirque with a bomb, secret stairs. You have to be careful or cautious about a couple of different angles. That's the one. Get those words out. Focus on B, 35 seconds. This still will be an A play. Maybe they decided to go down vents if they're feeling crazy, but the risk in that alone is kind of a tough one. Rainbreaker makes a little bit of noise on the ramp. This might make that rotation, but until they spot that bomb, not going to commit to a full-on play, but they are still in a rotation. Oxygen seen in main. And Cirque needs to nail the shot. 10 seconds. Heaven is still a problem as well, even if Cirque gets past this first one. Unable to do so in a Rainwaker in the vents. Will give up 14. From a man advantage to one man surviving. A round that lacks inspiration for the end when it comes to 500 and how they play it. As Oxygen just walks out alone from main. That's not great. Cirque too far to trade. And the round done.
Pretty simple cleanup. And we find ourselves now 2 away for GZZ. Unfortunately for them, though, they're just 2 away and not 1. Which means T-side could still go horribly wrong. 500. They've had an unstoppable first half, and surely they are to repeat it on overtime. Opening up, Cirque with the op, and they are pretty much heavily focusing on A. Meanwhile, GTZ looking to spread their influence into secret. I kind of like the idea. The problem is, Ships is already down there, and I believe right now we're going to see either Rainwaker or Cirque add on top of the defense. Oh, good catch. Ships, meanwhile, and Oxygen perform their own duties, holding the site. Rafa from Hut instead of Secret. They go into main. They surprise even us in 500. They've lost the side. GTZ, they've done the impossible. They've made the bomb plant happen. Now they've got them cornered. It's an after plant which they can hold pretty well if they just expect the unexpected, and that is a lobby push.
Unexpected? Probably not. To you, that maybe. First one, Cirque will nail it. Rafik spected in by a step or two. Linko not spotted at the first pass, but Cirque will still get him on the second. Utility behind the sight, force out the fight, and Nova J. Loaded a 1v3, and he's made it just the one. Cirque, oh, missed a shot, missed his chance! 1v3, it's complete! To take 15 to get there first, it'll come from GTZ.
Excellent recovery, all I can say. GTZ, in the end, they made the bold decision. Rafa definitely overextending, allowing himself to be caught, and Ships with the fact that he finds the kill into main, it kind of puts them on edge, but NopeJ, as you said, plays it down to the last. survives somehow until there's too much time gone. The defuse can never happen, and all of a sudden 502 are required to put us into double overtime. It's all or bust as Nuke is coming to a close. GTZ kicking it off on the outside control.
He's
That
just
was a
unstoppable.
lightning reaction. Oh, they're going to check the corner. This is a deadlock corner, and yeah, they check it always. Ship's dead. I think that's why they check it, because Cirque was the one to fly that quickly to check, right? Cirque was spotting Silo. He needed to get eyes on for ships. Spellin somehow through the smoke also locks on to the second player there. Rainwaker finishes the job. It's Snappy. Meanwhile, Rafa again. He's so quick.
He's not supposed to live that one. Ever. Oxygen, though, has a game-winning play, round-winning play here. Drops two. Not by Jay alone. Already, he could clutch back-to-back here. Put his team to map number 2, to Mirage with 500, the ones having to push this one. Close out potentially in 3, but it's not done here. Noba J won't get this one past him. That's the right ideas, but Oxygen. A round-winning play from the first 2, and it will take the third as well. 500, 14-15. Nuke absolutely slipped away from them. 11-3.
It really did.
Here we are in OT.
1 round from secondary overtime, where now 500 will start CT, which means the world for them, I think. And we're gonna kick it off once again pretty aggressively towards A, apparently. Here it looks like they want to set themselves up for another fast A push. Ship's already tagged, and despite what everything happened in the previous rounds, somehow they're still persevering easily. I just don't want to see a wasted lurk here. GTC, you've got one chance. A lurk is all it takes to win a round properly if you're set up for it. And Rainwaker very far from ramp. He's blinded. He's not caught, though. Does he re-peek? He does, and he finds one, almost a secondary as well. Snappy's the one to quickly refrag, but Hoffa predicts Oxygen's push into lobby. He's read it perfectly, and invents Hurt with a knife in hand. Cirque, no! As Ships is the last man. This is map 1 done. It's 16-14 to Diaz with the final catch and the whistle to end the round.
What a game we get here. And what a way to find ourselves here as well. God damn. I
am kind of perplexed that it actually goes the way for GTC in the end. The fact that they win in overtime in 500, 11-3. 9-3 first half, win the pistol, win the second, get to 11, only to drop the ball in the most egregious of manners and absolutely get destroyed in overtime, where then they find nothing. And with Mirage up next, like I said, I worry for what happens with their mentality, with their focus, with their trust in the fact that they can still win.
Yeah, nonetheless, to Mirage we go for map number 2. And this is going to be a good one. We wanted to see a fight from GTC. I said if they get to like double digits, to 9 or 10, we're going to be happy and we're going to know that we have a fight in them and in for the game as well. We have that. We have more. They take the series in overtime. They have now the momentum to continue as well. And potentially to close out the series on a Mirage as well. I am looking forward to it as well. We'll see though. 500, will you bounce back? Will you show us what you're really made of? On a map you're comfortable with? Let's find out after the break. Hey, how you doing? We're back
Yeah.
for a second map, fifth one of the day, and possibly many more to go. Oh,
Any more,
Right.
hopefully.
and certainly more to go.
More to go for sure. 2 more series afterwards. But right now, what we're entering is Mirage, our second map. It's 500's map choice, which means GTZ do have a tough job ahead of them. As I've said before in the pregame, we don't have the big map sample size that you'd usually expect out of GTZ. So, what's our expectation here for the Portuguese team?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they do somehow rock up and decide to own the game. The way Rafix was playing throughout the nuke, he was very much involved in so many damn situations, was the key component behind that comeback. A map like Mirage just kind of burrow into that same sort of stuff where the AWP can absolutely be the difference maker. So, I kind of want to see if he can keep that up. Most likely, I think 100% of the time here, GTC is soon to be starting on that CT side as well. That continues Rafix and his momentum a little bit as well. So, I'm eyeing at him. We're in for a surprise, I think. But, honestly, just as easily could be going a solid 500 map pick here as well.
Well, let's find out. Cirque had a great showing. He definitely kind of brought up 500 in the first half. Problem is, nobody else stepped up once we saw 500 on the T side. I'm still perplexed that they lost the game, or the map, excuse me, after leading 11-3, but at the end they did. 500 now find themselves on the T side. They push towards B. We'll switch the names on the top in a moment here. 500 right now taking control of the site as GTZ are about to lose the round. It is going to be GTZ to take the L here.
Yep. And that is,
All there is to it.
yeah, a very quick pistol round. Sometimes all you gotta do is walk B. Or, in this case, rampage. Run and gun. What else? Plow your way through the site. That works.
I guess, yeah.
OBJ. Well, to be dead as Cirque, looks like he's got this as well, but Dual Berettas, I was gonna say not an easy fight to win, but apparently for him, all good. And the Glock just needs one. A easy enough of a round for 500.
There we go. It's going to be 500 finding the pistol with a fast B push. I like the idea, and it comes out perfectly. With control now in their hands, effectively, they can begin this map a little bit more comfortably. A bit more on the nose, perhaps. T side, always good to start with a bang. I'm not sure about the buy, though. 2 MP9s, a Deagle 5.7, and a Scout. Now, Rafa, you've said it yourself. We've seen him. He was in some glorious mode on Nuke. 33 kills total, I believe.
Maybe? Let me double check
Could've
the
been
numbers
even-
here as well. And 32.
32, okay.
105 ADR for an AWPer. Very impressive.
1.58 rating. I mean, that tells you enough.
Yes, it does. Here though, 500. Onto what an A side that will be completely freed up once Diaz is now taken care of. Short than connector, you've got more CT players to fight for this one as well, but as soon as that bomb goes down, all issues pertaining the A site and if 500 will have the round will be answered. And it's dealt with. No, but Jay, just a MP9 he's looking to save, but most likely just a weapon he wants to bring in instead. And Cirque, he'll have assistance flying through in the name of Oxygen. There'll be two to face off against, and with an MP9, sure, it's doable. Gun is very fast at shooting, but he'll finally find only the one, and that is the round then taken. Casualty, sure, there are two, but for a forced buy, that's not really a lot in terms of success.
It really is not. Well, all in all, this is pretty telling. 500, great start. Again, they proved to be the better team to begin. This on T side, for example. Hopefully, it's not a one and done kind of thing, but jumping into round 3, it's going to be full eco. GTZ don't have a choice but to stack something up. I just pray we stop seeing these defaults on full ecos. I really do. Nice bot shots, but so far no kills. Time is running out. Oh, Spellin down to 30. Takes a bullet through the smoke. As they walk B. Here we go. Spotted on the jump, link up. Crossing into apps. At least Oxygen gets a second. Rafa and Diaz and Nope J. Back to a 1v2. Deagle in hand. Rafa, how many bullets? I don't know, but perhaps enough. If it's got 2, it's enough.
More than
Got
2.
one more.
At
Oh,
least 3.
where are you
4.
turning? Where are you looking, sir?
Looking the wrong way! 6 feet under! That's his direction!
Oh my god.
Stolen graphics again, man!
Full eco.
He just doesn't stop!
It was a full eco, folks. I'm joking, it wasn't. It was a force buy, but it'd be funnier if it was a full eco. It'd be
Oh,
funnier.
it was an eco. It was an eco. You had one deagle.
I tried to make it better, man. I'm trying to help 500 here, at least somewhat. It was a full eco. That's the point. Oh god, makes it so much worse.
5 AKs.
Perhaps, now that
5
you put it into
AWP.
perspective. Oh, yeah. Well,
No.
here we go.
5 AVP. 5 AVP. Shout out, Push Your Biceps. Rafix, shout out to him. Yet again to open things up here. Diaz down and Rafix yet again. Oh my god. He just doesn't stop. Look at this. Insanity. No one even tries to deal with him. They throw a... They don't even throw anything. There was a CT smoke he deployed himself, or someone deployed for him. Maybe it
Pretty
was
easy
that
cleanup.
T-side... Like, it was a CT... Oh, no, what? That wasn't a T-side smoke. Never mind, I'm lying. A terrible smoke. It's on the mini-map, it looked like a CT-sided one, but no, absolutely, that's a terrible smoke. Wow, yeah, no, that's all there is to it. If you give an Olper that much of a chance from take a booth or from CT spawn to just go above it and round it, that's what can happen, and that's suddenly 2-2.
tied up, 500. I hope they didn't screw themselves over here. This round is kind of hella important for them. Not to mention this map, after losing Nuke, you're going to have some doubts and you're going to have some issues after such a great stellar show that you still lost it at the end. It's got to be somewhat painful to a degree. As we're seeing another B attempt, this time a bit mild. A single AK only, though it could suffice. Oxygen finds Linko. That's the B now falling, though the hold from Nope J, is it accurate enough? No, he's going to be caught. As he's unable to make it multi, means the advantage now lies in the hands of the T's. Snappy, though, yeah, that molly stops the bomb plant. Vital.
They know they're going to be off it as well, and from A, timing's not perfect, but Rafik's dead. And Zerg to finish it off. It delayed the bomb plant and all of that, but it's not good enough to actually win the round itself. This opening, though, this is disgusting from Oxygen. Immediately negates the CT side hold here for as much as they can, and Nova J, good for only a single one himself. With that now, 3-2. 500, they are...
zooming.
Hopefully, maybe, I don't know. Honestly, no clue. They're putting on the pressure at least, GTC with their economy and all that, and that's a massive part of any early game. Figure out which way the wind blows. And here, oh my god, oh yeah, no, that blows. A terrible spray. Better one back, there's finally at least some sort of reward from it. Rotation's made to be, but it is not meant to be.
Let's see if 500 keep this round in their hands. Certainly a good possibility. Effectively guaranteed, actually, if unless GTC decide to play some crazy retakes. I mean, we had enough of those, I think, on Anubis. I'm sure we've pretty much expended our inventory for great retakes on that first map. Oh, excuse me, third map of the last series, first series of the day.
The game that was previously, the one before this one.
Yep.
The game we had before this one started in our last map before that one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yippity yappity, as we're yapping away, round is over.
Yeah, I mean, a simple enough round for 500, right? All you gotta do is find the entries. Even if there was something back here, it just isn't enough. You have a very clear round from ships. That was exactly where his opponents are going to be as well. The bench corner is very common to play. And he clears up, scales very nicely. Having spotted nothing on shore, did we continue? Instead of financials could be in trouble, they'll at least save some weaponry to still have here. Up in the window. Exposed. Still good for one.
Good trade, yeah. It's going to be down to Rafa to again deliver a few kills potentially. Rainwaker will be traded off. That's a great start, actually. Are we really potentially seeing another pistol here?
It's not called as a pistol around per se, but...
Well, it's not necessarily gonna be a pistol round, sure, but it's close to, at least.
He saved weapons. USP now dead, and Rafix. If anyone, it is him. Molotov just cuts off oxygen as well from his rotation toward a B. The bomb very lucky not to be actually on the side when Rafix finally gets activated. Now they've got time, and now they have Rafix who has to make this rotation instead. Through CT. Oxygen's gonna hear this any moment now as well. There it is. He'll be turning. Rafix will be thinking. The bomb be planted.
He goes
through the
past
flames.
He can aggro
He's
here.
looking to make a challenge. I like it.
Yeah.
Bit of noise. Buying time. Oxygen. He's here. Was seen, but only for a split second. Not recognized. And that is 500 for the round.
Not enough of a read there to expect a flank. And yeah, 500. Number 5 on the board. Make it look a little bit more convincing now, once again. And honestly, I'm still not too trustworthy of believing this scoreline just yet. I'm gonna have to see some more, even after all of this.
I don't know why Oxygen, by the way, threw a flash at the end. I had to rebuy it. It's just waste of money, man. $200.
He doesn't care.
I do.
Luckily,
Should have
he's not
considered
you.
that one, huh?
That's true.
I'm the guy who goes out looking at the utility on the ground as I'm preparing a clutch. I win the clutch, I go back and win the route, I take the utility. Maximize. Connector smoke missed. Out from ramp, Diaz will deal with the Rainwaker and need a little 1 or 2 punch as well for the CT side. They're not gonna know about the connector smoke missing either until, well, eventually. Now, soon. Up short, however, into the next M4 that awaits. Definitely a gap at the CT side setup in terms of connector and short control and how they had that set up. But apparently not much in terms of actually mattering here. Bob, I don't know if they... No, I don't think they know it's here on the CT side, but... Gibbs will show it shortly enough. He does have Oxygen still completely other side of the map. At 30 seconds, he'll make the play. Long rotation, Oxygen needs it at the entry. If not, it's a done deal.
Might be soon enough. 20 seconds,
yeah, that's
Oxygen spotted,
perfect
shadow
position.
giveaway, and round is over. Number 3, fighting for survival, clawing their way back.
Easy enough.
Yes, it is. Hopefully, more of it to come. Round 9. Effectively another buy without too much of a problem. Still hefty bank left. At least for some of the players, they're going to be above 2k almost. Good crossfire from side, by the way. The read on point. Even if Snappy still gets killed at the end, the hold is on point from Edward here. Linko not easily taken down, and that is going to be yet again turning the tide in their own favor a little bit. This is one way to make a comeback possible, and well, not a comeback, but rather a full-on statement. Here we go. Round 9. All out for Cirque. A little bit more quiet than Nuke. Only on 7 kills so far. I believe he ended up the first half around 12 kills in.
Knows? I don't, but Rafix is in the know. With a couple more here, 11 is his end for this round. The T side it will still quickly compound as well. More kills. Snappy will be the next victim. Burning the flames, thought it was safe, tried to run away. Not able to get it. No safety for him. Nobjay and Linko, last 2 remaining. Duel in CT. Decides if we have a round or not. We don't. That kit does very little right now. Half the time is already taken. 3 players to find. Backing off is the smart play, and he'll still stick around for something. But you already have Rainwaker as well at the same time. Might have been heard. Ready for it? No. Elevated angle, 500, wipe out everything, or every single one from GTZ here. Take them to level 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a great early defense as well, but they still clawed back very quickly with there's more and more pressure added onto that connector and stairs positions. Like the first 2, if they don't deal with it, send more.
Keep trying to overwhelm the enemy, yeah, and it works.
Throw shit at the
500.
wall, see what sticks. Tried and true tested method, man.
To be fair, that's actually legit true, yeah, I was about to say. It's kind of legit. Yeah. all of a sudden, 63 again, and it's looking awfully a lot like Christmas. And the only thing I do hope we don't get to see here is 9-3 halftime into some sort of a crazy comeback again from GTC. Cause that would be just too much. That would be going over the top. Somebody is gonna have to chat with somebody.
Oh. Ho ho ho, Santa Claus to round number 2.
Yeah. Let's see.
I like the angle as well. This is a slight geometry advantage with the pillar blocking half his body. Or a portion of it. Quickly traded away, however, Cirque will find him. 3-on-3 still. Good position to be in if you are GTC, because you have the advantage and information. They are headed toward that A site. You can find Spillin here in mid, just barely, as he tucks into connector, will be found out. Traded back by ships and from above. We'll look to support Cirque, making his way toward that bomb plant. From CT, the swing is there. There's no miss. It's all ships.
Now that is just absurd. That really is absurd, as round is effectively just finished on a dime there, on an easy play.
This
Not much.
is GTC kind of fumbling this one, I say. Snappy in such a wide open position when he has information they're headed towards A. They had the advantage as well. A bit of a free gift. I guess Santa Claus comes early this year. His name is Ships now, and he's very violent.
He's had enough of the BS, we might even say. He wants to win, he wants to get a guaranteed W. And this is one way of doing it. Taking matters into your own hands. Kind of cleaning house.
Lucky to be alive. Not for long. Back in my day, the D, or the extra D in Diaz used to stand for Deagle.
I
2020
just for something
and
else when I was
before.
your days, but yes.
Back when your name was still Grev and I was still me. Casting the guy.
Oh,
It was a long time ago. And
That
either,
was
by the
actually
way,
a long
I just
time ago,
remember,
yeah.
Aros, Doze, and U-Jerks as well. We were casting them.
oh yeah, that's actually so true.
2020, still in unknown teams.
Yeah,
Crazy.
still very much unknown players to a degree. Everybody didn't not a lot of people expected anything at all out of them.
And now,
Here we are.
and here they are in...
Would have
Well,
thought.
not here, in an IP.
Would have
I
thought,
do
huh?
not too hot.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about NAP. I think they fumbled themselves enough that they don't need an extra scolding. They know how screwed they are anyway. But here comes another round, 500. I mean, are they gonna like the fact that we're even seeing another potential 9-3 here already, even if it goes 8-4? Like, I just don't have words for how awkward all of this is. As Snappy finds ships, perhaps that 9-3 never happens now. Let's see. Rafa finds oxygen, and their CT side a lot weaker than what we'd seen on our first of Nuke. That's for sure.
Quick shots, one more to go. And 16 at the end of the halftime for Rafix. Nice.
Pretty damn effective. Yeah.
Yeah, but is that 16 really enough to get your teammates online? Because apparently the answer is no.
Yeah, that's a...
Said Mirage is absolutely a map where one man can single-handedly carry a game. And if you can't pop off, if you have those individuals wide awake, you can absolutely can take this map away from 500, but so far they played a very good T side. Spellin barely gets himself on the board. Oxygen and the ships, they've carried this throughout that. 2 versus 3 as well with ships, just the 3k he finds toward the end of there. It's absolutely game-changing as well. Or game-defining, let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's perhaps a little bit better put, but regardless, the game is effectively...
Oh,
you know,
oh my god!
he just makes
Yeah,
it
it's
easy.
getting harder to breathe for GTZ. Oxygen is
That's
down.
Hard to live.
What of the sight? And out of the sight.
And we're back to the same score as we had it almost on Nuke. In fact, right there almost. Ah man, I'm a little bit sick to the stomach with how all of this is progressing.
Option 5, baby.
Yeah, for real. For real. Oh man.
It's that Balkan breakfast, haven't had your fiber.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just shocked. I'm legitimately shocked that GTZ are this inconsistent. Like, this is next level. Like, this is next level inconsistency. There is no joke about it.
Nah, this is just a show for
Come
the
on.
actual game itself. I mean, Nuke was the poor map for either one. It literally was a 50-50 coin flip. No one had barely won anything. That was the second time either one of them teams had won a map.
Yes, and
on
yet
it.
somehow we still get to see one hell of a show, right?
Fueled by one man. We see a
Yeah.
Mirage fueled by one man.
That's fair. That's fair. That is
And
fair.
its Mirage for 500 are better than you could ever say they were on
No,
Nuke.
you're right.
1
you're
out of
right.
9,
I'm
now 1 out
looking
of
too
10
deep
wins
into
on
this.
Nuke.
Yeah. You are.
Mirage, this is their bread and butter. This just makes sense.
Well, what makes sense is that it looks like it's going to be 500 winning. We're going to go through a third map. That's what it makes sense right now to me. At this point,
For me, the question
should-
in the series was if Nuke goes or does Nuke go 500's way? If yes, 2-0. If not, Inferno.
No, that's a fair assessment. What really gets me is that Nuke doesn't go their way. That not only that, it's that it doesn't go in their way in the way that it kind of ended. Like it was, you can't tell me if it was 13-2 or 13-3 on Nuke for 500, I'd be like, okay, you know, that's fair. It happens. I mean, it's Nuke. They don't play well on it, etc. But the fact that you can play that well and then just fumble it that much, it's crazy. It's gotta hurt, and hurt it will. Oxygen trades, but it's not enough. Linko still finds one, and they're gonna try B. This is a near impossibility. Yeah, the crossfire is dead, and there it goes. That is round done.
That is very close to it. We played right. Spellin barely on the board. Linko barely any better. He's on 3 now.
He had very decent impact on map 1, to be fair. Like, he was...
Yeah, but that map 1 impact currently doesn't carry over.
Nope, it does not.
That's the issue. Waiting. Oxygen's looking the other way. Hello. Teammate getting shot at. But all spirits, I'm assuming, are fairly high for 500. And thus... I mean, 11-4, need we say more?
No, I don't think we do. It's pretty obvious where this is headed, and GTZ, the one thing they have going for them is perhaps they get lucky and bounce back on a magical round. Something. I don't know, man. I don't hold out hope is what I'm saying at the end, I guess. I really don't see them bringing this back in any significant manner, if I may say so.
They've seen ships, but they can't deal with him, apparently. Flashbang too decent. Third one, the connector finally gets himself a hands on a ships and his AK.
Up in connector, stuck in connector, now out of the round. 2 remain, 1 remains, and you count it down with me in about 3, 2, 1.
1. Happy Hanukkah, no. Happy Halloween, no. Happy New Year, I don't know. It's
Happy soon,
map?
probably Easter, I think, or happy late Valentine's.
we had masquerade, like how we had, how do you call it?
You had your own Halloween.
Yes, the Halloween that actually is Halloween. Like, it's not Halloween because it's not an American
Yeah. We have our
thing.
own Halloween as well. That's like January.
It was just
February, I don't know
happening.
when.
No, it was just happening for us just this weekend, actually, now, or this week.
Happy Slovenian Halloween.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of the old days, right? One of the old ways of, yeah. In any case, I'm
Back
going
when
over the
people
board
used to
here. I've had enough of the jokes.
hike
This
the
is map
school
over.
uphill both ways.
Yeah.
The old ways.
The old ways, man. That's how it was. Or at least the
how it
pagan,
must have
the
been.
pagan dates for like Noche Charones, or not Noche Charones.
How it must have felt to be
Easter,
young, so I
basically.
can't remember.
It's more of a Easter thing. In any case, it doesn't matter. It's over. It's done for. Should be 13
Mid-
easily here.
Shut it down. A bomb dropped out on A. You do have an upper J. A flash does reveal he's now here. Up in the top mid, Rathix almost chased, but he will still live for a little while longer. But it doesn't really change anything.
Nope. It's lights out.
As long as the bomb is dropped there, you've got it somewhat towards A, and anyone watching connector short, you're fine. Or anyone watching short from connector, you're good. It's very quick Mirage.
Very quick, very easy, very simple, and it doesn't even take a lot. As Oxygen cleans it up, the Diaz finds one more, and that is a wrap. That is first map and second map now closed out. Very simple, very clean, very easy, and pretty much on the nose here for none other than of course 500.
Yep.
I don't know. It's such an uninspiring game. I like having GTC perform one of the better comebacks that I've seen lately, and then pull off this. It's. I mean, how can you be inspired right after all of it? Like, I don't think there's really a way to be inspired, is what I'm saying, after this kind of a match.
I mean, the simple answer is it just doesn't leave you feeling all that great about it. So it is what it is. It's the sense of the game, and it's kind of 500 showing us this is what we look like on a map that we're not terrible on.
Yeah.
So it just is the difference there. And alas, why I thought whoever takes Nuke, if it's 500, it's 2-0. If not, it goes map 3. Here we are.
Yep.
Headed to map number 3. And it is... Is it Anubis? Is it...
It's Anubis. No, it's Inferno.
God.
Sorry, it's
Inferno.
No.
Okay.
No, wait. I'm getting confused now. It is double checking real
Inferno.
fast. It is Inferno.
It's
Yeah,
Inferno.
it is Inferno. It makes sense. Yeah, because they banned Anubis. I was even questioning that because it would have made sense to go for Anubis sooner. But I guess Inferno still not a bad map, regardless.
That's a 500 map if I ever see one.
Map 3!
Map 3!
On to Inferno.
Yeah. Oh, no.
We go back to 2020, 2018, anywhere in between, and Inferno is the go-to map for deciders, and here today as well it seems to be the case. And that being a map that we famously associate 500 with, it definitely bodes well for them here, considering how quickly they ramp things up here on Mirage. The confidence at an all-time high for them in the series, since having an 11-3 lead on Nuke, which they then ended up choking and losing it over time. Confidence at an all-time high, nonetheless.
I mean, confidence at an all-time high after the second map. The first one certainly didn't give out too much of it at the end, yet we end up going to our final map of Inferno here. Second series of the day, going all 3 maps once more, showcasing that these teams are a lot closer than perhaps it meets the eye at first glance for many people. In any case, we're going to Inferno. I don't even know what to think of it anymore. 500, they've both disappointed and impressed me twice in a row now. And, well, perhaps the second time wasn't as much of a disappointment as just perhaps surprised that they were able to get us over the board before going into OT again. But, alas, GTC, on the other hand, you and I have both said our piece. We expect more. We genuinely expect more.
I mean, it would be nice to get more from anyone whose name isn't Rafax at the moment.
Yeah.
Right,
fair.
him, no one else having more than 27 kills, that's snappy, and Rafax at 48. Having the highest amount of frags in the series so far. Ships right behind him with 47, but still having better ratings due to absolutely demolishing on Mirage alongside Oxygen, both having 22 kills at the end of it, 124 to 127 ADR. It's absolutely a Rafax show when it comes to GTZ. Others need to step up here. If not, it's lights out and down to the 1-1 bracket.
Yes, sir. It is down to the 1-1 bracket. Luckily not elimination, but at the very least not progression either. So it's kind of a bit of a limbo scenario for some of these squads for a while. Though, worry not, it won't stay there for long. As 500 had won the knife, if I heard that correctly, which means we're going to be looking at 500 starting in a pretty good position.
Known as the CT side. And so, we'll see what they get done to start off the map. Rafax and Snappy both utility on them. That's all it is for GTZ for 500. Already a plan to throw down the banana smoke. They've got a couple of plays well facing. Challenging on the banana side of things as well. Where ships and spell it 1-2. Violent start, they punch through the smoke. And they don't stop.
Yeah, ships. He's got 30 bullets in the magazine. He's intending to use. Well, he's got what?
No, they're 130.
No,
Lying. Wow.
Yeah, it's 15-15. Yeah, it's
I've
always
been lying to myself this entire time.
The Beretta holds 15 bullets. If you've never played Max Payne, I can see you never played Max Payne.
I started the third, but I never really finished.
Oh, not the third.
The first, the one,
the first
two,
and the
they kind
second
of outdate me.
Oh, fair.
They were
that's
right
fair.
at that time. Like, maybe I could have had them on my PlayStation 2, but I'm assuming my parents just said, I see God and no, here's Ratchet and Clank instead.
Ah, fair. That's
and
also
I am
trade,
happy with that decision. Ratchet and Clank, my God, amazing. And Sly Cooper series, pretty good.
But again, not to
Max Payne
put any stress on you, yeah. But Max Payne, the dualies were amazing weapons that you had actually in the game, and they were
in Counter-Strike as well. I've heard, yeah, they got those as well.
I've heard they're pretty good. Yeah, they seem to be pretty effective at times.
I wish we could see a great demonstration of how good those can be.
Maybe they'll show us. You never know.
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
I mean, in GTC, they are still most likely headed toward the B side here unless they get an entry on A. Or other ideas. 500, though. Look to challenge to one mid. They had 4 plays on A. Spellin throws the flash in the ships. Still completely isolated at the bottom of Banana, so when this first duel or 2 comes in, that should be the go side of GTZ saying, you know what, let's abandon mid. But apparently, they're coming back for more. They like the pain they're given.
Yes, they do.
Kept clean.
5 survive, 5 alive, everything going their way, they're gonna be happy. I would be too in their stead, that's for sure. CT side starts well. First gun round, real test, real challenge, and an opportunity here to make it a little bit more even for GTZ if they can muster up the strength, the energy, and the pull. At this point, do we believe, is the question, or do we see a repeat of Mirage? First gun round. T side, usually not the greatest, but maybe it works. Okay, starts well. They're in a good spot here to begin at least. They get the bomb down, and that's the round, I think. It's gonna be a save.
That's, yeah. Inferno, I guess.
Just like that. Welcome to the game called the Saving Simulator 2025.
Wait, what?
No shot. No shot.
What is this?
You gotta be kidding me. Why?
What is this late retake? It apparently might work out, but what is this? One on site, Linko. Can still stop the round. All he's gotta do is stop the diffuser. Oh, he's not even on site. My eyes deceived me. 500.
No way. That
actually
is a
take
fumble
this
like
one
no
away.
other.
What is that?
That is a fumble like no other, brother. I am not even sure how disgusting.
What the hell happened there? 20 seconds to make that retake work. And in those 20 seconds, it is so damn quickly fumbled by GTZ. The first is the HE
really
that
is.
starts things up. That's fine. That's fair. Whatever. But no one else gets anything done? Really?
Yeah, apparently, as the DS, or DS, just finds the entry but nades in return. No extra damage from him. Wow. I mean, these rounds, I don't like. Because it's like, come on, GTZ. It's like you're playing chicken with your own tournament live. And this is not the first time we see it as well today, which is the crazy part.
I've already wiped that out of my mind, thankfully.
I know, but it's just impossible to wipe it completely, man. I'm sorry.
I genuinely
PTSD
have
has to
no
continue here.
recollection.
I wouldn't either, buddy.
Sometimes you gotta forget. No, but Jay, he does not. Walking through the smoke, he'll take his vengeance, and venturing forward, still wondering, A or B the play. That has lured, I think, that ships in CT. Toward the rest as well. Some utility from Linko. He could still just take the bomb site. No, but Jay has managed to get himself out of A, out of mid and brackets. In 30 seconds. Boom. Gets it to go down. Gotta be cautious, still faking. That smoke's gonna fade soon. Can't afford to fake it all too much longer. Now that smoke does start to fade. And these next few seconds, the retake will commence. Oh, he feels good. It's great.
Good. Another
never mind.
nade, though. Deep enough.
Too far,
This
actually.
allows... Yeah, the round could actually turn the other way here.
In pool, one down. They still gotta check the back of the side. Linko previously CT, now the back of the side. One found. But a 2 vs 1 here is not gonna happen.
Never mind. 4-0. An excellent start for 500. Truly excellent.
Back-to-back retake as well toward the B side, showing that they're gonna be more than comfortable with these plays if they have to make them. Bit of a close affair again, but all is well. Enough seconds on the clock, and that's 4-0.
It's not even a challenge. It's just a fight. Okay, GTZ. What's going on now? Win or lose, this is it. A round like this, you can't afford to drop it by. You've got a full buy, you got Circ on the op. You have to deal with that op first. And then see where you go moving on from there. It's a full B send. Spellin alone, so they made the right call. It will be an empty B site. This will allow for an easier transition, but how much? But by how much? In fact, the answer is not by a lot. Round is over. I don't think they even attempt this retake, do they? Like, they've still got a lurk to deal with.
They're still on A. That's the big question mark about this whole round.
No shot. Come on. This would be...
No!
This isn't... No shot.
You're not doing this.
Come on.
You're not going to pull this one off again.
This is...
Flash in pool. 1-2.
This is just
the punch
absurd.
comes
This is
through,
absurd.
and again
No, this is
another
absurd.
retake. It is way too easy.
This
Three
is
in a
absolutely
row.
absurd.
And say that again of the people in the back.
It's freaking absurd!
That's right. This was pretty much a 2 versus 5 retake until the flashbang comes through. And at that point as well, you still have one all the way back in T-spawn pretty much saving. That's insane for 500. They have the players there. They have a little bit in terms of reserves. They're going to waste a player or two to look for an entry. If they get it, yeah, go for it. If not, maybe they'll just back off slowly. Well, they get the entry. They make it a double. They make it a triple. And it's just too easy.
I'm still just... I can't even
It needs to
consume
change.
the fact that this happened. It's insane. And luckily at this point GTZ don't lose the first player and, well, they actually do get an entry out of it all. But at the end of the day, 500, I don't trust them losing this round until they actually lose, until everybody's dead. Then we can talk about GTZ having a round. This is a lot of material they'll have to go through once they go through the demo. Specifically their rotations and rather the way they engage. That is for sure. Or not so much rotations, excuse me, but after plans.
One man on A. Him down, spotted. Finally! Finally a round where a retake's not gonna happen. Because 500 can't. They're all dead.
Yeah. They're not on the server for this round anymore, so that's what matters.
You know the
It's not
famous
alive.
saying, 4 times to try.
Yeah, I heard it somewhere, somehow. 5 times the charm, right?
Something like that, yeah. Yay. I don't know, it's just... It's Inferno.
It's uninspiring. It
Yeah,
is
it really
uninspiring
is.
is what I'm saying. That's my problem with it all. Like, the fact that these rounds happen is the problem. Yeah, they're fun to watch for the moment, but once you think about it a little bit deeper, all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. Like, this wasn't supposed to happen, right? This isn't what's supposed to go down. Or how it's supposed to go down. Great nades. Yeah.
Chips with the smoke deployed. You can choose to fight as if you really want to, I would imagine. You'll back off after a couple of seconds, just play CT. Be smart about it, as it were. Or not. Just deploys the smoke again. Buy more time. GTZ, the fact that they have all of bracket controls as well toward the ace, I mean they are going to try to make something happen here as well. Currently, it just feels like they want to hold on. Buy a couple of seconds, wait for something to happen, and on B, probably make a rotation afterwards. Back to A. Maybe I'm wrong, we'll see. It could just still turn out to be a long to B play. Or CTB. Here's the util. Oh, they gotta turn it back. Here's the question. Show me the answer.
Show me the money. Well,
Not
the answer
anymore.
seems to be
Not
clear.
anymore.
not really.
Or maybe.
Yeah. I
They
mean,
still got
don't
ace
tease
lights.
me, please. Do not tease me, brother. I've been teased enough here. Maybe something gives, maybe it doesn't. We're about to find out as Snappy finds oxygen. It's a 1v3 though. Surely this is all there is to it, right? There's no storyline to this beyond. Yeah, there isn't. Snappy finishes the job, makes sure that Grimm's stories do not continue here. As GTZ. Well, their first is here. Their first victory, man. Will they celebrate? Do they even celebrate, honestly? Because this is still a tough job ahead of them.
That's the question. I don't know, man. I mean,
There is no easy
nothing.
answer for
Yeah,
it.
there's nothing. My brain's
And-
running on empty right now, trying to figure out what is there on Inferno to make this one exciting. I mean, one thing.
What?
It's not a Rafak show right now. If
Yeah,
it was, they
that's
probably
fair.
would have about 4 rounds. But Inferno, not really the map to offer the AWP every single time, and especially not right now. Oxygen, a quick swing, removes Rafaks from the equation. In apartments, Rainmaker down, one more pistol removed, and in mid, a whole lot more removed. For a total of 3 for Snappy. Just get those eco kills, farm some confidence. Let's get a game out of GTZ. And the one that we've been waiting.
Well, GTZ, we've been waiting, as you said, and we are still waiting in a way. Maybe. We won't wait too long anymore. Maybe. Maybe this is it, right? I say a lot of maybes, I say a lot of things, but here, GTZ, they certainly need this victory. That's a fact. Without it, they're not going to get very far, and they're not going to be able to contend for very long. It's no better way put than that. As right here, right now, round 9. GTZ, you got to tie it up somehow. Somewhere.
That is really good utility as well. Spellman was wanting to go for the aggressive the entire time. For now, will be denied. On A, Circus well having spotted something toward the apartments. He's going to keep 500 guessing in terms of what the play is. Apartments usually is just one man to lurk there. But you never know, it could be more. It's still just the start of the round, you could have something more to be building up here as well. So I'm a bit surprised that 500 don't look to search for apartments, knowing they also had some contact on Banana. Could have maybe given them a massive amount of information, but not going aggressive. Maybe costing them a little bit. Rainmaker down on short. Counter utility toward the B side and a play through mid brackets as they look to go into the smoke. No, but Jay gets caught. And it's a disjointed play here. We've got Diaz alone toward the B side. An A side which will fall to Linko. And Zerk to watch for the cross.
Oh, the
Needs to
hold.
nail this shot. Will have done so.
Of course he does. It's a 2-on-2 bomb. Now planted, but the wall bang. It's accurate, and it's gonna be again. Oh, luckily Linko moves.
They get a
Doesn't
spot as
take a second
Rafix.
shot. Still loses the duel. Rafix actually loses it. The man who'd made so much possible for GTZ in the past now has to face, or let Linko face 2 alone through app ships. The timing, the read, and Linko links it up for GTZ. What a win that really brings them back from the brink. It could have quickly snipped out of control again to a 9-3 halftime. Luckily, that is not the case. That would have been a devastating blow to their overall morale. And certainly to the game itself, it would have been a done deal.
This time taking it. A very massive one of us to win here to keep that T-side momentum going alive as well. And one final man. Down they went at Linko's AK. Finally started to see more from him as well. This is exactly what the doctor ordered out of GTZ. Oh, hello. This is a honestly, a 5-time yearly classic for ships at this point. Mag 7, ships, and banana half
Pretty
wall.
much.
That's his position. It might as well be called ships at this point, honestly. Every time he pops up in an Inferno game, I just expect that to be the case. I'd forgotten about it for now, but I know that's got to be there now every single time.
Might as well just be that, yeah.
Been such a long time since I'd seen him. And here he is on Inferno. It's Mag 7. It's a lifestyle for him.
Also, a damn good game here as well. He's done an excellent job at making this series extra hard for GTZ.
What is Oxen even trying to do here?
Not sure, actually, now that you mention it.
Oh, Ships is farming, though. We know that much. Oh. Search for Rapid. Go find him. Mag 7. Whoa! Cartwheels instead. He'll be taken down by the HE. And that is 5-5. I mean, hey, Ships makes money. That's 1,800 he nets with the Mag 7. That's enough to drop it up over the word Cirque as well. Although, wait, no, Cirque saved. And he's got money. So, honestly, all is good.
Yeah. It is. That nade really looks wonky when you look at it again. But, tied up. And apparently we ain't done yet.
No, we're not. It looked so damn good with so many retakes for 500, but as soon as GTC decided to explore the A side and what it holds, they found it.
He has, hasn't it?
Yeah, it holds very little in terms of resistance now. Without three retakes for 500 all in a row, it would have been a different game.
We got to keep in mind, this has been, this has started off of an 11-3 comeback for GTC. I think the fact that we're in the third map already speaks to, how good they can be if they put everything on the line. And, well, once again, we are seeing everything.
Flash in. And sprayed by 3. I mean, I said it last time I wasn't all too... I would have liked to see them go for that sort of information play in the apartments.
Yeah.
Now it's a little bit different because it's only 40 seconds into the round. At the T side, they're setting up their own play and what they want to do. So, you just kind of walk into what could be pretty much all of them. What are the B side? Ships. His AK holds 1, 2. That's all. No one else is going to follow up on this. Instead, it's one of the A side. Cirque 1. His 2. And his number 3, not yet, no, but Jay fights. But eventually,
Number 3
is Flowers.
There we go.
Sure, I mean, I don't know how this, this should have been the end, or starting of the end here as well, but then they decided to go fake B as well and say really poor attempt. There's not enough utility for any of that, really, and Shift's just easy.
I mean,
that again, that maybe goes to the macro
brother.
of Counter-Strike, the positioning. If he's playing on site, the fountain, he's probably one and done. But beyond that, I mean, still, it's... I don't know, I just don't like that fake there at all. But it is what it is.
No, neither
Opinions,
do I. I have to
everyone
agree
has
with
them.
you. And not
As
all
put
are
by,
right,
well, by one, opinions are like assholes, because everyone has one.
Well, let's see who's going to be the asshole this time, because opinion matters, and GTZ, their rounds matter. They're going to need them. As many as they can get, the better it is going to be. Going for a full A exec, they're going to split across apps and long. I'm not sure I'm a fan. Where's the molly into cubby? Did they see the rifle? No, they did not check it. How did they not check it? Then the spray into the smoke. Spellon has an easy time locking it in. How do they not check cubby? Please, somebody explain to me. How do you not at least consider it an option? Because I certainly don't see it myself.
I'm figuring that out. I'll let you know if I come to a good enough of an answer.
Do be kind enough to do, yeah. 7-5 is a potential outcome that I think GTC can still be somewhat happy with, right?
Oh man. That's gonna be a...
Double dark stack.
Oh, so lucky. So lucky.
Yeah, the fact that they don't molly it, it's insane.
Was lining it up, now they're regretting it. Cirque with the tag. He's still gonna clear it.
They do.
Linko
They do.
will. No time.
Dang.
Bomb was dropped.
Yeah.
And oxygen too far to be traded.
Even when they get
barely.
Even when they get everything right, they still lose. How about that? That has got to be a bit of a depressing thought here. GTZ just take too long of a time to approach and pay the ultimate price. Round again lost, and that is 7-5, 500. Off to, let's say, a balanced enough of an opener for them, but questionable. How did they play themselves, actually? Now moving on to our second half. D-side, not easy. It's Inferno, but it is the Bulgarian maps. You know, one of their favorite maps, almost, if one could argue it. Second pistol, folks.
Swapping the pistols. Still
They're just
chasing.
giving him duels here. Like, luckily,
They gave him so much
Diaz-
control as well, but there was no rotation made. It's still on A. The CT side of majority remains. Linko, now down. No, but Jay needs to be dealt with, and now he is. You remain with Diaz on the other side.
Such an important round again. Everything relies on this round working out. And unfortunately, GTZ falter. Diaz gets caught. Cirque with quick taps and quick round itself. That's it. That's the pistol gone. That means it's 500 on 8. And it puts it into a worse perspective once you take a look at how the rest of the maps went. I mean, losing the pistol, now full eco surely. Nope, it's a force buy. Oh boy. I don't know how I feel about this force buy. I'm not too positive about it, if I'm honest.
Yeah, like we say generally, not a fan. Again, though, I'll have to mention Inferno and Nuke. Those are like the 1 and 2 maps where, like, okay, you can kind of probably get away with something here. Just because of how random some of the engagement on this map really are. Like, banana control is a whole thing, almost unique to the entire map, like bar for Vertigo's ramp, which no longer in the competitive pool either, so... It's still a completely unique sort of area. And Gamble Stack in this map as well just is a part of it entirely, so... You know. It is what it is! There's one.
Good catch. But here comes the B
That's gonna
execution
funnel them
instead.
towards B as well.
Holders. Wait, do they go back A now? They've got the time.
Oh my god.
They don't... Oh, how does he cross there?
That could be the play go back A, but they're still committing to it. And apparently for decent reason. They find the entries. Eventually. They elude him for a moment or two, maybe 3. But to collect all 5, it ships to the final one. 17 kills. He is still having an insane game.
Yeah.
47 in the first 2 maps. Here he's got 17, so that's what, 64 in total now. Not bad.
It's looking convincing.
And we're not done yet.
No, we're not. Absolutely not. Not by a mile.
And we're talking about wanting to see more than just Raplex right now, but right now he would also be very nice to have here if you're on GTZ. Even to pop off, even in a slightly smaller way than a map wanted to. Currently the highest fragger in the series with 48 on these first 2 kills, or maps. He's absolutely dropped a great series. Getting a bit more involved, though Inferno is the map that doesn't really allow for that to be the case. At 100%, in terms of that impact. But we'll see. Rounds to play still. Yeah, toward the B side, Snappy eventually taken down to this Rafix, Linko, and all to fall. One more remains, Nova J behind smokes. And there you go.
All the fuss, all the magic, and all the better as everything kind of comes together here into a perfect little bubble of success. Can I say bubble of success? Is that even... 500 regardless, 10 to 5, and we're gonna go up to the last round for GTC that really bears any substance, right? Either win or you're up against 12 and then it's another one of those. Oh, you're gonna win 7 in a row? Sure, go for it. Let's see you succeed, right? You've done it once, sure, but running it twice in a row, that'd be a mad pull. That would be a mad pull. Round 16. Nexus. Am I seeing this right? Yeah, I am. They're checking Banana with a single flash. And Diaz just loses his life for that.
Yeah, usually you would have a Molotov toward a car, but they would have just kind of surprised him instead. There's that Molotov. A little bit too late now, isn't it? It's just buying time for the rotation. Rafix can take the angle, yes, but 9 out of 10 times there will be a smoke. This is one of those times. And thus, not really setting this round up for anything at the moment. Besides potential failure, those ships just barely seen. I take back what I said about failure. 500 right now, they might be the ones to flail here instead. Back to 8. 35 seconds. Catch the rotation of Snappy. Or don't. Not without making it costly again. Circus well down to 7 HP, and I think this is a save call they're going to make as well. Unless they're trying to go out a balcony, which is a death sentence in itself. Especially when there's no time. They realize it eventually, and away they go. GTZ, a lifeline here in round up 6 given.
Perhaps enough of a one? I mean, they've dealt with lesser odds before.
True, but still too early to say. This one, it just felt like a... such an odd round with the start and how it went.
Well, that is fair. Yeah.
Honestly, I would have thought Chip should catch the CT, but just barely seeing him. Not able to make it through. And so...
another buy.
Yes, it is.
Another chance, another opportunity. Let's see if they get it. Ladies and gents, it's round 17. It's another round where GTZ, well, they either win or they're faced with the music of 12. Money-wise, they're kind of strangled a little bit around the waist, so they're going to have to be very careful how they play this. The lesser the losses, the better the outcome in the end, but ships will find Snappy. That's a perfect opener. And again, it puts 500... perhaps not in the lead, but certainly close to it. I guess, but they're gonna go B here. It's not a wild choice. It is maybe a bit of a rapid one.
No, but J to B, 500, bomb to A. Making a fake out of this one, and Rafix to continue to push. Flash, a miss! A bad spray! But they're not going to try to punish Diaz. Didn't reveal himself here. Eventually will. It only confirms the third man here is going to stay on B for a couple seconds longer. With one man on the A side now. Linko has to perform. At least until his teammate comes around. He's been seen, however. Cheeks wide open behind the box. That's what happens when you crouch behind him. Know your geometry. As long as you check the angle, you will be seen. And so, while we get to 6 on GTZ, we're not getting to 7. Not yet.
Certainly not by the looks of it. 2 players survive, which means this is not the worst potential outcome. They could still keep some semblance of control in their hands. They'll just have to move very carefully in the next round. They're going to really have to be a bit cautious. Buying into this with M4s with full utility will help, though again, they're going to need the kills, not just the buy. Somebody's going to have to start stepping up again. Snappy did great, and it still didn't suffice, and well, we'll see who it will be.
One for one to start off the round. A side to lock down just like that, and on B, great utility for the CT side. A single HE takes away 2 down to half HP, but pummeling through, Oxygen opening things up, but there's going to be a second one to force the issue. Trade, nothing short of effective, no, but J. His ears also not defective, has heard ships up close. Couple still remaining here on both sides. He has to wait here for Linko, though. A long, long rotation, but Nova J is still moving up a little bit either way. Smoke Banana, that's going to be Cirque Molotov behind the smoke. Not a good combination either way, as he's already got that first one.
And there's
Molly's down, and he's ran right up
he didn't
here.
hear him run.
Might have heard
he didn't hear him run.
But doesn't have his headphones on the right way. Not today.
The thing is, the molly obscured the run, I think, itself, and he just didn't focus enough to hear those footsteps, recognizing that he'd pushed beyond the smoke, and in the end, even if he hadn't pushed, the round still probably would have gone the way for 500, but the point is that molly just obscured it further, and yeah, crazy move, but a crazy pull nonetheless. 500 now on series point. GTZ, they fought their way to map 3 at least. I think we can give them A for effort at the very least. They did what they could to keep themselves composed after a devastating loss like that. I think any team would have crumbled if it wasn't for GTZ's, you know, past successes and perhaps
MP9 farming grounds. 1 and 2. As soon as he picks up the AK, he's dead. It doesn't matter about the reload. Don't worry about that. Graphics does get himself a couple nonetheless. GTZ, they'll avoid the worst case for now, but they are playing against the odds every single round here. I like the change of pace as well we have here. So many of these social rounds that have taken us a couple of seconds to actually set up, and 500 here say, you know what, we get to 12. Why not try something else?
Sure.
It doesn't work, I mean, but I still attempt the effort. Just means that GTZ were ready for it. They had that quick rotation. Or I say quick rotation, more like assistance from short. Diaz finds himself ships. Half wall is grave. The apartments, and out of the apartments. Spell and spots both. Spam the wall, maybe? He's taken out and goes through. I don't know. Nonetheless,
They have an
play to
entry.
one of the B sides. Snappy has a smoke. Diaz holds this flash. I Would like to see a different setup here, but this is how they've decided to go against it. One into CT. Almost call it ships. Ships T, but no, that was oxygen as well, and not even ships. Nonetheless, a quick end to this one for 500. They tried to go in, they were denied, and now they didn't even fully commit through that smoke. And they're not even going to have another attempt to go at it fairly.
Most likely not, yeah. 20 seconds to go. This round, hard to see how it goes any further than in the way for GTZ. It's going to be a full B send, everything they have, and it's just not enough. Too many players waiting. Read the situation perfectly and prepared for what comes. And that is a proper exec. Here we go, though. We're in action to see maybe the turn of the century here. GTZ, if they make this comeback a reality, that'd be an impressive play. Like 4 more to go to OT again, and then a full 180. That'd be sick. Pistols only. Should be easy. Means it's only going to be 3 rounds left to go.
It would be funny with the pistols to end it, but...
No shot.
yeah, I don't have the vibe right now. First one, and on a, you've got 0 chance 500 even get a kill here, I think.
I think that's a
Well,
fair
it's hard to say
assessment.
that. That's 1, that's 2, and that is all 4 down. Very nice.
It's going according to plan, brother.
Also, 71 kills for ships.
Yep.
Just to count those up.
Impressive.
Or, sorry, 70.
70, 71, 72. Impressive regardless. Average
Yes.
above 20 per map.
Yeah, most
Or
definitely
give or
a...
take, maybe.
Yeah. You're... more than 20 a map.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Also, am I saying this right? That was a straight kill top mid. No issue, no nothing. Nobody challenged, nobody looked at it. Oh. I forgot to say. GTC seemed pretty calm for a team that's about to lose the map and the series. Nope, J, he's holding that long
this is
position
great
for what
util
he
as
has.
well.
Oh,
Beautiful.
And GG.
It gets better. The end is nigh. The 11th hour calls upon GTZ. And 13 calls to 500. You can try to fight it, or you can look to accept it. Either way, the result will be the same. Diaz can only do so much. He can farm for stats. But this one, it's coming to an end. He'll get a couple here at least, but having to get under the fuse, it will be his demise. The series ends in 3, and 500 they go 2-0 into the next stage. They'll be playing for playoffs, and looking to make it so with a clean sweep as well here. But we'll have to say GTC, first map, pretty damn good. Map 2 and 3, that however is usual business for 500. Those are the maps they like to play, those are the maps they know how to play. While Nuke still continues to be a problem and a massive issue in their pool. One that I'm assuming a lot more teams will continue to pick against them until they can fix their proverbial shit in it.
Yes, certainly that's what we'd be expecting. But with that being said, ladies and gents, today's broadcast has not yet finished. We're not yet done. The next game, I believe, coming up in a few moments, let's say about 10 to 15 minutes before the next pre-show. So gear up, get ready for Fnatic versus Gun 5. It's going to be a matchup that you definitely don't want to miss, and hopefully Fnatic won't be missing as well. But in any case, I believe Vincent and Tea Time will be taking it over. Or actually, apologies, not sure.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, I am right. All is good. And hopefully they're going to have a good time as much as we did, didn't we, Nexus?
We had a time, for sure. There were some shenanigans and situations I was not a fan of, but you know, that's the game. That's the way, and sometimes the day you get. Not everything's going to be clean. So many teams, right? I just want to put this out there, because I don't think people realize this. So many teams play more than one game a day as well nowadays. You have teams playing, on average, probably a day or 1.5 games in 2 days. It's that sort of insane things you have to play here, or that sort of insane schedule that a lot of teams do go through. And it just is always, or not always, a lot of time to prepare and all that stuff. So you're gonna have off days. Not everyone's gonna keep up their A game. Let's say like 15 days in a row, man. You're gonna have misses, man. Yeah, there are a lot of things you have to keep in mind. But for now, that's all I'm going to leave it at. You just keep that in mind while we're going at these games, and you're wondering, oh, why are these teams losing against Team X and Y and such? There's so many games, buddy. Just take a chill pill, relax, understand the things. But for now, next game, I'm happy to say, I'm not going to be honest, we're going to be having Fnatic versus Gun 5. But as we say, back to a break, we'll swap our faces, and we'll be back in a bit, so don't go too far.
Welcome back to the Champion of Champions Tour. Season 19 continues with the Swiss stage. I'm T-Time, and with me is Vincent with a 1. And when I say Vincent, I expect you to be explaining to me how these teams are going to be winning some Counter-Strike. Hey, I bet you never heard that one before, Vincent.
It's actually a first, truly a first on that one. It's hard to surprise me. I've gotten plenty of those, but you make it look good, at least for this time. You know what? I'm pumped up. I'm a classic Fnatic fan, which means I'm ready to be disappointed.
Hey, there you go. Never a life like a Fnatic life, right? It's either FaZe with the heart attacks or Fnatic with the heart aches. But it's not like there's just one team that's going to be playing. It's going to be Gun5 as well. And overall, looking over towards the matches from the current Swiss stage, we've only got high matches left, which means we've only got the best of Counter-Strike for you left today. Fnatic versus Gun5 and Spirit Academy versus Navi Jr. are the matches we have, and they're both going to be some pretty damn good ones. Let's start off with Fnatic and Gun5. Now, listen. Obviously, a lot to say about these teams, and I think maybe more to say about Fnatic overall. But before we talk about that, we can also take a look at who's actually where in the standings. Right now, remember, if you are new to Swiss stages, I don't know where you've been all this time in Counter-Strike. They're pretty prevalent, actually. You need 3 wins to be going forward. Every single one of these teams wants to be able to get into the main event and out of the Swiss stage, where you never know who you're going to be facing up against next. It's harder to prepare for opponents. It's very much a mixed field where at any given point you could have an upset loss around the corner, and I think that's what some of these teams towards the lower end have also found out.
Dude, I mean, BC Game being 0-2 is mind-blowing, actually, and Paravision in the same boat. I mean, maybe a little bit unlucky for BC Game in the draws they played against this Fnatic roster and then Monty. But like, I can't believe that we're looking at like the finalists from last CCT 0-2 on elimination, potentially as they fight for their tournament life. The same true for Paravision, who made a semi-final run just a couple of tournaments ago. That is insanity, and I mean that's why when you say, you know, upsets can happen, these Swiss stages get crazy. They only have gotten crazier this year with the VRS. So I'm pumped to continue to see that now, especially more than ever.
And every match matters all the more so with the VRs as well. So ordinarily in the Swiss stages, maybe you'd have the caveat of, well, you know, they know it's not elimination. Maybe they're phoning it in a little bit. But considering that so many of these teams are on the cusp of actually getting to those sort of invite slots for Tier 2 and Tier 1 events. Everyone wants to be there. Everyone wants to be able to get into the CCT Global Finals as well, and a lot of these tournaments will be able to sort of dictate where your ranking points will lie. This is a big disparity in ranking points, so Fnatic versus Gun5. Fnatic going into it as the heavy favorite. Let's quickly look at their roster. We'll breeze through that one because I don't think there's any surprises over there in case you've not been able to catch them out. Fear and Bermilov obviously added towards the end of last season. Had mixed results so far, but we'll discuss more on Fnatic in a bit. Let's also take a look at the Gun5 lineup and see what they have to offer.
Yeah, this is a Gun5 team that I actually really enjoyed. Like, even going back to, you know, when they had Tanir on this roster. Obviously, that's like a big piece to lose, but he was super exciting. But it wasn't just him. There was a lot of firepower on this team, and they've added some pieces that I think aren't quite as like individually strong, but as a whole have still continued to perform, have continued to, you know, find upset results here. I mean, Zilo, a huge part of that. He has been consistently good, but I'm actually a pretty big fan of Feinstein. I got the chance to see this Gun5 roster trialing a ton of different oppers as they were looking for a replacement for Easy, and Feinstein was one of them. He was definitely one that I thought shown the brightest of those trials periods, and I think, you know, this ended up being the right pickup, a good pickup, especially when I think this Gun5 roster struggling to find their identity with some of the pieces that they lost.
I think with Lackey's addition as well, it does add a little bit more of that Lackey-Celta once upon a time playing together camaraderie, and a little bit more veterancy of some sorts. Lackey, at least in the online circuit, is very much a veteran from his time in Aurora as well, so that's always good to have for Gun5, as they currently also sit on 35 in the VRS standings. Fnatic, on the other hand, though, 33, and they have not been having a great time. Let's take a look at the Veto. We'll talk over that for a second as well. One of the big issues for Fnatic is their map pool, though, especially when you look over towards the fact that they have basically 2 good maps and nothing beyond that. Train, which is a natural ban for Gun5 as their permabat, and Nuke, which is likely going to be Fnatic's pick over here. After that, the decline in wins, the decline in quality is sharp. So the fact that they're going over here for an Ancient, this is, you know, Gun5 should have this any day of the week as far as firepower is concerned, at least.
I mean, and that's Ancient is the home map for Gun 5. I mean, I know they have a pretty strong pool win rate wise, Gun 5, but this is the biggest surprise. The fact that Fnatic, I'm right there with you. I saw this veto and I'm like, oh, so we're gonna get a nuke. Except we don't. Inferno is what they lean into, and it's not like a map they don't play, but this is not a map that they pick into when nuke is available. I cannot believe that they've gone this direction for Fnatic, especially when you consider that, you know, their Inferno results aren't like horrible, but they aren't exactly a super positive sign either. It's not like a huge win, you know, or even a couple of wins that has led into this, that's building up confidence. This feels like it's a little bit out of nowhere for Fnatic to go into an Inferno.
Look, I'm wildly surprised that the fact that they're not going to be able to get a nuke out of here as well is incredibly strange to me. You're looking over towards players like BlameF who are so comfortable on it, and that's the kind of play you want to activate. By comparison, Ancient, Inferno, Mirage, all of these require a little bit more from, you know, the newer editions as well, and we haven't necessarily seen the most from them. And you know what, Ancient's going to be getting underway, so let's just quickly jump into things. Fnatic's new lineup has had so many question marks. They've unfortunately not settled in. Every single CCT event they've played so far, it has been a bit of a bomb out. They've not made playoffs in a CCT this year, which is wild to think for a team that has BlameF and Mattis as its headlining rifle stars. There have been struggles.
Quick correction. To be fair, they made playoffs both times. They just didn't do anything in playoffs. They made it through a Swiss stage, and pretty dominantly, too. 3-0, 3-1. Fnatic are doing well in Swiss stages. It's just round of 16 comes around, and they're gone.
Oh, Madison BlameF sends away Lackey and Fineshine over here as well. Mattis, though, as they continue to cover off, will just be able to disable Shiloh. Remember, the bomb is going over to the A side. That's where Crims lies, and Crims will have to be careful not to let that be planted too easily. This is one round for Fnatic already on paper, and well, on paper may not be true anymore. They've been 2 losses across the map, and suddenly repositioning back to be as an option.
Oh, and they have the information as well. Seltzer's holding the cutoff from Red Room, so this maneuver is not even going to be able to be stopped by Fnatic. Now, how diligent are they on this clear? Because Seltzer being here, it complicates matters. Bermulov going to be caught, and he might catch another one. No, Fear is he's not even going to fight for that. Just takes the 1 kill and then walks backward, making himself very hard to find. Nailed down, and it's all 3 for Seltzer. He gets into the power position, and it's the power moves that he makes.
Unfortunately, Crim's dying over there is just... it destroys around there and then. Not to mention the aggressive push forward and the one-on-one from Mattis, putting himself in a difficult position. This is the kill that still does turn around the game for them. And sorry about that, you're right, they didn't make the playoffs. In my head, playoffs is quarterfinals, right? They made the round of 16, that is technically the playoffs. But is it really, if you're not in the quarters? There's a name to it.
I think it is, especially if you're going through the Swiss stage, right? Like, I can kind of get with that argument if you're getting an invite and then bombing
you're right.
out.
You are right.
Like,
no,
that's a little different. But when you're dominating in the Swiss, which they were, you know, 3-0, 3-1, those are legit results. I feel like they, you know, are looking good there, and then it just falls apart.
Well, let's see whether Fnatic can dominate this Swiss stage or not. The pistol round doesn't go the best for them over here. And immediately afterwards, comfortable eco. Now, this is one of the things you have to be very worried about whenever you're playing against sort of a team with Seltzer and Lackey in it. Both of these players have stereotypically, across any lineup they've been on, been able to call out these very isolated, aggressive solo lurks, either for themselves or for their teammates. Whatever teams they've been in, that's always been a big part of it. So Gun 5 will be testing those Fnatic extremities. So if there's anyone who has question marks about Crims, if there's anyone who has those question marks potentially even about Fair and whatnot, you are going to see some strange 1v1 duels in the mid-round coming through that Gun 5 are forcing. Right now, though, Fnatic are trying to pull back the Gun 5 lineup and make sure that maybe a few of them die over to the bomb. That will not be happening. Bermudov takes away Mattis' life, and Selto will be dying regardless. And one more. So, 2 kills, good damage.
For a USP round, I'm on the same page. Good damage indeed. I thought for a second that they knocked Lackey out of the server, but nope. All good. It is into the gun rounds, though, and here's the thing for Fnatic. I think that Ancient is a map that they have played a lot, but not a map that I have been all that impressed with. Their T sides have been okay, pretty lackluster as a whole, and on the CT side, it sometimes feels like BlameF is the only guy. that can actually stand up, but it is a 3-man setup that is entirely successful. With Lame F involved in that, and Maddie's over on B makes it so across the map.
So Diamond Lackey left alone, and again, it does feel like more a question of damage, and that question is not going to be answered. The surprising thing is, Fnatic, the previous lineup, nice shot, by the way. The previous lineup was actually quite good on Ancient, right? Like, you had that body Mattis combination on the B bomb side, very dynamic, B side aggression. Then, for, like you said, Blame F, there hasn't been a moment in history where Blame F hasn't been a stable hand. So, it is a bit strange to see this slight dip in form in that regards, and I do wonder whether some of that, pressure comes onto Bermilov's shoulders. Obviously, the untested Opera being brought in, supposed to be adding a fair bit of firepower and everything, hasn't really settled in as effectively. For now, though, he will not have the AWP. He'll still be on the M4.
Yeah, it's actually, I think, going to be an interesting talking point throughout this series is Bermilov, because we're on a map pool that is kind of, not so op-centric with Ancient and Inferno, so might not need to rely on that. Gonna have to do it with the rifles. Nice nade. Oh, chunky nade. Gonna make life here onto the B site. Double up, now triple up in Donut, but Blame F is isolated with this smoke. They're gonna grab the bomb. It's the walkthrough for Blame F as he plays denial. Everyone going down. He's in front of his crosshair. That nade's gonna dunk onto SM as well. Blame F has done the saving of this round, or at least he should have. Okay, Lackey almost pulls the 1v2. Fear is going to right the ship, correct any mistakes, and let Fnatic pick up another round.
Dude, can you believe that they call Blame F a baiter? Look at what you expect from him, and more 3 kills. You're right, he's the only reason why Fnatic get that round, and even then, it goes down to a 1v1.
Yeah, and for me, it's kind of hard to, puzzle out exactly what's been going wrong for Fnatic. Because on paper, I mentioned being a Fnatic fan, just, in general of the organization, but, look at this roster, I think, build-wise, it made a lot of sense. The only big question mark, as you were highlighting, was Bermilov. But, based on the results that Fear was able to put together with Passion UA, and, how consistent we've seen performances from Blame F, even Maddie's, who, I think has been good. Not as good as, I think, probably the hype was, but that's okay. That'll happen. We've still got time to continue to develop. So, sometimes Fnatic just look rough, and it's hard to touch exactly why.
Well, Mattis has found Sadime. Blame F will fall to the stack elsewhere, though. So Fnatic will have to try and reclaim middle, and as they do, there's still 3 players over here from Gun 5. Aggressive reclearing is not going to be possible, so Crim starts to make a move for A main instead. Remember, Fnatic have taken quite a defensive line on this B site. That opens things up for Gun 5 to commit, and commit they might very soon choose to do so.
Yeah, I mean, reclearing mid wasn't an option early, but they have rallied the troops here in Red Room in order to do that. It is a little bit slow, though, and if Gunfight pull the trigger on this B play in the next 15 seconds, then they're going to have a very clear B bomb side open. Fear's now going to return and at least try to play stopgap. He's smoked off, so I don't really know how much he's going to be able to do. They stall out. Just this contact is enough.
I mean, Celter close range on the Tech 9. There's no way you're getting past that one in Cave. It's such a difficult duel to take regardless, and even more so when the only player with utility is going to be Crims. Philo does find the initial context, but it does feel like Fear has to do it all, and he's delivering! He is delivering! How have Fnatic come back into this round? They shouldn't have been a chance over there. It felt like saving was inevitable.
I mean, playing off of the smoke clear, just a massive timing there for Fear. He doubles up that 2-piece that he picks up, lines him up. That's crucial. I mean, I guess it helps out as well that they're separated once these 2 guys on site proper go down, but that's a stunning save of the round that, as you were talking about, is looking likely to be a save call.
Absolutely stunning. Gun 5 are going to be kicking themselves, and you know what? They're going to immediately go into the half over here as well. Fnatic, their economy isn't even majorly disturbed by that one because they kept 3 players alive. Sure, you're not going to have the AWP, but it's not like one of those anti-force fire rounds where you don't have the HEs and the incendiaries. Crim's has got plenty of that util. Flashes overhead. Smoke spotted. Crims lies in wait. Flash is going to bounce off of his head. And as he turns around, it's 2 freebies, and that's where BlameF can move through for the switch out. Good for a double of his own. And why stop at 2 when there's farming to be done?
I mean, BlameF so consistent from Donut. And I think that, you know, a lot of times Fnatic can live and die. This version of them can live and die by Crim's performances. Like, if he's getting targeted a lot and struggling, which has happened a couple of times in the games that I've seen, you know, then they can be in trouble. But when Crims is on form, which he is right now, then there's really no worries. You have a 1-2 punch there at A that's very deadly. And you have BlameF for support, and there's enough time for that rotation.
Well, initial contact is now made with Crim's already here, but look at Gun 5. They're overrunning, but you cannot overrun the Blame. Around the corner, finally taken down, but he's been able to get his pound of flesh. Bomb on the ground. Ermilov. He's got everything to do, but I don't think he's got a desire to actually do it over here. The problem for Gun 5 is that at this moment, they don't really know where the Oppa is, but once they clear out middle, it becomes so much easier to just commit out towards the A-bomb site. No one in mid, and that's around basically over and done with. Another situation where, you know what, one of these half-buys, Gun 5 put themselves in winning positions, and you can't always have a ridiculous multi-kill to bail yourselves out.
Almost happened, but yeah, I think that Fnatic not quite anticipating the strength of this purchase either. They wanted to get aggressive.
To be fair,
in B lane.
Vincent, they have 4 players in B. Look at where the X's are, right? Like, they're respecting it. They just can't fight back.
Well, I mean, they try to fight aggressively, and unfortunately, I think that really puts them on Gun 5's turf in more ways than one with the pistols. It makes it, you know, very difficult when you have a bunch of Tech 9s running at you. Particularly when you can have 1 or 2 guns to back them up.
Gun 5 has been incredibly impressive on some of these half-buys. Again, you're looking at multiple rounds that Fnatic have won purely off of big multi-frags. The 3k from BlameF, the quad kill from Fair. This is not going to be a realistic sign of how the game is going if you're looking at just a scoreboard. Fnatic are very well on their way to being completely swung money-wise and then falling into a dark place should they lose a gun round or 2 now.
Hanging on to a little bit is Vermilov. They are going to move into the next round as well. Very aggressive up in mid. They're going to get towards elbow from the rip. Flashbang. Not going to be thrown in. MF allowed to get single.
Crims?
Yeah, what happened to Crims?
I think he was just blinded up by Feinshine's flash and didn't even realize that he was being fired at. Trying to run away, hoping that they wouldn't be hard committing. But Gunfire all the way in and more. Poor Mattis. Poor Mattis will be avenged, but what good is vengeance when the bomb site will be forfeit unless Fear has another big moment? A flash that will likely not be delivered.
Bomb's got a cross. Well, just good patience, though. Waits for Seltzer to get into a good position to provide support for that. And where have I seen this before?
One of the things about Gun 5 that is going to make Bermilov's job even harder is there is never any hesitation in re-swinging. Right? There's never any hesitation in, hey, you look out towards mid, BlameF has died, he was getting quite aggressive. There's no, oh, wait, what's going on? He's already here. What? Have we done something wrong? They're just going to continue swinging once the execute is coming in. The trust on this team to be able to commit to the initial plan from spawn is fantastic, and that's one of the things that makes it very difficult for oppers to get multi-kills. And you know what? This time, he can't even save the op.
And they don't even want it. They don't need it. I mean, T-side on this map very rarely invest into it anyway. Control just a hope and a prayer for Fnatic in this round. I'm struggling. BlameF gets his, but support comes in a little bit too late in the form of Matties. It is that nightmare scenario for Fnatic where money's reset. They've gone hero rifle for BlameF. And if you're going to get the hero rifle, BlameF's certainly the guy to put your faith into. Oh, but it's a fast execute. This is the decisiveness that you were just referring to. And they're not going to have anybody up against them. I think Fnatic, if Fear can get out of there, they might just hang on to what they've got. Let these pistols go, see if they can get something, and the MP9, the armors, and the M4 get away.
West.
Try again next round.
Couple of extra kills won't hurt anyone, especially not the T side. They've got money. Not all that much. So if you lose more than maybe 2 players, maybe that's where it gets a little bit more significant. And you've already lost a designated 2 that you're allowed. So suddenly, this is becoming not the worst round in the world for Fnatic.
It's more than not the worst. It's actually quite good. This was still an eco, right? Blame F Hero Rifle notwithstanding. Everybody's saved, so Vermilov gets to hang on to an AK. Maddie's holds on to armor. I mean, Fnatic get a lot of value out of a purchase that could have been good if they were on the right site, but they end up making up for that by taking a couple of exits and collecting a free AK.
Let's see what the Gun5 stick to this early spawn-based aggression where they're trying to just come through, take that first skirmish and decide what to do in the mid-round afterwards. It does look like maybe just a full execute, or if not, then at least an early contest. There will be no HEs from Fnatic to interrupt that potential conquest.
No Molotovs either left.
Oh no, Fair's trying to pursue. It's going to be revealed. They know. They're kissing in the smoke, and this isn't quite the time for a makeout session. He's going to be forced back. They won't be clearing him out with Molotovs. They're just happy with that information.
Fnatic pretty happy with that information themselves as well. The fact that Fear doesn't go down probably should have. Realistically should have. Lovely for the Fnatic squad, because look at how little map control Gun5 actually have. They want to reroute. They're going to have to do a lot of work to do so.
It's one of the
they
few
get back
times
some mid control or find their way through cave here.
It's one of the few times that we haven't actually seen Gun5 spread across the map a little bit more. They're still committed to this one. A Molotov could just completely seal the deal, but as the peek forward comes in, Mattis's deadlock is doubled up. How? How has that happened? And now with Crims being smoked off, nothing to trace through it, the bomb will be planted. Fnatic, they have the setup. They have 3 players on the site.
Doesn't matter when Lackey is just very diligent clearing through cave. Should be the instant trade, but the MP9, you miss a couple of shots and you saw what happened. Lackey gets the opportunity for the double and he takes it. It's got to be getting old for Burmilov at this point. We'll try and save the op once more. He's got Blame F in tow.
And unfortunately, this is one of the things, which is that in between these lineups, it has been such a sharp drop-off on the CT side for Fnatic between the last lineup and this one, in terms of just the numbers that they've been able to put up. You compare it, and it is night and day. It really does a lot of the times feel like there's B-bomb site, not necessarily the best comms going on, not necessarily the best coordination between Mattis and Fair. It's obviously Mattis bodies one of his first tier 1.5 IGLs coming up with him and everything. It will be a more difficult adjustment for a player as young as him to commit to and to be able to make. And that too with a young IGL like Fair, right? But Gun5 now, again, never leave any time for discussion, never leave any time for questions. They want to go in. And this time it's the A-bomb set that is going to be targeted. Blame F is on the other side. He's got an HE. Could try and clear out a few of these smokes and the like. Actually, no, it's Crims and Burmilov. Sorry. Crims will find one through the smoke, but the bomb is planted.
That's a nice grab, though. Fnatic having a man advantage now for what's a pretty difficult retake if you have the right map control, the right area. Donut usually a big part of that, but the fact that they have Donut there and then they just entirely evacuate it. Now they look to flood the site through Temple. Needs to be a trade here. Selter gets some more damage done, but it's not quite the frag. Hilo in the back of the site box. Oh, so good. And even though it's a little bit of a scary one on the spray, you'll get all 3. Save the day. and ensure that Fnatic have no inbound opportunities.
I mean, Mattis is just completely irrelevant in that round, and I don't blame him for it. He's been told, hey, can you throw the flashes for us to actually come out of Temple? But those flashes aren't going to be blinding people back sight because they're just not deep enough, unfortunately, and they were dodged in certain cases as well. Selter getting that first kill is massive because it's a 1v1 that he's been taking. And Gun 5, at the end of the day, Gilo's just better at making sure that Temple duel can't be found. I mean, you don't have pressure coming in through Donut. Sure, they're always going to have to be aware of it, but man, fantastic post plant from Gun 5. You really got to hand it to them.
Fantastic post plant when they didn't actually have like that strong a post plant position. Once
Oh,
Temple goes
we don't
down.
have time to talk again, Vincent. Sorry, buddy. They're into the site already. There is no stopping with this team, but Fair is happy to play that game. Fights back, but not for long. You're in a 4v2. Fnatic losing control and might have already lost it.
I mean, they've lost the round, and it's over the half, the entire half. Malikin, you'll miss it. Gun 5, as you were talking about constantly, just never, ever take their foot off the gas. Some momentum-based calling coming through from this squad as they just pick up the pace time and time again. Fnatic trying to match that pace in this round, and you can see just how devastating it is. Like, Gun 5 are prepped for this. This is what they want. And Fnatic just don't look as if they have the right answers. Last round they tried to play a passive. They did the the measured approach. They got a kill. They looked to retake, and they still lost. So you can understand them trying to throw different ideas at the problem. Unfortunately, they don't work out.
Well, they say bomb site is about to be populated by Fnatic that are very eager to start this half off on the right foot. Feinstein gooshed up early on, but Sadime gives Crims a little bit more. But that came from Feinstein fighting back before his demise is inevitable, but the mid-fight is what really matters. With Gilo dying, this could have been a turning point, but he does get his one kill first. Now, this leaves the B bomb site empty, but it doesn't leave Fnatic with the bomb, which is, you kind of want that.
Allegedly, you need that to win the round.
I've heard that, yeah.
At least if you want to get the plant.
I think it was George Washington has said that.
Yeah, one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to be
Back in
relatable
ancient
to you,
history.
Vincent. You're American.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I've
Who
come
said it
across
was a
the pond to
compliment?
Europe.
You're in Counter-Strike. Can Blame F still save the day? Doesn't seem like it.
I appreciate Gun 5 and stacking up there. Like, they have so much map control, like, or so little map control, rather, that they just play together. Define, okay, A main is our spot. We own this area of the map, even though that's not where the bomb is necessarily, and it makes it nearly impossible for Blame F, even though he, misses a shot or two there. He has, like, 2 shots, 2 opportunities to hit this before he's dead from 2 players swinging him and gonna get a shot in the side of the head. I think that's good decision-making from Gun 5, even with a big advantage.
Is there a good decision Fnatic can make to get back into Ancient? They're down 4-9, likely soon to be 4-10.
I don't have a good answer.
Well, yeah, okay, never mind. I was gonna try and build up the Glock round for a second, and I see the Mattis kill, and then immediately everyone just dies. See, listen, at least Mattis can buy an op if he wants to. He doesn't, but he could have. Yeah, silver linings.
Man, I think that's kind of not part of the problem, not like the problem, but I do think that Bermulov's consistently being missing is an issue for this Fnatic squad, but I don't even think it's the primary issue, so it'd be unfair to say that of him.
Like, firepower-wise, they're on the dry end, while Gun 5, on the other hand, looking good. Feinstein's been 3-8, but Gun 5's been giving him the Gilo Selter treatment to try and compensate. By the way, Feinstein's pushing forward into his own smoke, waiting for the duel versus Crims or Blame F, while Mattis explores the B bomb site. He's going to be smoked off immediately. Look at Feinstein, guys. Look at this man. He doesn't notice Crims. Oh my goodness, the bald buff. It's the bald buff. The light just reflects off of him.
Dude, what is actually being looked at there by Blame F? Why? How could he have been watching that?
Yeah, it's just the time that he's coming out to check, just in case. They're always aware of it.
What is he checking? Cribs is holding it the entire time, allegedly.
Hey, could there be an Astralis offer still here?
I mean, actually, dude, I cannot believe he's looking in that direction.
No, it's just a good time to check, just in case there's been a mid push. But Mattis is about to be faced down with the same setup that Lackey put to shame earlier on. Can Gun 5 deliver where Fnatic could not? A 2 versus 2 in the cave could be what dictates this round. 35 seconds on the clock.
You remember what happened last time Lackey was here? He was on the T side. And he's not going to get the same success. It's only a 1-for-1, but when you got 2 bodies there and you only get the single, that's not good enough for Gun 5. Fnatic's still closing in on this B-bomb site. That's where the last 2 defenders are located. Uh-oh. Bad news is they piece them up. Zelter and S-Aim get them both.
I will worship the Famas till the day I die. There's 8 seconds left. They can't get the bomb. Zelter saved it. And by the way, that's a fantastic setup between him and Sedime as well. Zelter wasn't even intending on getting the kills. He swings out so that Sedime can take advantage of the manipulated crosshairs because Zelter has seen that there's no one coming in from cave. It's great identification of the immediate threat. Fnatic just took a 5v4, win another 2v2 duel inside cave, and immediately after they just died to the Famas.
Yeah, that's a 4-2 loss. And listen, good setup, sure, but I think Fnatic got to take some responsibility there too. Like just bad spacing, not really ready to play off of one another. They obviously aren't anticipating there to be, that much resistance, maybe one guy maximum, but when you have such an advantage, guns out, just go.
Fine Shine. Now to put that second name to use. Okay, he doesn't shine that much, but good for one. Now Mattis will be able to close the distance, only to have his life close in on him. Fnatic is still fighting back with Blame F's AK, but it's an unfair fight. These people just keep swinging. God damn it, why are there so many CTs here? Great reads from Gun 5 on the CT side. Obviously, we haven't been able to see too many gun rounds and the like, but this, from the pistol round over here as well, they've been able to read a lot of this early spawn-based calling from Fnatic.
It's as per for Fnatic. It doesn't necessarily look like they have that deep a playbook sometimes when I've watched them recently. Which is so odd because that is the opposite of what I would have said before, even if they didn't have the results. V3.
Yeah, Fnatic had a very deep playbook.
12.
Oh, yeah. Fnatic had such a deep playbook. The problem is it was written in another language.
And even in these advantages, just great work off of one another. The flashbang to set Zelo up, and with that, it is 12 rounds. It is Gun 5 poised to take their map.
Fantastic performance from Gun 5, you have to say. It's obviously a map that they're incredibly comfortable on, and you can see why. Be it on the T side with the faster calling, CT side, great reads.
Peeking.
Well, could be last chance here for Fnatic. A recommitment onto the A-bomb side is a plan this time. There will be very little resistance from Gun 5. Fine Shine spots it up. It's only information for him to deliver. No utility, remember, so he can't nade open that smoke and try and make a push through. It'll be 3 players inside Donut. Likely going to be Fine Shine to work as a distraction. Now,
See the retake settled in. Oh my. The freebie. That'll help. Flashbangs are not as effective, but they get the information. Let Zelo cook on this one. 1v1, and Matties is unsuccessful. They'll put the finishing touches on a solid CT half where Gun 5 barely even look bothered. They win their map pick in dominant fashion.
I mean, fantastic performance. You're looking at Twitch Reload's numbers, and obviously they're the big standouts. But in the few situations where Gun 5 actually haven't get to the mid-round, Vincent, Lackey, and Celta were just controlling the map so effectively. I think there were barely two full buy rounds where it actually got to a point where mid-rounding was a question, and boy, were they answering it. Fantastic stuff from them through and through. And all of the question marks surrounding Fnatic, unfortunately, remain. There might even be a few more added.
Yeah, I think we come out of that feeling the same way about Fnatic that we were going in. And unfortunately for Fnatic, like with Inferno coming up, I don't think that I am feeling confident about them and their chances in this series in the slightest. I still have massive question marks about some of the times where they look so lost in mid rounds, where when plan A doesn't go correctly, they don't have an option for plan B, or even just like the communication in the mid round just seems a little bit lacking. You saw it there in the 4v2 that Gun 5 win. Like SD and Seltzer do a good job. I don't want to take anything away from them, but I think that Fnatic, if they were defining the map there, if they were just taking space as opposed to being too tentative, I think that they win that round, and that's something I've seen far too often.
Well, listen, you can't lose the 4 versus 2 without making some mistakes, and Fnatic showed that they were making maybe a few too many. And that's not to say that they can't bring it back. Inferno, a map that maybe not the most expected to be picked into this series, still does come through. They replaced Nuke with it. Let's find out whether that was the right decision after a small break. Welcome back. We have seen Fnatic be somewhat dismantled. And when I say somewhat, I do mean completely. It's a bit unfortunate as they do take an L. But Gun5 looking fantastic on their own map pick. Can they do the same going into Inferno? I'm T-Time. He's Vincent.
That I am. And I think that, honestly, Gun5 set up to potentially do that. What I do think is interesting is I was taking a peek at, like, just the amount of reps, like actual game time that has been spent on Inferno, though, between these two teams, and it is a little light for Gun5. They played it once this month. That was a tight loss against 9. Whereas Fnatic, I don't think they've been great results. In fact, some of them have been bad. That being said, they have been playing, like, they've been getting reps and they've been looking to improve, step by step. Now, whether that improvement has become reality, I think that's what's in question. And I don't think this Fnatic roster is just, they don't look cohesive. Maybe that's the right word the right way to put it. They do look like they just struggle with some of these details. Talking about, like, whether that looks like communication or whether that's the rotations. It feels like Fnatic are just missing a little step here and there. And like, it was more than that as Gun5 dominated on Ancient, but on maps they're good on even. That's what I see happening.
The good thing for Fnatic is Inferno doesn't feel like the kind of map where Gun5 spawn-based calling should work easily, at least, right? Like, that's something you can take out of the repertoire. Ancient is very conducive to spawn-based calling on the T side. Inferno a bit less so because of how much utility is generally used early on into the round. There is a lot more forced mid-rounding, and beyond that, there's not really a true middle to take care of in Inferno, right? It's sort of CT spawn and arches in the way that Gun5 was able to exploit middle in Ancient in terms of forcing rotation, things like that from Fnatic. So, at the very least, on paper, I do kind of understand where Inferno could go better for them, right? We're probably going to see Bermalov having an AWP earlier on. We're probably going to see him actually being able to take fights. BlameF's going to be given chances to rotate. Crims will probably be able to be a traditional anchor instead of having to go fight in the beginning of a round every single time, if that's not what he wants to do. So there are places where I can paint a picture, but unfortunately, I don't know whether they've got the brush and paints to actually do it themselves, right? Mattis was still pretty much an underperformer. Fair outside of one round wasn't really there, and Bermalov was completely absent from that map. If you've got 3 players who just aren't fragging, forget Inferno, any map's going to be tough.
That's true. I do think that Inferno also lends itself, you're talking about, to maybe Crims, and he did look good when he was in those positions on Ancient, when he actually got the chance to play his spot, so to speak. He did look good. And I think that not only that, but Mattis, I think they're going to be starting on the T side. So I actually think that I'm looking to him to be effective in this map as well, just because I think that this lends itself to some of his more comfortable, but not just like physical, like actual positions, but like
stylistic choices.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think that he likes to play towards the late round very often. And he likes to as well, try and find some timings, and that works super well on apartments, especially as an example. So I'm excited to see that. I think there's a lot there, at least on the stylistic front, that Fnatic can lean into. But the results, man, they do not look good. I mean, the most recent game was a loss, and a really dominant loss to Eklot. Like, those are types of games where I just think Fnatic need to be looking better, and that's why I have so little confidence.
Well, listen, on the other side, there's more reasons to have less confidence, Vincent. If you look over towards, players like, Shiloh, who goes 20-10 across that last map. I don't know, you know what? Maybe there's Selter and Sedime who are pulling together 2 versus 4s and whatnot. Or Lackey, who's just completely out-calling them. There's a lot to be scared of. Gun5 are packing a punch and a half, and then suddenly they've got brains behind it too.
Yeah, a difficult one. And here's the other thing. Maybe good, maybe bad. The upper's not really a conversation point on either side of the equation on Ancient. And they could probably do that again on Inferno, and it'd be fine. The issue is if they do that again, they do a little handshake and walk away. Gun5 are the ones I would advantage. That being said, Fnatic looking to pick in, which means this game plan should be good from Fear's T side. That's at least something that I feel confident in saying.
Well, let's see what the pistol round has in store. Fair's got himself a lot of utility, an HE, a flash, a smoke, and then you've got Bermalov and the more traditional smoke Molotov. It's going to be an initial B-site hit, and look at one Gun5 up to 2 players in CT spawn, getting ready to fast rotate wherever need be. Sedime gets the early spot. Flashes and Molotovs will be getting very little. Although the CTs do Fake out the rotate. It isn't a full commitment yet. Crims as well is hoping to find some sort of territory for Fnatic to be able to threaten an A-side hit.
Seltzer's got one flashbang here. If Fnatic try to explode as the smoke fades, I think they're probably going to do. One flashbang could be important. Seltzer's there in CT. Here's that flash, and it's perfect. Gonna get them a freebie. Stan gets another, and maybe a third. He'll finally get bested as the dink comes in. Makes it difficult to continue aiming forward. 3-on-3 as the plant goes down.
Fair reveals position. They know where Crims is going to be coming in from. It's all about getting that coffin control early on, and with Feinstein covering off CT right as the smoke fades, Fnatic are going to be in a 2 versus 3. Crims plays insurance, but the bomb is up planted for him. Remember that throughout. That could be important. Lack of kits as well, going to be very important. Puts Gun 5 on her timer, and the timer is ticking down. Lackey closes the distance. Fair, gone. Lackey turns around. Mattis, good for one, but never the second. And although Crims has cut off Feinstein, it does all come down to Celta, and the round is lost. The round is gone. Crims has basically won it there and then. Beautiful kill, and Feinstein, unfortunately, maybe just not ready for Crims to be where he was.
Yeah, I mean, I just think a good crossfire set as well from the Fnatic side. You know, they're getting pieced apart there on the back side. Nubox and Dark, that crossfire gets broken apart, but you know, it's on to Crims to kind of take the next contact, ensure that they don't get nothing for that, and I think that he does that beautifully. Also, you know, shout out Crims, he's so good at consistently over his entire career finding a moment like this where, you know, he makes the right decision and wins the round because of it. Just, you know, not over swinging, understanding that the time is on his side, playing as a second teammate there. It's lovely from Crims, and part of the reason why he's been here for so long.
Seltzer, careful, buddy. Fire does hurt, but so did Eagles. Apparently, Saddam can do it with every pistol. Goddamn.
This isn't even a real, like, Deagle round. It's a couple of Deagles, and then you got USPs on everybody else. So, Fnatic probably being a little bit careful here. Don't want to walk into anything more deadly, but it's just USPs.
You never know about those USPs. They can be deadly. Fair is feeling a little bit threatened. Saddam's actually going to be trying to flank out and see if he can collect the gun. Crim's playing safeguard, and this is also a situation where Saddam should get this. Fnatic realistically have 1 point of retreat over here, which is going to be CT. Saddam doesn't want the gun. He wants to go and actually look for the fight instead, and with Crims realizing where he is, the Molotov closes off more Fnatic pathways.
I think he looked for it. I don't know if I think he just didn't find it. Oh,
No,
there
he's got it. He just didn't go into mid. He was trying to hunt for it a little bit more.
I got tossed into bottom mid. That's a fantastic find.
It's also a very good round over here. If you can get one more kill, that would be everything. And that's what he's hunting for. Saddam right now. Another head collected. Why swap of that when you can try and fight for more? Didn't really have much of a choice, but still, 3 kills found out of the Fnatic camp, and considering that an AWP wasn't necessarily the biggest priority, pulling the T side down to your economic level is very valuable.
It just keeps the pressure up. It makes it so the Fnatic are, you know, that one step closer, especially in this first gun round for being reset quickly. Be the fast turnaround that you're hoping to get on the CT side. After a pistol round loss. But as per the usual arrangement, Gun5's economy, good enough to get them rifles, but not a ton of utility. They have to take a whole lot of leeway in that.
My God.
That is devastating. How about another? Stam gets involved, and he's going to lose out on his life because of that. Crim's handling all the aggression in apartments.
He got blood on the sofas, though.
It's not going to wash out.
That's so hard to actually clean that out. It's really difficult. I'm glad that I found like random TikToks and Instagrams to explain how to do it, and you wonder why those are there in the first place. But hey,
I'm wondering why you're knowing about it. Why is that a problem that you have pretty consistently?
Paper cuts.
Okay.
I read with a knife. Fnatic, however, have found a fantastic situation in this round where the A side is completely vacant. Gun5 are going to be stacking out onto B, and with Fnatic having a great call up ahead, they should be able to find their third round and their first gun round off the back of it. The double kill from Crims is incredibly impressive, but it is a bit of a drop ball when you look over towards, I believe it was Sadaim, who was the person who peeked out initially. Felt like he should have had those kills. The players had turned around.
I think he was the second one swinging towards second mid. Through
the
long
stairs.
hole. Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh,
And that's
unfortunate.
yeah, very much so. Gun 5 just playing the stack to be. They gotta take some sort of gamble in this round. If you split 2-1, you're just probably gonna lose whatever site they hit. So gamble stack for 3 to B, and still lose one on the inbound. Fear just lurks out and catches one off guard.
I like the call from Fnatic to actually stall out the bomb plant as long as they did, because obviously they just get all the more time to be able to hunt these CT weapons. They know how important that's going to be. Not going to be going as far as trying to penetrate the B bomb site again. Building up your own economy is nice too.
Yeah, I mean, as we were highlighting, there is a little bit of a lack of that after the damage done in the previous round. So value in making sure to build up on your own before looking to play denial for your opposition. Dream start out of Fnatic, though. I think they are very good. This is a poise in the late round after getting such an advantage that I think Fnatic's sorely missed on the T side of Ancient.
Well, for now, Gun 5 will be playing it timid and don't want to be committing into the full buy, but they've got a CZ behind it as well as a couple of extra pieces of Kevlar. Things can always go wrong. That is the ugly truth of Counter-Strike. And maybe they are. Maybe they are. Initial kill is nice, but unfortunately the M4 isn't able to get anything with it, so although there was always going to be potential for disaster, Fnatic have done a good job of routing around it.
Last big weapon that's available is CeeLo, who's on the other side of the map. Presumably he's, once his B hit comes through, going to save that again. I have a question for you.
Please ask.
Are you a CZ enjoyer?
I am.
You are. All right.
For one reason and one
Perfect.
reason only. It is the Korean Hwarang. Zion's best weapon, in my opinion. He does sick things with it. It is ridiculous. I've seen him get like aces with a magazine and 2 bullets. It's crazy.
That is
Right,
impressive.
favorite players. You can ask the question now.
Yeah, my question is convince me, not based on that, because I'm a hater. I'm a certified CZ hater. I just think anytime
All
you're
right,
putting
I
that
will-
money,
I will-
I think that the 5.7 is just a better.
I will convince you.
Go for it. Let's go.
Convincing is, it's a specialist weapon. Right? The 5.7 is your everyday man's pistol. A CZ is like someone who can rock a pink and white suit to a party and feel good doing it. Not everyone can do it. Some people are going to look uncomfortable. Some people are going to look awkward. They're going to have a slim fit suit on, not understanding the drape and the silhouette. But some people can rock it, and that's the thing. The CZs are it's a rockin' walking pistol. But right now, the rockin' and the talking's happening on Banana. Map has been blinded up, but the flashbangs depleted will not matter. Reflash is up, and the AK recovered. Lackey picks up his guitar, strums it outright, and it's time for him to have his concert. While Fnatic trying to crest down middle, the boogie is still boogieing on, but no more songs to be played.
Gun 5 taking advantage of one of their first opportunities to actually full take Fnatic control. Ooh, that's a little bit questionable. CeeLo, no support, just looking for information, and Maddie's is walking up porch side and getting a double kill. That's a big disadvantage for Gun 5 now. Turned the tide as Crims can hit the bomb down. If you're a non-factor currently in this round, he's a little bit out of it, so gotta be careful. Okay, now he pulls the trigger. That pulls the attention away and allows Burmilov the double. Was a little bit worried that he couldn't get involved, but involved he was enough to set Burmilov up for success. But I mean, it's all about Matties and that contact play up porch. That is everything.
Fine try. Oh, he misses the shot over here as well. 9 and 2 for fair. You're right, absolutely. It's all about Midas, but I just looked at the scoreboard for a second, and it's hard not to notice that in a position like this. But yeah, great job from Mattis over here, and it does feel a little bit disjointed in the defense. He's able to catch a great timing where Sadaim is trying to reposition back into one of the smaller pits while there's still that player in the site playing back double, looking into apartments. So it's an awkward timing for sure, and he is always very good at that. That's exactly what you want Mattis to be able to do, work on instinct and make it work like it. Now for Gun 5, they're going to be facing down the Rat, the Blame F. Never fun.
Often terrifying. Touchdown on that nade as well.
Oh, you have to be kidding me! He even picks up the AK and backs off. Because Fnatic couldn't push through. Oh my goodness, there was a bomb on Mattis. He didn't feel comfortable in refighting into it, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 3. You've got 3 weapons with armor, and Feinstein is also going to be a little bit deadly. Now, fortunately, they deal with Sadaim on this A bomb side. Shiloh still with that. Famas is going to have his head removed. So things are scary for a second, but Fnatic fortunately have got someone to keep the boogeyman away.
That's a couple of rounds where you want to expect more from Xylo, but you get nothing, and that's going to be painful for Gun 5, and part of the reason that they're about to be up at 0-6, I guess down would be more appropriate of a adjective there, but regardless, Selter attempt to save at 10 HP, and the walls are closing in all around him. Unlikely to survive this. And there it is. Fnatic look very good thus far. I mean, it's not just because of the scoreline either. This is a round that probably goes wrong very often. We've seen, you know, some of those individuals that we were talking about being missing coming alive, and Maddie's in particular, but Fear having an incredible performance as well.
I mean, Fnatic are bringing things back in difficult man-down situations. You have to give them credit for that. It's how they've gotten up to 6-0, and Gun 5, as much as they might be getting early round advantages, that doesn't mean jack squat if you can't close it out. Aggression from Sadaim. Once again, he goes forward, but Fangshan's already gone. In the meanwhile, they are really missing out on a 5th man right now. There's still another man. It's Gilo over in Arches, so advantage once again is in their court, but Selter is about to have it loosen out of their hands very quickly. Now, they know Blame's position, and they want to isolate that duel. It's been done beautifully. Back to a 3-on-2 on the side itself.
Stam has made this possible. Broken back that advantage into 1 for Gun 5. Grims, though, has the ability to play around the smoke. Gets a whole lot for it. Hilo arrives on scene a little bit late, but it's all up to him. A 1v1, and he's got the frag. Kit will ensure it as they finally get on the board. Gun 5 wreaking away a victory. And it wasn't the man advantage, it was the disadvantage that they had to bring it back from.
It's really good isolation of the fight into Blame F over there. So, you know, that's good to see. I don't think they were in a disadvantage. It was 3v3, but you're right. It was a disadvantage of positioning for sure. But when they're able to...
is what I was talking about.
Oh, of course. Hey, that's traded 1-for-1, man. Come on. You can't call that a mad disadvantage.
All right, that's fair. I rescind it.
But Blame F has been isolated like that, and then I mean, I thought this round is gone when Crims is able to avoid that flashbang for as long as it is, but again, Mattis unfortunately forced to reload, can't fight out, can't swing out, and because of that, it does end up being a couple of isolated duels, and Shiloh's done a great job of winning. First round on the board for Gun 5 though, and we continue to have struggles with their AWP. Feinstein has just not delivered. Now he's had his AWP in a couple of key positions. That time as well, he wasn't flashed off, he's just had his head removed. It's not what you want to see from a guy who's had the call-up and is being put in positions to succeed, very frankly.
Did you see that? What's happening to that wall? Yeah, I mentioned that I saw some really positive things from this guy, like, as a whole, but this series he's been a non-factor. That wasn't an issue on Ancient. whatsoever. But
Yeah, it helps when Gilo's 20 and 10.
yeah, exactly. And to be fair as well, right? Like Ancient not an op map, I'm willing to give a lot of breaks. Is the point that I'm getting at. But what you can't be doing is having a not free shot, but an uncontested op duel where you don't have a scope against you on the other side and you're just losing out in the gunfight. That cannot happen.
And
That's what happened last round.
There's nothing like it,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, fully uncontested. He's not being pressured.
And look, sometimes that does happen. Sometimes you see some crazy shots being hit, and Fnatic have the talent to do that. I won't pretend like they don't. But that is also where you're going to be down 1-6, and that needs to change.
Yeah, let me take the pressure off of Feinstein a little bit, because I do think that Zilo's the guy that pressure is on constantly, and for good reason. And I think him being missing at a lot of those early rounds on the A bomb site, making some missteps, was a big part of.
Hey man, you got to CT opper who's not open. That you're absolutely right. There's more question marks than just one. But if there's one kind of player who can turn things around on the CT side of a map like Inferno, you're looking at the opper. Give yourself that extra boost. Give yourself those early aggressive peaks, perhaps. Give yourself a few chances, and maybe Feinstein will be able to do that. Right now, he's playing more of a supportive role.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like gearing up. He's going towards B. I'm thinking we're gonna see exactly what you've just said. And he's throwing the flashbangs, which, fair enough. Listen, somebody's got to do it, especially when, spawn base matters as well. But, I'm glad to see them continue to reinvest the op into him, but gotta be playing confident. And this is a little bit more confident.
See if flashbang will force him away. But Gun5 have managed to park 4 players now on this A bomb site. Fnatic are going into a very well-fortified defense. An MP9 spray in through the apartments to Threaten and Pepper. But Fnatic can move back.
I don't think they know how much leeway they have to move back, though. On that flash. Excuse me, that was a smoke. I thought it was a flash from CeeLo.
Re-peek into that at 55 seconds.
Yeah, especially without support. I'm right there with you.
That's a flash that would have helped you peek that one. And unfortunately, now the B bomb site is where Fnatic have turned their heads out to this. 35 seconds. There's only one player in CT, and Gun5, without any information whatsoever, are going to be left relying on one small MP9. If there's a smoke in his face, maybe something to be done, but Fair has found a bullet in his face instead. That's less helpful. From what I've heard, at least.
Fnatic with these advantages, they've really favored just contacting in late into a round onto a bomb site, and they've very often targeted the right bomb site, like the weaker of the two, and they've done it again here.
It's night and day from what we saw in Ancient, right? Where Gun5 always had the right stacks and whatnot. Fnatic have been completely outmaneuvering them.
And it is I think, partially due to that stylistic difference as well that Inferno forces, where Gun5 aren't allowed to do some of the moves that they really love to make. But at the moment, I also think that more than anything that's hurting Gun5 is their mistakes. They're making a lot of errors. Highlighted Zelo making a couple in previous rounds, and when Fear is calling a very heads-up T side, where he's often at the forefront of just walking in late into the round and then getting the kills too. That's a recipe where Fnatic are just never going to lose those rounds.
You'd think so. But for Gun5, they have money. They will. That's the nature of losing. I'll be able to buy up again. Last time we saw them getting very early control out towards Banana and trying to stack up off the back of it. They struggled with late reclaiming of information. They have adjustments to try and make. Earlier duels have been sought, but BlameF is happy to have them fought. Fair is there to pick up number 2, and suddenly a 3-on-5 finds Shine his chance to shine, but will it be just the second kill, or is he going to be given more? Vermilov always ready to receive that aggression. Fantastic T-side opping as he's expecting that 4th player now to start making his way over as well. But Sadaim has made this move far too many times now. Expected into the apartments, dealt with very quickly, and although Vermilov will fall, BlameF on the other side will be able to trade him out.
And talking about becoming readable. Stam is in the same boat as you're talking about, but the same true of Feinstein. Like, we know the op is here. We know there's at least 3 players there, I should say. We don't necessarily know the op is here. And we're just re-clearing this? Like, you know, that's great. And then this is the next move? I just don't think so. I think that Gun 5 really lacking in some of these protocols on the CT side. How to get, you know, they're understanding kind of the next step in the flow chart, but how to get there is piece after piece that's missing.
Remember how I said you're gonna have money all the time?
Yeah, you lied. You told
did.
a flat out lie, man.
I'm
What's up
sorry,
with that?
man. I would like to apologize to everyone at home for being such suckers. You believe me?
You got them. High five on that one.
Yeah. Oh. I don't think Gun 5 are going to be too happy about this. So.
No. They've kept the requisite economy to be buying next round, but it's a phenomenal flashbang. Lets Maddie's farm up a couple of these kills. It's been a little bit of damage limitation. With banana control still in the hands of the CTs, Gun 5 could have been okay if Feinstein could have bought some time. But he's bought nothing but loss in this round. It'll be Fnatic onto the A-bomb site. I don't even hate what Gun 5 do there. You know, it's a bit of a... It's a bit of a last-ditch
right?
effort.
Like, whatever.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a half buy. You're trying to run after them. That's okay. Yeah, there's nothing to hate in this round. It's all right. It's a next round that will be the actual important one, and obviously this would have been important if they get the heads we win situation.
Good protocol as well, I think, for Fnatic to make sure that, you know, instead of like a coin flip, that's more of a, you know, 1 out of 4 chance. You flip the coin twice. Is that good math? I don't know. Probably
I think mathematically it makes sense. I think the analogy is pretty bad, but hey, mathematically it makes sense. No, I'm joking. No, you're absolutely right, right? They make it so that you have to take multiple duels up against a stack. You're taking it from multiple angles, and sure, things can still go wrong. But obviously, the more variables you increase that you have control over, the more the probability favors you. You're absolutely correct.
This is Feinstein off going. It's over towards A. He's forward slide again. So it's nothing aggressive, though it is a little bit of a difference. We've talked about Estam and how consistently he's looking to pressure into the apartments. A little bit more of a passive setup. Ooh. Oh, and just, yeah.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
My head's in my hands.
Sadime, his head might be on the floor unless he's able to fight off this offense coming his way. The flashbang keeps them out. And listen, Gun 5, the abandonment of B could give them a chance in this again. Remember, the bomb is in arches, so a peek over here could find it. And they missed the timing, unfortunately for them, but Fnatic rezoning and rejigging back over to the B bomb site is going to be giving them an empty site.
Yeah, and that additional smoke for Moto is only going to sell that, you know, extra couple of seconds that buys and allows Fnatic the time to get across and start to set up a post plant. Fast on the flank, though. Hold on, Lackey's going to get there very quickly, and he's got Tilo in tow. It's not exactly done. Vermilov doesn't expect a close range angle, but he is expecting a second. Vermilov, the rifling has been very good in comparison to the first map of this series, and Playmath putting the final touches on this round. Hilo, what can he do? Maybe offer up a prayer?
Listen, I really hate to say this. Because obviously everyone knows this is a bad game going on right now for Gun 5. Fnatic have picked the right map. That's just clear. But this is one of the worst A sites I have seen on the CT side. And this isn't like it's a Shiloh problem or it's a Sedime problem or it's a Feinstein problem. It is all of them.
It is a protocol problem and a Gun 5 genuinely don't know where they should be in some of these setups.
Reclaiming late round information on the A-bomb site, reclaiming brackets just hasn't happened from them so far. Missing out on, positions like this is obviously, it's tough. They're very reliant on their B-site rotators coming over, and there's nothing wrong with that. It is Inferno, right? That's what you want to see. But before that, the B-site rotators need to know a little bit of what's going on. They need to be able to move into a fight, move into a decision, and that's just never been an option.
It's especially surprising when going into this, we're talking about like Gun 5 and how, maybe they've had some good maps here. I mean, it looks like they are missing reps, and it's very obvious on the CT side.
Well, Lackey for now is going to be all alone over here on B. That Molotov doesn't give him too much company, but he can be roasty and toasty around it. Would be pretty cool if the sand turned to glass inside the sandbags, but that's asking for too much and probably something that's utterly useless in competitive play. Sedine, though, is not utterly useless in competitive play. He's found Crimson this time, decides, you know what, you expect my aggression, but do you expect this much of it?
I mean, clearly no. Might just force Fnatic to go B off of that too, unless they just want to take a slow approach to grabbing back bracket control.
I speak from Blame Up.
Yeah,
Looks for a little bit more. Lackey will be able to trade that one away. That leaves Fair to try and breach onto the site. Now, it's going to be 3-on-2 on the site itself. Let's not forget about that. There are bits and pieces of util. The flashes are really what you're keeping an eye out for, but they never really call toward a Gun 5. Feel like round number 2 is around the corner, but it also does feel a little bit too late. Nade, nice, but no targets for Matters to focus down on.
Still hold the bomb in his grasp, so a little runaway there, maybe fake out defense. CeeLo's got the high health though, and he'll be the first to test Matties. It's a second round for Gun 5 on what I think we both agree a bit of a terror of a first half. Almost nothing going right. Fnatic doing a wonderful job. This is one of the only rounds where something starts to go wrong and they don't have the right call, they don't have the right maneuver. Honestly, I don't even think the call was bad, more about, not being able to get a trade there onto Blame F.
This round could decide their fate over here, and right now their fate is going to only be contested by Blame F should this be an instant B commitment. The bomb isn't here though, so how instant can it really be? Fnatic waiting out on brackets before they call the rotation. It'll have to be an apartments clear initially before they do so, but the two players over in Arches are certainly thinking about it. Blame F hasn't seen anyone over here on B at all, but he doesn't feel brave enough to contest on his own. There is no kit on Fnatic, so a retake will be tough.
Don't give up the site. That's one way to make sure that the retake's not that difficult. But when you're playing a retake on B, I don't know that they're going to have that option available to them. Smoke goes in, and Blame F looks to face for fights and gets gooshed in the process.
Whoa.
Okay. All good. Fear. I'll be watching from the sidelines. That's,
all right.
Honestly, that's a round. Pretty sure that Gun 5 not going to have too much of a problem holding off against this unless Crims just, pops a bunch of heads right now.
Will the Viking be able to deliver? No, he can't. Vikings are dead. That's the problem with them. They died a long time ago.
Feels bad. Is there any modern day Vikings?
I mean,
Anywhere?
It depends. Do you believe in like the Manosphere Instagram?
No.
All right, then probably not. No, probably not. There's a lot of people who look like Vikings. Flom kind of looks like a Viking. I won't lie to you.
He does actually.
He's got that Nordic blood in him for sure. He's even got somehow Flom's ahead of the curve. He even got the Counter-Strike skills from Sweden from 2025.
Oh, Nobody in that deserved that. I just wanted to
Yeah, no, I don't
Sweden
even
didn't
know.
deserve
I
that.
have
Flom didn't
no
deserve
rapport
that.
with Flom whatsoever. He's a nice guy. I like his stream. That's all.
Rosa streamer. He's just having a good time.
Nah, I got a Twitch sub on his gifted to me on stream once. I was like, wow, I love you, Flom. Thank you. Then I realized it's other people who actually gift the subs.
It is, yeah. It's probably Bonamont.
Flashbang is good right now. The CT's looking to fight, and Fair has spotted out 2 players. Suddenly thinks the better of it, and in his fadeaway, we'll be watching his life fade away. Blame F is going to be casualty number 2, and Gun 5 are going to be well on their way to round number 4, if as long as Crim doesn't get a few freebies through the smoke.
Looks like those freebies going to be staved off. No victories in the smoke spam. Crims will back away slowly. Okay, nice find. I may have spoken too soon about the freebies. The good news is that one isn't of impact. Gun 5 is still going to have a firm foundation to start building up on their T side. And Fnatic going to not be able to pick up the gun around for another round or so. They do get to hang on to a couple of these pistols, a couple bits of armor. And when you have such a significant round difference to lean back on, you can afford to go for some of those more aggressive purchases, and that's what Fnatic do in this round.
Well, if there was going to be a road to a comeback, Gun 5 have at least, got directions to it.
Problem is, now you gotta follow the map, which 2025 is hard for us.
And maps just gotten worse in 2025 or something?
No. We just...
Oh my god, Bermanov has got the map alright!
Yeah, I was mistaken. He's found it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fnatic never lost it, so... Still going into the 2 players on this B-bomb side should be relatively comfortable with Blame F's demise. It becomes a whole lot more difficult to make this 5 versus 4 do all that much. Now, Gun 5 do have 2 players that are low, so Fnatic, there will always be eyebrows raised and questions asked, but I don't know if Fnatic are quite up to answering them. I take it all back. I take it all back. They've won the round.
Not quite yet, but the damage done is so sublime. Crims has grabbed another one, and he gets away through the smoke. There's still technically a 2-on-2, and Bermalov... This is smoking a fade. Oh, and they've got to re-smoke. Bermalov now becomes a near non-factor. He's going to have to get up in the mix fast if they actually want to go fight for this.
Crims might just be able to find Shield over here. Shield finds much better cover. That is a game changer. The smoke and the repositioned afterwards new box does make this round feel absolutely impossible. Gun 5, they're playing with fire, but fortunately for them, it's an RPG where there is such a thing as flame resistance.
I'm not sure I like even understand why Fnatic are not fighting for this. Like, very unlikely to win that, but...
Yeah, keeping the economy low, trying to make sure that everyone is going to die afterwards. Fnatic will have a buy over here regardless, and then if you can poke and prod Gun 5 into a slightly more uncomfortable position, you win over here, you finish the game there and then. Now, obviously, that is dependent on the first win, and that's nowhere near guaranteed. Bermalov found a lot of success on that T side, but a lot of it was defensive opening as well. We could see Fine Shine be able to have a bit of a resurgence on his own, and listen, on this T side, I am absolutely confident that Gun 5 will look better. Is it going to be good enough? That's a different question.
Especially when good enough is, you need minimum 10 rounds, and that's just to be in overtime. So they've set the bar high for what good enough might look like.
Well, that's a start.
So Banana Fight to Blame F has rarely lost all map, and Zelo, that's a head-to-head we're going to see probably very often as this T-side develops. Bermalov with 1 missed shot, and that is too much. With he and Lackey, staying break open on A.
You remember how I said that Fnatic are hoping to reset Gun 5's economy?
A little Uno reverse card got pulled.
No, reverse card indeed.
So in reality, it is what we were saying. You know, map lost. They had the directions, but unfortunately, they can't read it.
No, I mean Gun 5 are the ones with the map. Because they need it to try and come back, remember?
So they're giving the intelligence away, giving them false information to Fnatic. That's the problem.
Well,
all right, the bit's dead. I'm sorry. I'll
okay.
leave it.
It's all right. It's okay. You know what? I was gonna let you rot in it. I mean, like, how far is he gonna go to try and save it?
There's no saving it. It's dead.
Oh, listen. Right now, for Gun 5 are hoping they're not dead, and at the very least, the resuscitation is looking good so far, but this is an MP9 on Blame F's elevated position. Molotov comes far too late, and by the time it does, it's got nothing to do for the trade. I'm still expecting Fnatic to be able to get a bit more damage in. That smoke's got a massive gap in it, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 5.
Very reactionary for Gun 5, and they're making mistakes in that quick reaction. Seltzer will finally confirm what was already set for Gun 5, the A-bomb site, their target, and those kills from Seltzer, ensuring that 3-on-5 turns so very quickly the opposite direction.
We are getting to a place where Gun 5 should be on 8 rounds. Fnatic need to start to sweat, and the problem is, as much as I will never raise a finger to this man, most likely. Blame F is just not having a great game. He's not having a terrible game, but Fnatic don't have that monster to be able to carry them through on some of these CT side performances where you know he can just hold down a bomb site on his own. And even in a 5v3 over here, Fair's got an AK, Fair starts to rotate over. You're looking back to the good start Fair had of being 9-2, he's now 14-11, right? So they're are the same questions to be asked of their CT side as we did to Gun 5, should this continue to be the case. And again, this is its 5 versus 3 where you've managed to recover weapons.
To fight a little bit on Blame F's perspective there too, he did dominate on the banana fight very often on the T side. He wasn't required very much.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of the late hits towards A, and it was Fear who was in the late round walking out B, so he was just more part of the pack. But yeah, on the CT side, that round notwithstanding, it's been quiet.
And it's not his fault, but then who is going to step up? He's been getting his one, normally.
Very defensive stance out of Fnatic.
They do have Burmalov holding a fairly aggressive line out towards a bracket, so they've got a little bit more information to work off of, and Gun 5 will have to deal with that.
But it's the move off of B for Matties as he goes to reinforce the A bomb site instead. So Fear, Blame F, it's going to be this duo. Once again, when the B attack comes, and it's just a question of timing. Gun 5 are most certainly going to be going B. Unless they just turn tail and run.
Is being used. Salt has been left to try and flank off rotations should they ever come. Gun 5 want to re-execute, recommit. The slight delay comes out. Incendiary for the CTs was not forced. Good hold on it from Fair, and he is going to be able to stave them away with Burmalov finding the lurker as well. Gun 5 suddenly in between a rock and a hard place, and both places smell an awful lot like death. A commitment to the B-bomb site is still what they have on the menu, and feels like only that's just the one item to order from, but Fnatic are going to be making it just a little bit more easy. It's a rotation away from Mattis. The flashbang will not be blinding them. Fair's the one who ends up getting a kill before backing off, and Blame F adding a bit more to it means that Gun 5 will be giving Fnatic their 5 alive situation.
Oh, just beautifully done there by Fnatic. It's Fear who is just cycling utility very effectively as well. This is a bomb site that initially when Gun 5 looked to press into it, they're not actually in a great spot. There's just 2 guys here, and it could have been very explosive, but it wasn't even that Fear, held on to the incendiary. He actually had a second one. He cycled the first on the first round of utility, and then went and grabbed a second one that was dropped in the corner and was able to delay again and get across, making it so that Gun 5's execute never actually came. They had to contact in after that.
Just so far forward, he's going to be spotted, but he still manages to get the fight back. He's fighting in with the flashbang behind him. Celta, meanwhile, will be spotted and taken apart. Fear is somehow keeping himself alive on this B-bombs. Watch out for Mattis. It's a dime, buddy. That's supposed to be your hotspot of success. Feinstein is now left all alone. Needs to start peeking forward initially. Will be able to get an eye line out, but not the kill. And where Gun 5 felt like they were making Fnatic sweat, they wipe it off and remind them they've got good cardio.
I think Fnatic were just taking a little bit of a break. But back into the gun rounds and right back to winning ways. And it's not the time for Gun 5 to be in economic troubles either. They don't have a choice in the matter. 3 rifles. That's what they've got in the 2 Tech 9s as well. They sped up last round. Initially had success, and it's going to be initial success once again.
Fnatic are really committed to the idea of an A-side hit right now. They have left a weakened Mattis all alone to anchor B. As they start to peek forward, he has done more than his job. The second kill found now, as well as staying alive. This is perfect.
Can't ask for much more. When he's asked to hold the entire B bomb site with 19 HP, get a kill, stay alive. Utility's great for Fnatic on the inbound for this retake. They've got smoke, a couple of flashes, even an incendiary. It's the Gun 5 Molotov that's going to delay for the first 3 or 4 seconds. As that fades away, now the smoke goes out, flashbang comes in, and they try to get active. They've got to make the move aggressively, Gun 5, when they're at a disadvantage, but they lose out. Seltzer, that's name for support, but he's got to stand tall. And now smoked off. Estate through the smoke is the only hope that he has. With on the bomb, fear ensures that this map pick is going to go correctly. Inferno is the move. That's what we've learned. We question it, but we have our answer.
Fantastic stuff from Fnatic. I was not expecting this whatsoever after the Ancient performance. It is a great T side, and the CT side recollection was also looking quite good. I have to say, disappointing showing from Gun 5 on the CT side. Obviously, I mentioned the A side, but as much as it might feel mean, it might feel like he's not the only problem, I do have to rag a little bit on Feinstein as well. You just have to get more done. As a CT opper who's being given opportunities in the mid-round, isn't dying immediately, isn't going aggro, so he's playing for the mid-round. Obviously, there's more leaky faucets than just one in this kitchen, but that was a pretty big one.
We saw the stark contrast between, him and Bermilov on the CT side. Even in those few rounds that we got to watch with Fnatic CT side, Bermilov had impact playing a similar play style. And was consistently getting stuff done in a fashion that Feinstein was not. So I think that's where the criticism is very valid, and you have to look towards him as somebody who needs to step up a little bit for the Inferno to look a little bit better. I think good news here for Fnatic, though. They survive what I think was our biggest question mark coming into this, the fact that they don't go towards Nuke. So they look good, not just survive. That's unfair. They look good on Inferno. And now I don't know that it necessarily gets particularly easier. Their win rate on Mirage isn't great, but they get to the 3rd map. And I mean, listen, Fnatic have been working their way through these series. Late round or late games with a 3rd map is not something that they are not used to. They've seen it so many times over these last couple of weeks. So I'm excited for what Fnatic can bring on Mirage.
Well, we're going to have to find out, and we're going to have to pause our discussion because there's a quick break to go to. When we're back, it'll be talking about Mirage and hopefully witnessing Mirage. I say hopefully, but I can guarantee it. See you guys in just...
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back to the CCT Series 19 European play-ins. Well, not the play-ins, but the Swiss stage. We're going to be figuring out whether or not Fnatic can move past Gun 5, or whether Gun 5 will be showing up in the form they did in map number 1. If you weren't tuned in for the rest of the series, map 1 was ancient, Gun 5 was spectacular. And then they were less spectacular in map number 2, Inferno, where Gun 5 found out that Fnatic are spectacular. I don't know who's going to be what on Mirage. I'm T-Tom, he's Vincent.
Yeah, I feel like Fnatic had a little bit of easy mode because of how poor the CT side was from Gun 5. But they called a good game, and everything was going correctly. They took advantage of all those advantages that I think we were seeing being given away by Gun 5. A lot to like for Fnatic. What doesn't look so good, though, is a 3-map losing streak here on Mirage for Fnatic. That's a confidence hitter, at least going into this. But I think that Mirage has been a good map for them in the past. I just think that, recently it's been a struggle.
Vincent, listen, I know you mean well. I know you're trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but that's unfortunately just not true. Because Mirage has been Fnatic's kryptonite, regardless of whoever the IGL is, regardless of what iteration of this lineup is. If you look over towards, the past year or so, they have one of the poorest win rates you're going to see on a map that's supposed to be as quote-unquote in everyone's pool as Mirage is. And I don't know why, right? Because last year when they stopped permabanning it, when they started letting it be picked, they actually experimented. I think they picked it in one series at the relog LAN as well at some point as well. But this is just a team that has never figured out how to play their Mirage. It doesn't feel like, despite it being a natural playstyle for Mattis and B Short, it doesn't feel like he's necessarily able to get his most. It doesn't feel like Blame F and Connector can get his most. And even though Bermalov is supposed to be an upgrade and the like, I don't know if Bermalov is going to be able to show us that early aggression that sometimes CT operators need to present on Fnatic. Gun 5, on the other hand, stylistically, this is a great map for them.
I mean, they love it. It's an opportunity to get Zelo active. He likes to be in more of those aggressive roles, particularly on the T side. I think that him and SDM can be, very much what we saw out of SDM on the CT side of Inferno. Actually, like he was one of the only guys that was consistently having success. I think he does a similar role in different positions on Mirage. Not only that fact, but whilst we're painting the rough picture that is more reality for Fnatic, they also, most recently lost to BC Game on this map, a team that Gun 5 stomped here on Mirage. So yeah, I think that, I want to believe in Fnatic after what we saw in Inferno, but it is a difficult one. I don't think that they looked good enough for me to feel like they could overcome that history per se.
Look, if they can have Fear show up the way he did on Inferno, then there's always going to be that chance. We're just having one extra frag in a position where you're traditionally not supposed to, right? Like, Fear's not supposed to be the one coming up and pumping out numbers, but if you're able to have him perform, that'd be great. The only problem is going to be you also need Mattis to be able to really truly activate both on CT and T side, mostly on T side in my opinion. CT side you can still have some sort of carry performances at times from Blame F. On the other hand, for Gun 5, Lackey and Selter have always been good on this map, again, because you're looking back towards the aggressive lurking styles that they have brought in from previous teams. So Diamond Gilo, like you said, very happy to be aggro riflers, middle of the pack if they need to be, but also taking their individual duels whenever they're asked for it as well. And there is a glaring flaw. It's Fine Shine. Fine Shine, even in the map that they won, was not really a factor for them, was still underperforming. On Inferno, he was one of the many, but one of the big reasons why they were able to walk all over Gun 5 on the CT side via Fnatic's offense. Fine Shine is the one glaring weakness on Mirage. Beyond that, it does feel like Gun 5's rifling core are probably set up for success more so than Fnatic.
I think that that's true, but this is a map that I've seen Fine Shine play well on. Like in comparison to, I'm just going to toss the Inferno out there, right? That was bad. And I have to look if like the statistics back this up, but I think that Fine Shine is at some of his best on Mirage actually. So I'm in agreement, but I also think that we could see a bunch better showing from him as we jump into this one. I don't know. Let's see how the knife round went here, because Fnatic starting on the CT side by their choice. So at least a little bit of a relief, a break maybe.
Fnatic are again going to be neglecting the kit. They want to try and fight early on, most likely, and they look towards Blame F to perhaps allow them to commit to it over in Underpass. Zilo making no secret about his intentions, making no secret about his guns. Zilo and Lackey able to move through with the early double kill. That's exactly what you want to see, and guess what? You're going to see more of it. Running over Fnatic for now, and look, where you normally talk about how the CTs want to be able to save Kevlar, they've managed to do the same for Sublime and Fine Shine, so those upgrades are going to be mighty good coming in for Gun 5 in that next round.
I mean, Zilo he owns them. It's literally his map right there. Stunning opener, and then they just rotate that into essentially a pack mentality where I'm just going to run down everybody as a unit. Kill squad, a ball of death. Gun 5 run over Fnatic in that pistol. 4 SMGs. Fast up mid. It's got some vision behind it. Fnatic could isolate a fight too as well. Seltzer's in trouble. And he won't escape.
There's not a good gun to pick up, unfortunately. Obviously, Gun 5 did leave behind the Mac 10 to do most of that dirty work. But as Fnatic look to reroute back over in through the short boost, it's something Shilo's already expecting. Immediate kill, re-smoke on the short, and despite the early loss, it does feel like Fnatic might be best off just trying to save.
GG go next. That's the angle. I like what Fnatic are doing. If they're going to be going for those MP9s, get aggressive, play together, overwhelm with numbers. You can't really GG go next if you don't have the MP9s though.
That's a good kill to find though on the AK-47. It's not going to be recoverable. Shiloh goes down as well. Damage is alright, but the problem is it's the next round that you really don't bring anything to the table with, so damage is insignificant many times.
They've made sure that the Gun 5 are cash negative in this round. I think, that's the goal, but
it doesn't affect the first gun round.
I think there was a lot more upside to getting those SMGs next round. Having the ability to run back a similar setup or, maybe a stack. Which you can still do, just gonna have a lot less teeth.
Like you've got Kevlar from Blame F as well at the 5-7. Bamilov's got the Zeus. You've got
Zeus is basically a rifle. Think about it.
I'd rather not.
Well, I'll walk you through it.
Okay.
Zeus is a rifler, and then he has a rifle. So it's basically a rifle.
How is that different to a pistol?
Shh.
North American Counter-Strike voice.
I was channeling my inner get the bag mark there, I'm gonna be honest. I'm typically
Listen,
the Zeus
this is
hater on the
actually
broadcast,
very,
so-
very good damage coming out of the Gun 5, though. Look over towards Scrim's position. If he wants to drop down into underpass, although that's something Bermilov has done over here, all three of these players are susceptible to potentially being taken down to the bomb. Bermilov and Blame F, as well as Scrims, are here to play containment. This is... It doesn't matter if Saddam gets his kills, right? You just have to try and contain. You just have to try and get yourself in a good position to save. And Gun 5 will be fortunate to do so, but Fnatic do put themselves in good spots. And keep 3 pieces of Kevlar alive.
Yeah, that
Again,
Kevlar is
good round.
massive. We were memeing about it, that Zeus did get a kill, to be fair.
Yeah.
And beyond that, the SMG is able to get a little bit more done in and of themselves. So, first gun round's going to be a spicy one. They've got a lot to work with. Crims is going to stick with the SMG just to keep the economy as strong as possible into the coming rounds additionally, but Bermilov having an op is a huge addition. Gonna go for the ladder swing instead of just mid.
Look at what Gun 5 are doing. They've got 4 players going out late towards mid, and they want to just run down. Bermilov will be able to spot out that head, but as he tries to adjust, he misses out the second kill that he could have possibly had. Blame F plays from behind the Molotov inside the smoke, waiting for maybe the smoke to be broken or anything like it, but there's not going to be that call made. In the meanwhile, Fnatic explore A main. They've got information. Bermilov receives. It's a lonely Crims on that B bomb side, but as Bermilov starts to move back, there is a window where Zhilo can move in. Instead, Zidime forces back the A main aggression from CTs and makes them now consider Palace.
Fnatic are certainly considering. They're going to get Maudie's elevated into that position. How deep does he want to go, though, is the question I have. Gun 5, meanwhile, creep their way forward. Their mid control, good. Zilla just has to hold on to it whilst they prep for the B attack.
BlameF can't rotate very easily. Zhilo will be putting himself in a position, so Bermilov has to hit this shot, and he will. Great job as BlameF will find Zhilo on the duel. Now back to a 5 vs 3. Gun 5, who looked like they had teeth for this assault, have found out that they've got decayed cavities instead. Some scaling would be nice as they try and scale into the site. They will find one more before they trade it away. And now with that, the bomb being lost to the Ether. And BlameF is going to be more than happy to push through the smoke when that bomb is tapped. In fact, decides against it. Will wait as Crims will be able to commit. 3 on 1, Saddam low. There should be a kill after time, I believe. No, it's not. Okay, they get him just before time runs out.
Yeah, that was a bit of a concern for me. Don't want to go down after time. Appreciate how Bermilov is playing that too. He misses the second shot, sure, but he just makes it very difficult for Gun 5 to actually clear him out. He doesn't give them any additional fights or re-swings. Waits for Blame F to arrive on the scene, and so when he finally does get run down, Blame F has his instant trade frag. That's lovely. Good communication too from Fnatic. Reach into the coffers as well, thanks to Krenz. We had highlighted, held on to an SMG in the previous round. But now all 5 are rifles. The CT side.
Gonna be a lot of pressure out on the fair over here. And he is not looking to be. Oh my god, that is juicy. All of that is utility damage. I don't think there was really any shots fired at them.
Nope, not at all.
Spears feeling good about that one. Peek down the middle for Blame F. He will be able to collect on a little bit more. 5 on 2, and Fnatic's barely had to move a muscle.
Those are also Fear's first 2 kills, by the way.
Hey, it works.
My opening kills all have double HE.
100% of his skills are incredibly impressive and rare.
Very true. Maddie's gonna get the final victory together on that one.
I thought Fineshine had also just moved out of range for that one.
Me too. He got around the corner. He did get scammed.
Gun5 also thought that they would have a little bit more money when you consider the initial lead they racked up. But that's the problem of losing so many weapons again and again. Gun5 will now be on the force buy. They are hoping to upset. They are hoping that Fnatic will not be expecting this purchase. And it does feel like the B-bomb side, a classic Tech9 destination.
Talking heard of Destination Vacation. See if they can make this a vacation, or if it's just going to be nightmare scenario again. Furious killing. It's another HE frag. Now he's on the board with the rifle. Oh,
What?
dismissed. Incredible shot out of Fineshine. The Tech9s do indeed fight forward and do find a little bit of footing here on the B-bomb site.
It's all about taking short and having bench control. That's the only way you can establish a crossfire for this post plant, and the M4 from Crims has been recovered. Instead, they want the crossfire out towards the market window, but this might not be the one you want. Fineshine caught between weapons. He's not sure about how to go about this. Grenade damage will be avoided as he moves back close to the bomb site. He spots up Blame F, and now it's down to Gilo. Gilo will take the peek initially, but he misses his chance, and as Mattis is caught spraying and praying, it's Barmelov whose prayers are answered. A freebie granted, and Fineshine lines them up, but he can't knock them down. The time not on their side. The Tech9 in pursuit. Fineshine with 4.
And it's in the most absurd fashion. It's in the way in which Fineshine misses everything initially, and the time is ticking, and that's what allows them to go for it. This was brilliant. This one onto Fear. That's the opener that allows the bomb to get planted, and it's honestly all a little bit dicey from Fnatic's perspective the whole way through. But if the rifle's not going to do, how about the Tech9?
Prime JW.
He's not on this team.
His spirit lives on. And unfortunately, Fnatic, their spirit might be broken up ahead. That is an incredibly awkward situation. And it's some sharp shooting to start off, right? Gun5 make this a very good 3 versus 3. But after that, Fnatic feel like it was falling into their lap.
I mean, it was. It did. It fell right into their lap. They waited. They were patient. And even though the spray from Matties could have, left a little bit to be desired, off coverage was good from Bermulov. They just need to get the trade. And I think, the time factor definitely making that more difficult, causing some panic.
Listen, if it worked once, what are the chances? He's already crossed over. Bermulov might not be ready. If he'd missed that jump, this would have been dangerous times. But now comes out the Mac 10. It's in hot pursuit, but the heat's coming from Crims and Bermulov. Fear is also going to be here to warm and toast his hands on this fire. And Fnatic, well, that's one way to bounce back.
I mean, it's been good work from Bermulov. Like, we talked about how missing he was, just generally speaking, on Ancient. A lot more impact on Inferno. And this is him looking fantastic on Mirage thus far. Anytime he's been targeted, he's been able to get, at least one and often make good decisions in order to, if it's not a multi-kill, it's buying time for the rotations so the Fnatic can get into effective positioning.
The thing is, Gun5s are also just being completely, screwed on their money. They had to force buy again because they lost all of their players when they won the round they were force buying in before. And now you're on $1,400 loss bonus. You're not picking up much over here either. Blame F, good for the one before you're traded. As Shiloh's missed the timing on the Fair, instead he looks back to Mattis. Fair will take him down. So Fnatic constantly present with the trades. Bermulov should be able to find Lackey as well, but he doesn't pull the trigger, and he is going to pay for that one. Lackey knows where Fair and Crims are. The bomb can cross over into the side. At least that's what they think. Crims will be seen. Is given a fair fight, but that's one that Selter doesn't win. He's been having a rough game so far. This round is no different. 1-on-2 for Lackey.
How about another one? Not to be off-recovered as well. Good work there for Fnatic. Even though it gets a little bit more expensive thanks to Lackey's Eagle. MF a little bit isolated, but some good timing what forces Zelo's hands. Regardless, a Fnatic already back in business. Have been able to build a little bit of economy onto Fear, onto Burmilov. Good news is, here's another opportunity to continue building.
That is good news. I mean, if you're a fan of Fnatic.
You know where I stand.
Listen, I know you like the cheerleader stacks. Always a good time. Just, hey, is anyone gonna peek? Is anyone gonna peek? Come on. Hey, buddy.
Calling this? Does Stralis not get credit for this anymore?
Nah. Listen, we don't give Stralis credit for anything. They don't even get credit for coming third place at PGL for some reason.
That's true. I don't know why they didn't get credit for that.
Well, maybe when they meet.
I hear there's like a hater clan out there though, so maybe that's part of it.
Well, Gun5 are done being cheerleaders, but that doesn't mean they're particularly deadly. At least cheerleaders have that mean girl vibe to them.
It's very mean to kill Blame F there. I agree. He was just trying to get some eeks. Gotta keep that rating high.
This is very rough territory for Gun5. They don't have a hero. They don't have anyone you can look over towards and say, hey, this is the guy who's going to turn things around. The one round where something like that has been present is obviously Fine Chance Tech 9, and that is completely unreplicatable. You can't bring that one together again. If you lose over here, Fnatic does feel like 8 is very much in the cards, if not a score that should be expected of them. Gun5 will find short completely uncontested, but that's where you have potentially a double connector set up to deal with. Fair is the one to take first contact, and he will be able to get one. In fact, makes it 2, and Gun5 are figuring out suddenly, okay, something's going wrong. Fair's not meant to be here. Does that mean short is empty? No, it's not. Lackey will find you. Rather, Lackey will be found. Burmilov will take you down.
And Blame F in a great spot to play off of Maddie's or vice versa. Either way, whoever takes first contact is in a good spot. Blame F handles both the first contact and the final touches on that one. Fine Shine on an 8K. But trying to get this bomb, trying to recover it, and then start to make the long trek back over into A.
This is 2 1v1s for him.
They are so split, and I'm not sure why. They were set up. Did they not know they had bomb? They must not have.
Fair was fighting in through different smokes. It's a B-bomb site where he is trying to go to, and it's empty. Mattis hasn't gone for the fast rotation over. He's worried about it, and the only player to contest over here is Blame F, but the thing is, he's coming from a very strong position.
He's not going to hear this yet, though?
I mean, it depends on how long it'll take.
Well, now he knows. Yeah, I think the timing for Blame F is going to be perfect. Or not? Hold on.
It's going back to market. It's a clean duel. It's a clean duel only as far as Blame F stays and waits for Mattis, but that will not be the case. Fnatic still clean things up, and despite Fineshine showing up in the 1v4 and making it a possibility, sure, it was always a tough time.
I'm impressed there with Blame F. It's like, I don't know what he's working off of, but he's like so committed to the fact that that's the door move, that it's not, get out catwalk or bench, or anything of the sort. But I mean, Fear has won the round there, right? And this should be the final nail in the coffin. The fact that Fineshine gets the bomb down and even has a look at this clutch is credit to him. And it is force buy for the rest of the half angle. And to be fair, Gun5 have kind of been doing that all map. Not really by their own choice either. Every time.
And Burmilov continues to impress, man. It's completely opposite of what he did on Ancient, and I am loving it. Lackey, Tech 9s are somehow the saviors again. I said it can't be replicated, and maybe this is why. A little bit harder to do it over here. I thought, you know what, maybe I'm going to be biting my own tongue, but no, that's not the case. Fnatic set up 8. You know, it's 3 in a row initially for Gun 5, and afterwards, should this go as projected, it will be, what, 1 out of 9?
Yeah, that's the numbers, and they're not pretty. And you know, that's with Feinstein doing well. Not on the hop, but doing well. Love though, it's the off. It has been so very kind to him over the course of this map. Another aggressive look as he's gone from Eastside Palace, and ooh, hello. Maddie's gonna get visual on the toes and confirms. It's flying down range and makes it possible for us to name. Make control though for Gun 5. This has been, you know, the key success story that they've had on this T side, if there is one.
Map. Oh my goodness, Map's not even going to be checked. He still can't get the double, but will it matter? Everyone feeling just a little bit weak on the Gun 5 side. And with Crimson's position being this nice and defensive, a very far forward ballast lurk that's present. If Crims dies, yes, you have a chance, but that's only if he oversteps, and he's very unlikely to do so. The duel for this round is between Lackey and Crims. And Crims is hunting for information. His shadow now spotted, and this round could swing back in the way of Gun 5. Should swing back in the way of Gun 5.
Yeah, I mean, they lean heavily further onto A despite Maddie's elevated in forward position. You know, he got so much information, but he just stops and waits. So Vermilov can never move off and go, you know, help elsewhere because he's still got to respect mid. 2v3 to retake. They've arrived in time, and 2 kits as well. The smoke and a few flashbangs. There's plenty of tools at the disposal here for Fnatic. Got a best Seltzer first and foremost, and it's Seltzer, a double kill the last round of the half that breaks him off of the one he had prior. Vermilov. It's too much to ask of him. You go into 3 different angles, and the op in his hands. A little bit of a recovery for Gun 5 at the end of that half.
You're in the realm of respectability just looking at round score, that's for sure. But there is also that niggling feeling of doubt at the back of your mind that, oh, we actually haven't won a straight gun round. Even this round was, you know, it's not a full resources buy. You'd still call it a gun round, I suppose, but you're still missing a few bells and whistles. Now going into the CT side, that's a hard thing to replicate. Fnatic, though, on the other hand, you have to keep in mind, Vermilov, 14-8 at the turn of this half. Keep an eye out for how he'll do on the T side. Much harder to get activated the way he has been in these late round CT anchoring positions. Gun 5 starting off much the same as Fnatic did. 2 players inside underpass.
I'm going to have to look to Maddie's more for that. I think on this Fnatic side. Or Fear. I mean, Fear did this on Inferno, T side. It was a really active piece. Maddie's looking to try and chase down Feinstein, who duels his way out of danger.
There's a very similar intentions. I'm going to hold the point because Feinstein is... Oh my god, Feinstein. He's made noise, but he still gets a kill, and another chance over here for it. Will probably not collect given his situation, but he's done more than his fair share getting those 2.
He has. Still oversteps a little bit, and has no support.
You gotta be joking, man. Blame F just had 2 bullets in that USB.
Only need 1. Viagra, though. Zelo in a great spot, and are they even going to clear this? They've already dealt with their past lurks before.
Please.
Oh, it turns! They got visual. That's best case scenario for Fnatic.
Dude. There are like 8 different ways that could have gone wrong for Fnatic, and almost does.
Probably should have gone wrong. More wrong, I should say. Feinstein genuinely doesn't even have a reason to like be taking that fight initially. He got into such a strong position after he traded out the underpass kill. despite that decision, he still gets his one. And then poor Seltzer just gets smacked.
I'm a fan of stacks. I'm a fan of flashes with sacks. I like this call. Fnatic, they like this call too for very different reasons. Hey, we're not there actually. Alright. Cha-ching. Thank you very much. The cash register of Gun 5 continues to deliver. But, in fact, there is a hefty toll to pay for it. Fineshine's managed to find 2 kills once again with a pistol. AK will be pushed over to Lackey, and Lackey now does have a chance to fight. Crims decides against it, and probably the right move.
You've lost an AK already. Don't want to lose a second one.
That's how Gun 5 were put into their dangerous stages after the pistol round wins. Fnatic don't want to do the same.
Fnatic setting themselves up here in the second half, though. Pistol win, follow that up. Victory that could have been cleaner, but you'll be fine with 3 surviving, and all of them, you know, rifles as well. Means that the number's still going up.
I heard that's a good thing, yeah.
Same here.
Big number better than small number. That's really all you need to know about Counter-Strike.
Fineshine has some big numbers, and he's got the big green.
What can you do with it? Starts off short. That's not where the action is. Whoa, that's a great nade. Celta's not going to be getting any action over here either, and as the flashes come through, Crims is able to collect while blind. Mattis sidelines to Diamond. That connector smoke is making things all the more difficult. The AWP is about to be taken out of Fineshine's hands, and Gun 5, despite what looked like should be an ideal start. New flashes going on, a grenade into them as well. It's gotten a lot harder. Lackey brings it back from a 2 versus 5 into 2v3 though.
He's got the kit. He has the kit. Hold on. Separated our Fnatic. With a smoke under the bomb, I don't know that Crims is like in the best spot to deal with this either.
He could have had this.
Absolutely could have. But he doesn't realize how far Fnatic were out. How could he know? How could he be aware? One slide oversight in CT. Gives Lackey one opportunity, but he cannot take advantage. Unable.
I mean, this is where, unfortunately, you just aren't able to get anything out from the MP9 of Sadime, right? That HE to blow up in the smoke is great. It just buys all the more sight lines to be able to just clear him out immediately. He felt like he could get more done. The jungle player is out in the open as well. Gun 5, their defense just does not deliver. BlameF is picking them apart as well, guaranteeing the T-side economy as they move towards their 11th, which is expected and almost secured.
Gun 5 yet to really have a round that we can like break down significantly on their CT side as well. You know, that last round, yes, didn't get enough out of the A side players, but you know, they weren't the ones that had the best weaponry to work with either. Probably the round over before it even started. This one the same, but on an eco. Less of a trouble.
Delta. Ooh. Yeah, he didn't have a chance. I just wanted to hype him up a little bit. You know, make him feel good about it.
That's maybe at the crux of the problem. Seltzer's struggling to have a chance in some of these gunfights as a whole over the map.
It was a lot more noticeable on T side. CT side, honestly, you're the B side anchor, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're not getting any action anyway. Great showing from Fnatic so far, though, I have to say. Even in the rounds they were losing in that first half, they looked like they were giving themselves a chance. Maybe some of the force spies they're worried about. Shiloh, though, is starting Gun 5 off on the right foot. They just have to make sure they don't slip and twist it, while Mattis swings and absolutely destroys them all. He pulls out a Molotov, not expecting player number 3 to be around the corner, but he's given them the advantage. He's given them the bomb site.
On L3 coming to retake in through CT. This is good if they can get here before the bomb actually goes down, but if they are locked out, then trouble's a brute, but they get in, and in time as well. Caught off guard is Vermilon on the cross, though. Crims catches them both. Now Blame Map can just swing on the confidence that Crims is under threat. Fnatic. Dominant showings in these T-side rounds, and this one even from a deficit.
Blame Map is 20 and 9, and I know some of those are empty calories, but we saw how incredibly important it has been for Fnatic to actually take down these ecos and these half-lives. Gun 5 were struggling with the same thing. That's one of the reasons why their T-side money got absolutely just demolished. And let's not pretend like Fnatic haven't lost to force buys and anti-ecos in this round or gotten close, or in this game or gotten close to it. So, yeah. The performance we were hoping for in Inferno now delivered, and Fnatic are delivering in spades. 12 and 5, Ancient Forgotten hoping for 13 over here. They are going to be meeting a very well fortified A site, but maybe they don't want to meet it at all. They have dodged and ditched this date, and they're back out swiping.
Can afford to do that when you've got control elsewhere. Maddie's is still on the B side extremity, though they're gonna go back. Gun 5 have had to respect this. The hefty presence that was the A bomb site defense just 20 seconds ago is now phantom of the former. Seltzer and Fine Shine.
God, fuck. Gun 5 will have 4 players here. Seltzer, the Molotov forces him away. He's going to be dropping down. It's going to be a double under palace setup as soon as this Molotov is extinguished. Lackey peeks out, good for the 1. And with his position reveal, Seltzer has to commit while Shiloh still got an eagle eye over towards that B bomb site where Mattis was trying to move in from. So Fnatic, despite the double pump, will end up just, in the dump of that round. Great job from Gun 5, re-rotating players back in after putting Shiloh on B.
They do, and honestly, I'm not sure what Gun 5 are making that rotation call off of either, because Maddie's is not particularly making any noise, but neither are Fnatic on A. They're just sitting there waiting and watching, and they start to make that rotation far before the utility gets tossed out. That is a little bit of a risk taken, but a heads up moment that Gun 5 get away with. Gives them the round.
Well, that's the way to start a round. And it's a good one, but can you end it out in a similar fashion? Crims has moved in for the first entry. Shiloh somehow made himself known everywhere, while Mattis' Mac 10, which he is infamous for, is going to be giving them a chance for an advantage.
Gotta get the bomb. Bomb's dropped out in the open near Catwalk, and the longer that they wait here, the more that Fine Shine can become a problem. He's already in a good position to handle that.
I blame F is getting in a fantastic spot to just push through the smoke and gets a dime down while he's turned around. It is impossible to get one over this man. 21 and 10, likely to be finishing the game on that much. And, well, maybe not. Fine Shine will at least give him a chance for one more. Fine Shine has been the sneaky hero for Gun 5 many times over, but this will not be the case. Fnatic finish out. It'll be 2-0 for them in the Swiss stage. They will have a fantastic map number 3.
Yeah, a start to this series that looked pretty rough. That Fnatic didn't even look like themselves. They were struggling in just about every aspect, and then they turned it around on Inferno. It was the big question mark that we had. Why not Nuke? But we found out Inferno definitely a map that they have some confidence in, and I love that we get to see that reverse sweep kind of close on a Mirage that also had some question marks for Fnatic, continues to. It's not like we got a clear picture of what they'll look like moving forward, but still a good showing, especially in what's been a bit of a sea of red on that map, is a strong performance.
Gun 5, however, I have to say, just more than disappointing after that Ancient, right? Like, you just aren't seeing those rifles show up. Celta on the T side was just absolutely absent, and you can have a pedestrian performance, but you can't have a limping performance on a map like Mirage, where, Shilo isn't the kind of player who's always going to be popping off. You're not going to be looking at him saying, 80% of maps, he's showing up with a 1.15, 1.2 rating, no matter who it is, and Fnatic take advantage of it. I am pleasantly surprised to see how well Fair is taken to that short position on Mirage. Mattis on a anchor is something I had some questions about, but I've still got a few. Don't get me wrong, but I'm pleasantly surprised for now.
Well, let me put it this way for Gun 5, right? You can't have your Opper be your best rifler in that map.
It's true.
Like that can't happen, and that's what happened. So I think that pretty much sums up where Gun 5 are at. But yeah, a good showing for Fnatic, and continuing to show well in these Swiss stages. I mean, that's something that they've been doing throughout 2025 thus far. And so there's no end in sight to that, it seems, even despite the fact that both of these first games for them have been difficult. I mean, it was a tight win over BC game. That was also a 2-1 in the first round of Swiss, and now a tight win, less so in the back half of it, but still, losing a map to this Gun 5 team, but bringing it back in the end. Impressive, to be sure, for this Fnatic squad.
Gotta say, quick shout out to Bemilov as well. Really nice showing on Mirage. Some very good opening on the T side for Inferno over here as well. He's clearly still not quite that superstar opera that maybe Fnatic was hoping the Knock replacement would be, but he is on his way to meshing in a little bit more. So a lot of promise on this lineup, but can they fulfill that promise? We're gonna have to find out as the CCT season continues for them. A lot of promise on the match coming up after this as well. It'll be Spirit Academy versus Navi Junior. The B teams find out who is gonna get the honey after a quick break. Welcome back to CCT Season 19. We're going to be continuing on with the European Swiss stage. I'm Tea Time, and I'm joined by Vincent. We have had a interesting series between Fnatic and Gun 5, two very different sides shown, and we're going to hope to show you some more of that diversity and some more of that fantastic and sometimes less fantastic Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this is a spicy matchup because you get the head-to-head of some of the academy rosters. I'm excited for this. It's been a little while, you know, with the fall off maybe the wrong word. More just the move up of a lot of the talent that were on Mouse NXT. Like we don't get this all that often anymore. So I'm excited about the Navi Junior team that has been making splashes. You know, a top 4, the last CCT being one of them, against the Spirit Academy team that has constantly turned heads and been able to find talent seemingly out of nowhere.
And meanwhile, of course, so across the rest of the group where you can see the results for the high matches, we've had Fnatic most recently taking out Gun 5. Most of those were today. And the low matches had some surprising ones as well. BC Game losing to Monty and Paravision falling to Partisan. Now, that's done with. We can also take a look at the standings and how things are going so far in the Swiss stage. We are almost done with the second round of it. Obviously, Spirit Academy versus Navi Junior, the only teams that we have left. But as Vincent mentioned in the previous pre-match as well, BC Game and Paravision being down below on 0-2, perhaps surprising for a lot of people, myself included. In the meanwhile, 2-0 prospects, not too surprised about this one. Fnatic on 500 leading the charge, 9 Pandas as well. Always good to be able to take out a couple of these group stage wins. And the question is who will be joining them right now between Spirit Academy and Navi Junior. Like Vincent mentioned, it is the Academy matchup, and a matchup that, listen, we obviously have a lot of hubbub around Spirit Academy, very much so for one name and one name in particular, but Navi Junior also continually end up churning out these additional talent pieces that go on and do well in like teams like Bait, that can sometimes be farmed up into higher up tier teams as well. Obviously you're not getting another Monazi out of there, but it is a consistent talent factory. It does feel like it.
Yeah, it is, and you know, I think that it's a little bit different than we've seen previously, where, I mean, it's such a obvious distinction, right? Like from a guy like Yosuke, who everybody, like, he just jumps off the page at you when you watch a game with Spirit Academy. He's so dominant. He defines the map in so many ways. Navi Junior not really having like anyone particularly like that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're struggling. This has been a fun matchup to watch, actually, and it's been developing over the last year or so. But I mean, let's dive in a little bit deeper, maybe. Obviously, when you're talking about individuals, Kyosuke is the guy to watch. But I think that what often gets forgotten in this Spirit Academy team is that Alcarin has been great on the AWP. We've seen a lot from Mokujin here more recently as well. I think that the depth of this team is often overlooked.
And one of the nice things about the Academy lineups of today is how long they're actually able to stick together. Spirit Academy have legitimate buyouts, so this is not a team that's going to be just changed and shuffled because someone is standing out. So we've gotten to see that slow and steady progress with Robo as the IGL. But, you know, everyone's been together now for almost a year on this lineup, and that's incredibly impressive for a Tier 2, then Tier 3 team, right? So on the other hand, you're looking over towards Navi Junior. Obviously, a couple more changes, I think it's fair to say, as we look over towards that roster as well. A little bit more back and forth. Navi's always been no stranger to changing up players on their academy side very, very quickly. Obviously, Krabany and Makaze coming through with the Kosovan representation, but then I won't lie to you, when I was looking into this, I'm always surprised. Sometimes it does feel like with Alcarin being a very noticeable exception, the oppers on academy teams and junior teams very often end up having some slightly poorer numbers, right? You look over towards commentary. I hope that's how you pronounce his name. You can please tell me if that's not how it's supposed to be. But you know, you're slightly poorer off over there. I obviously haven't gotten much of a chance to watch Navi Junior all the time, but I'm pleasantly surprised by some of the riflers more than the opper.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't know for sure either, but I had been going with Symmetry.
Oh, that makes more sense, actually. Maybe I'm just a little bit narcissistic on the commentary.
Regardless of where it comes from, I do think, yeah, it's been a little bit rough. I don't know necessarily if that's like a big commonality, but for this Navi Junior team, I do think he is actually the weak link, and you know, not to like maybe start off on a negative note there, but bringing it up, it is something that I think probably is a bit of an issue here in this matchup specifically with how good Alcarin has been. So like, watch that space, watch that head-to-head is the point. But it is the riflers though. I mean, Mikaze has been phenomenal for this team, and it's like, if you're a stats enjoyer, which I tend to be, you look at what the stats say, and it's like good, but doesn't jump out and say, next up, going to be the biggest star or anything. But the eye test here for some of the things that both Mikaze and Krabini, to be honest with you, have been doing in these games, that I got introduced to them just a couple of games ago, and got only one of the second times I've been able to like fully watch this roster is here in this Swiss stage. But I've been really impressed with just like those individuals, even though I don't think that Spirit Academy necessarily are the best matchup for them.
Let's take a look at what the matchup will actually look like and where it will take place as we start to head over towards the Veto. Obviously, lands are going to be Inferno from the Spirit Academy side and Train coming out from Navi Jr. Obviously, you're expecting maybe a tilt into a Nuke for the Spirit Academy and an Ancient on the other side, but no. I'm lying to you.
I mean, it's Spirit Academy Ancient. I mean, at the very least, you're not entirely telling lies. I think that this is interesting. Wait, hold on. Is this wrong? Is the graphic wrong?
Well, how about we start to roll out the entirety of the Veto?
Found it.
Okay. Oh, whew. Whew. I was wild for a second. Just like, wait, huh? I'm wrong everywhere? No. But it is going to be the Nuke, obviously being picked up by Spirit Academy. Ancient from Navi Jr. Listen, hiccups happen, but the question is, will there be any hiccups over here for Spirit? Because they have two maps, starting things off immediately, that they are very comfortable on.
Yeah, and even though Ancient has been a home ground for Navi Jr., and I think fairly so. I watched them 13-0 Paravision on this map just a couple of days ago. But I don't know that like necessarily means anything, because I think Paravision just got like comprehensively wiped out of that map, and it was Navi Jr. doing a good job, but like I don't know that they had the same firepower even on that Paravision team than some of the individuals here.
Symmetry on that Ancient when for a 2.23 rating, and considering that we've maybe put a spotlight on him as a question mark that can go either way, that's a pretty good way to have a 13-0 in Ancient, I suppose. But Ancient comes later, Nuke comes first, and Spirit Academy are very comfortable on this map.
Yeah, but just to kind of look at the bookends of this one too, this is a matchup that we've seen, not here this year, but like quite a few times over the course of last year. It was an advanced finals between these two teams in season 50, which went the distance. That was a lot of fun. Definitely one to remember. I recall watching that one, but it's been more often than not actually Navi getting some wins in there, which might be a surprise to everyone. And I think that's why this Navi team is so surprising. It's because they come out and you don't necessarily know what to expect, and then they smack you in the mouth. I think that and specifically talking about like the Nuke, that's been something that they've been able to lean on here a couple of times already in that past, even though it's not as recent as maybe they would have liked.
Well, let's head into the game and see exactly how it fares out. One of the nice things about Spirit Academy's Nuke is always Alcarin on it. It does feel like the CT side is often propelled by him. He's able to do a lot as an opera, it's nice to see younger operas being able to have their pop-off moments on a map like Nuke, which, historically, where it's supposed to be the opera's paradise for Dust 2, it's always been the opera's graveyard over here in Nuke. So let's see what he has in store. Navi Jr. going to be starting off on the CT side, and they start off dead. They are 2 versus 4, with Demon being the one to fight back, and fight back in style, in fact, back to a 2v2.
Watch out for Demon on these pistol rounds. I think in that Paravision series, he had like 18 kills on pistol rounds over the 3 maps. I'm pulling that number out of my head, but the Zoogs, nice refract. Going to be set up for the 1v1, and it's Robo on the other side. He has access to the bomb site and the bomb. Zoog's not being baited on the initial tap. He'll come out without a second. Navi Jr. Recovery is incredible.
I need to see that replay from Demon's perspective. I really hope he got that one. They just, oh god, they're so fast over here. He gets nice little what? Yo, you're right, man. He's kind of crazy. Kind of crispy. How does he get that one? Spirit start off with the 2 perfect double kills, or rather with a perfect double kill to get the entry in onto the round as well. And immediately after that, Demon just fights back in multiple angles, even though he has some missed shots. Yo, that's crazy. What are they feeding these kids these days, man?
I don't know.
Can I have
It
some?
always true. It always surprises me, and it's always so exciting to see the development of some of these younger teams, and the fact that they start off looking so good. Like, it's almost, you know, development is important, but especially with the Spirit Academy roster, doesn't feel like they need it all that much.
Well, if Demon keeps putting up performances like that, I think they might. It is going to be a straight eco, no surprises over there. Spirit Academy will let their opponents have a good time with it, and their opponents know. It's 5 rifles bought into it, something you only really ever do if you have a chance of taking all 5 forward as well.
There's a couple of more recent losses on this map for Spirit Academy. You know, it's been one of their home grounds for a while now, but might be of concern if Navi can continue these early advantages. That being said, and just an eco round. Ooh, it'd have been lovely for Alcarin to get a bomb down, but the Zoogs ensures that's not going to happen. Navi Jr. losing more, though, than I think they would have liked, considering the Spirit Academy investment was so very light.
Navi Jr. did also, because I'm just looking back at the history, because you mentioned the 13-0. I feel like I should bring it up. They did get 13-0 by Rebels on this map, too.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. And listen, I don't believe in 13-0s being signifiers of anything. I think it happens for every team, that's all right, but yeah.
I think it happens.
feel
It
good.
happens more in CS2. I just think that, you know, the snowball can be very significant.
Yeah, harder to get 16 in a row than 13 in a row. You know, that's just maths.
That's also fair.
Mm.
See what Spirit can do. They're pressuring Yard. Might see ahead of that from
Really good
Unbreakable.
timing. Symmetry's in a fantastic position over here. Alcarin just not ready for this at all. Kiyosaki starts to take that P forward. Makase will be the one to fall. Demon is the one to fall low. And as there is followers all across the board, Sypho will collect. And where Navi Jr. start off with a very nice kill from Symmetry, it all falls apart immediately after.
Yeah, it's as if Spirit, you know, they take the loss there in secret and stride and just pressure elsewhere. You know, look inward instead of outward towards the extremity. Already gotten information onto the Unbreakable player, and every single fight from then on out goes swimmingly. It also doesn't help that Navi were so separated in those engagements. They didn't really have any way to support each other. So once the first domino starts to fall, it all kind of goes with it.
Yeah, Navi unfortunately just not ready for Spirit to already be in positions to punish as much as they did. It did feel like they were trying to time up a play for maybe even 15 seconds from now. Symmetry being able to sort of find fortuitous first frag is nice, but even with him, you think, yeah, he's waiting for a flashbang to peak, right? Like that's what's going to happen eventually, but no. Very much to crumble down. And Navi's deaths in that previous round become all the more dangerous over here. Navi will be moving into this one with a Scout, an MP9, and a couple of Famuses. The only gun as a true rifle will be taken forward from the previous round in Jugs' hand.
Same story in Yard, you know, just a little bit of pressure being applied. Suke up ahead of that, but hold on a second. Found a way to answer back quickly enough. Demon. Another couple of kills. Our control falls, and Symmetry from heaven leaves just Robo, who goes down to the MP9. I wish we saw that from Demon's perspective, but Spirit Academy punished immediately for what they found success in last round.
I like this. This is like what I wanted Academy match to be. It's just punching. It's a lot of damn punching. Everyone's got their Popeye spinach on. Everyone's just thinking, you know what? Let's see who knocks out the other one first.
People know about Popeyes these days. You know, are the kids aware?
Aren't you Gen Z?
I don't know how that works. I'm 25.
You're Gen Z. Yeah, that's Gen Z.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the kids. If you know that you are my demographic. That's why I keep pulling out these things to be like, hey, if Vincent knows, then I'm good.
Fair enough. I'm done.
Robo knows what's up right now. He's got 2 big frags. Symmetry will return fire, but Sypho will return with an AK. Oh my goodness, this is getting dangerous.
I'm kidding. It already is. I'm terrified. Danger is near. And it's danger that is not going to stall out, not going to stop Kyosuke. Big frag. Got to collect the bomb here soon, and in that transition, Demon catches the timing.
He's Popeye the Sailor Man. Dude, this is just a wind-up. Back and forth the punches will go, and unfortunately for Navi Jr. right now, they're on the receiving end.
Yeah, I take that fight. Yeah, I take that fight. That's some lovely stuff from Robo. Just starts this off. I think that's his first 2 kills of the map too. Hasn't been needed necessarily. Let the big dogs go out in front, but watch this one. That's wonderful. And then that happens. I think Navi, unfortunately for them, and I don't even think they're in, they're making mistakes there in doing so, but they're just constantly trying to find out what's up, out in yard. And constantly losing to Deagles every time. They could have coordinated a little bit better, but once they lose those three bodies, they were cooked.
I don't know who's cooked right now, man. All I know is this is some good meat we're cooking out here.
This could be a nice call. I think they've just evacuated Ram for the most part on the CT side. And that's exactly when Spirit Academy are going to slide right in. That location. Down Secret already as well, our Spirit. And there's no reaction to this. So Navi, setting up to hold A at all costs. And that cost might be coming in form of the round.
Gotta be careful about it. There's gonna be a potential timer for the backstab that Navi Jr. can put to use. No one's watching out for this one. Spirit Academy are not ready. Grabbing reveals his position. If you got a headshot over there, maybe there's a world where you can look to commit, but instead, it has to be a safe call.
They're all in on this. They push the chips into the middle. So, hefty stack towards A. Give over at A ramp. And try into the next round. Spirit don't have like a ton of economy either, so Hunt is probably out of the realm of reason. I like what Navi Jr. do though. They lose this round, but that's something that you can be willing to accept.
Look, while you're right, and I'm with you on paper,
Okay.
but Deagle go bang bang, and I like that from the previous round.
I think you've convinced me.
Thank you. I'm
Changing my
glad.
opinion.
I'm glad that we're both able to have meaningful debate on the essence of Counter-Strike.
Comes down to Deagle go Burr.
Well, the question now is who will be going Burr in the following round, right? Navi Jr. will have an opportunity to be able to force my into this once again, or alternatively just try and maintain. Now, you have to be careful. You're also thinking of this in the wider context of CT's side. Guys, we really want more here. Spirit Academy could also be having a chance to start building up some cash, building up the momentum as well. So ideally, Navi at least get a few kills here.
Yeah, I appreciate that they're not going for the force buy though. I think that's the right call. As much as it can be interesting to want to go for that, make sure that you have the real gun round. Air quotes around the word real.
Let's see whether Marquez can convince you of the French excellence that is the FAMAS.
Newly excellent.
Well, he has not convinced you. I'm sorry.
I don't need any convincing. I am actually a FAMAS believer.
All right.
Changes.
Well, let's see if we can believe in the M4s instead, because the Farmers ain't delivering. It's going to be Demon on the ramp side. They have to be careful about Navi Jr., however, not going to be given too many opportunities to fight back into it. Demon can go for a late peek if he'd like to. Crab, and he shows us the real gun. Deagle indeed does go bang bang, and this M4 will not be finding anything. Alcorin is got the bomb, and he's re-peeking back in, realizes too late. Demon, a chance given up, but not one taken. Yusuf. Time is low, and Navi Jr. are on the lower side. Crabini this time is unable to find more, while Symmetry and Jugs are finding more success. Jugs still alone, though. 15 seconds.
He's got time to get back up here. Robo's going to have to be the stopping power. And he will be. Unknown. Doesn't anticipate it. Zoogs falls. I want to see the POV of Kisuke dying to Krabini, though. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the setup to that, Kisuke is like hard clearing him with an AK. And then Krabini gets the kill off screen. What happened? We need to know. Cue up different. The F1 clip.
Just built different, man.
When I say that, do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't actually. I'm sorry. I've literally no idea.
Not an F1 fan.
Oh, I think I might have an idea. It's a driver perspective that they show, right? Where they're like, coming?
Yeah. Crofty's yelling, "What happened? We need to know."
Okay. No, I didn't know the reference, but I will keep it in mind for the future. Right now, Kyosuke is thinking about the future. He is not going to have much of a present, unfortunately. Robo might not be expected of here, but with the CTs getting aggressive in through ramp, at least they're going to be finding out soon. Now, rotation over here is dangerous. Remember, you have to start moving back in through the vent. Crabini good for one. Robo is still going to be the main win condition over here, as Jugs could maybe change my mind. I don't even need to see him to believe it. Robo's found one, and, well, he's also found himself alone.
Well, alone might not be the biggest of problems. He's isolated a couple of more tools, and now he's got another one teed up down here on the lower bomb site. Good decisions, though, here for Zoogs. Doesn't necessarily have to play forward, just wait for his teammate to arrive on the scene. Symmetry has now gotten here, and Robo's chances, they start to fade away. 35 seconds to play. He is in double door. Smoke to cover the bomb. If he can get the bomb and escape, then the A-bomb site is open for him.
Would you like some fries with that? Oh my god, I'd love some fries! Give me the fries! What's going on? The A-bomb side is still going to be one more player who's actually starting to rotate over, and Robo has made noise. He's taking his time out. That's where he has to be careful about it. He might not be ready. He's checking, he's thinking, but he's not going to clear it. Not yet. The time is his enemy, and so is Symmetry.
Well, it was such an early move from Symmetry. Like he doesn't have the bomb. Robo doesn't have the bomb when Symmetry starts to walk through ramp, and so he's like giving up the Zoogs. You know, he's like, hey, you handle the 1v1. I'm just going to get him if he goes A. And it works out, but a little bit of a scary move. Regardless, love that Robo's giving that one a go. Unfortunately, he couldn't put the fries in the bag at the end of the day.
It's hard, man. Sometimes you just want to eat them.
We're going to chomp down. Some more Counter-Strike, though. Another gun around. Junior starting to finally find a little bit more of that CT side success that they started with.
What is the plan up here for the Squeaky players? Is there aggression being planned out through it? Are they already in lobby? It does look like it. This is dangerous for the T's. They're also walking past in a position where now the op has been spotted. They know that there's at least two players outside. Sypho is being left with a very difficult responsibility. Symmetry's already in lower, and he's got company there as well. So Spirit Academy are walking into a very heavily fortified area of the map.
These are good reactions out of Navi. Think about how often, in fact, basically every gun round, Spirit have pressured to Yard. They've gotten at least someone down into Secret. They've constantly been there, and it's been a constant pain point, too. So instead of waiting for that, like, to happen, Navi just react at the beginning of the round.
Time on the main smoke is good, but it also does block out information gathering abilities back up towards outside. They are going to be completely reliant on these two players, and it's a great crossfire. It's a fantastic setup. But Zukes is starting to get worried about a rampage as well to come through. Symmetry is the one to take first point, and that first point doesn't work for him. Mokujin, good for one, and Cypher's found kills on the rotators before they can even think about it. Watch out, Robo, you've got a Molotov in your hand. Maybe put the bottle away when you're trying to plant a bomb, buddy. I've heard that might be a bit of a demolition problem, and Zukes has won the round just by taking down Alcarin.
Dude.
This is a gross overread coming through from Subvert Academy.
I mean, is it though? I feel like they had the right read. Just pull out the gun. Actually, Robo was in the right spot. He picks up that kill, and the side is theirs. Mokujin getting that kill onto the HUD player. It just makes it so easy to call for the A move, but won't anticipate an extra body on door. And all of that allowed, I think, but because Navi, get the early, play for the early information, play off of the way Spirit have been pressuring Yard so much, they get somebody indoor early.
Robo? He's gonna push this one. Oh, no, he's not. Okay. I see a Tech 9 and I have assumptions to make. Look, Spirit Academy have done a great job so far, but if one of these rounds can give it to the CTs, that could be the difference maker. Mokujin, however, cannot disrupt Symmetry. He is inevitable.
Symmetry's been good, even on these rifles, to be honest with you. He was taking some flack from our death segment.
He's just...
As well in J-Hole. The SMG. Surely. Alright, there we go. And a nice little upgrade for Demon. P9 into an AK. Smiles on the faces. Navi Jr.
This is perhaps a real test for Spirit Academy. Right, you win over here, and you've made do with a pretty good half. Maybe even fight for 6-6. You lose over here, and you have pushed away a very good lead that you started things off in the 4-3 position, where your economy for CTs is wonky as well. And now, CTs are getting aggressive. CTs want to take the fight to them, and Alcarin and Cypher will remind them that we've got guns that fight back very easily when you're pushing through smokes. Oh, Cypher? It's still a 2 versus 3, and the CTs are in good positions. Oh my goodness, Marcus should have had that.
But he won't have it. And he won't have anything either. The sight has fallen. Yusuke's rifle.
Was Jugs spamming then?
Is who?
Jugs? Like, from up on heaven? Was he spamming? Because he saw legs or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was spamming the mini smoke at the time.
Seems like a bit of a strange thing to do when you're playing in an off angle on top of rafters and you're hoping you don't get spotted. But, yeah.
That's a fair point. Mikaze is elected to give this one up. Yusuke is interested in not allowing him to do that. I think Spirit starting. I don't even know that they really got information on what Navi were doing in some of those previous rounds. We were talking about the early door push, and then they also were pressuring ramp. They got into trophy room and cleared that at an early stage of the round previously, where nobody on Spirit actually saw that. But regardless, Spirit's so very prepared for this aggro play. The lobby crunch fails dramatically when there's 4 people there.
There's clearly a lot of metagaming going on over here in terms of how well these two teams understand each other. I don't think there's any doubts about that. Oh god, Navi, this is a terrible position to be in. 5-7 and a couple of MP9s are going to be flanking out the hero M4s, and how much of a hero can they really be? Jugs, the 5-7, is putting on a cape, but that doesn't mean it'll learn how to fly.
Drops a nade at Robo's feet, makes it a little bit more painful. Great win out of Sypho, though. With Krabitny gone at door, that threat removed. Navi Jr. gonna have to recombobulate, and as per usual, Spirit still looked to press on Yard. gotten across yet, and I don't think that inkling has actually come to Navi Jr. I don't think that there is any chance Spirit Academy are secret.
For Navi, it is very much a game of timing on when they decide for this ramp hit. The Molotov is going to be flushing Demon into an awkward position where he's open to spams that he receives some of, but not too much. Navi will not be able to rotate easily in through Heaven. That's something you have to remember. Heaven is going to be given over completely to Kiyosaki, who's got the backstab in. Demon's been taken down. The lack of outside control is going to be punished, and they're expecting another player nearby inside the smoke. They're going to realize quickly that there isn't one, but even so, how does Navi even try to make their way back into the bomb site? It doesn't feel like they can. This last round is a gimme. Spirit Academy might just keep all 5 players.
And it seems that my assumption, based on the way that Navi were positioning themselves, that they had information that Spirit couldn't be down secret, was just incorrect. Because they rotate down the ramp player, get everybody down there eventually. I think it was just something that Navi were willing to let be a gap, but only for a limited time. And Kiyosuke's timing through ramp is perfect to catch the A players off guard. Slow developing round to end the half, and it is, as we were talking about, a nice recovery. Navi will be in a bit of trouble onto their T side. You know, 6 rounds, it looks close because it's tied, but 6 rounds on the CT side isn't that great.
It's a nade and a Molotov from Navi Jr. in the Bristol run. They're worried about a bush, perhaps, or anything like it. Well, outside is where the fight is actually taken. Marcus will be traded out. Cypher's good for it. And Navi now are left in a 4 versus 4 with the CTs who are straggling for information, but they know about one position. And as they hunt it down, Alcorin puts down Symmetry. Into the grave he goes.
Hey, but don't think it's done yet. Demon's still alive. He's the one to punch in the numbers. They work from Dzoogs. They kind of clear out one more as well. Oh, Demon gets a nice shot, but unfortunately, he's lost the rest of his team. Mokujin, the 1v1, and there's another triple kill. Pistol Demon, indeed.
He's so good on the pistols, actually. It's kind of crazy.
I'm telling you, man, it's crazy how consistent it is.
I think he missed the old Dennis.
Yeah? I actually can't think of another player like Dennis who was specifically such a pistol specialist.
There were a few once upon a time, but yeah, they were also good at everything else. It did feel like, although Dennis had a very elite year for a while in like 2015. But
he did. Hey, that's part of the reason I am a Fnatic fan.
Well, Spirit Academy right now would like to have this misery be quickly put to bed. It's a USP round. They don't care very much about it. Maybe they can get a couple of deagle kills with Kiyosaki, or Robo can pull out a funny sounding. Ah!
That's right. It's looking a little bit likely if they actually commit to this B play. The hard part is that, like, if Navi realize what's happening, they can just leave.
This is a great stack. You're not going to have information until maybe even too late. You don't even get position on the second player. Now comes out the push from the USBs. They needed to cement, but instead it'll be Symmetry who finishes them all off. That was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I mean, Symmetry has been a little eco-fragger this map. But, like you said, setup being good means that Navi were actually in far hotter water than they had understood.
Maybe the name is Cemetery, because that does sound cooler.
It could be. I have no clue. I tried to look around, you know, scoured the internet as best I could to, like, get a clue, but I'm clueless.
Algren will have the AWP. It will be in the nude.
What a way to describe it.
Oh, Sypho, he's going to have to face down a smoke push over here. They do turn around away from him. He lines them up, but he can't knock anyone down. At the very least, gets fantastic damage, 170 almost across the two of them. And as Juice starts to push through, it is low, low, low. And no, this is not a Floor Runner song. It is a double nade kill onto the teammates. Kiyosaki and Saifo will be sending their regards from beyond the grave. Mr. Double Agent Zoogs.
It's not even his fault. He just died with it in his hand. What does he have to do?
The Holy Grand Grenade.
Yeah, that is devastating. Alcrin may have missed the first shot, but he gets bailed out by his teammate getting that one kill that turns the tide. Yusuke's one ramp kill there is good for 3. That might be the most absurd thing in Counter-Strike I've seen all year.
You know how in a lot of those, like, dungeon crawler games, there's, like, explosives you can shoot and everyone just dies if they're nearby them?
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. You know, the little red crates was like, this is suspicious. Why is there a red container here?
What happened is that actually Navi were playing Helldivers. That's what happened.
I will Google this.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know 0 games other than just esports titles. So Counter-Strike and Dota are the only things I know.
All you need to know is that often your teammates do you more damage in Helldivers than...
Hey, my teammates do me more damage emotionally, whatever game I play.
Well, that's only when I play with my buddies.
There you go. Navi Jr. there right now. They're not happy about it, I can tell you that much.
Again, I'm actually, like, flabbergasted. That is the most... That's like a Sparkles clip out of, like, 2016, you know?
Oh, there's going to be a faster A-side hit that is threatened but not committed to. Khalil's the Tech 9 and Deagle, the only one to be wielding proper firepower, is the one who displayed maybe the deadliest power in the last round. It's Zeugs. Or Zoogs. Does everyone have to be hard to pronounce?
Yeah, listen, if I'm wrong on that one, I'm blaming Freddy. That's what he told me.
Zoogs does sound better, I'll say that.
I was like, hey, Freddy, what do I do here? Help a brother out. And he was like, the Zoogs. So...
Spirit Academy for now. Or without information and outside beyond the sight line from Alcaran that could potentially be there, Kiyosaki, flashbang is good to keep him from actually taking the duels, and as Alcaran didn't really spot anyone either, this is going to be a late rotation down. Vent control will be given over. The Spirit Academy are not in the easiest of positions.
No, they're not. I mean, getting right down here, difficult in and of itself.
They don't maintain vent control, though.
Yeah, they've caught the one timing here. Alcaran gonna move forward. In the meantime, Cypher goes down. He was so very isolated there, a little bit questionable, but all good. When Robo's hitting that one, doesn't even turn, looking for Makaze, and I don't know how
you have
this
to be
is
joking.
gone.
How does Alcaran
So,
get this one?
I mean, surely this is just
He's a
saving
god.
is what I thought, but no.
He's pushing forward. Alcaran's in nearby. He's a god! 4 kills! Alcaran starts off with a hairline angle. The rest of his team has somehow been allowed full access through vent. They still lose. Cypher is completely out of position and they push forward back inside the site because they just haven't had an eye line out. Navi Jr. do everything right over here. The only mistake they've made in this round is maybe giving up vent. Or, to be more specific, the bigger mistake is going up against Alcaran in the first place.
I don't think Navi have anything that they could have done better other than taking vent control. But even then, they had the double setup and it worked beautifully. Alcaran just great read. He might have heard some information on the second player who's coming ramp side, like late. So that is such a heads up move if he was without information on him. Regardless, it sets Navi Jr. back, and massively so. Tied scoreline, and Navi are onto an eco. Tech 9's abounding.
Well, Cypher this time is going to be able to pick up a couple more over towards ramp. He is happy to pick up the stats, get himself up to the 11-11.
What we call a farm round. Just farming up a few ecos.
It has to be now or never for Navi.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not this round, then we're talking about Alcaran just turning the entirety of the game with that one.
faster outside smokes, and it might be a faster play to cross over. No, Makaze wants to try and play besides them. It's an initial trade as Alcarin will reface over. Makaze is ready for it, and Saifu comes back to the bomb site to find it completely occupied. We'll be able to give it a fight and brings it back to one-on-one. Krabby versus Robo. Robo has had his moments, but right now he's putting his brain to use. Wants to look for a rotate back to heaven, but he's about to lose the B bomb site because of it.
Yeah, but as soon as this bomb goes down, he'll have the inclination. He'll know what's up. And now the low HP bar that didn't necessarily matter all that much. It was a 1v1 and no information on the Krabini is now a problem for Robo.
This is a very difficult position to deal with. This is a less difficult position to deal with. Still, Krabini has the advantage of surprise, but oh my god, I got taken aback. Apparently that's not the advantage. He had the advantage of being firmly on the ground.
Yeah, a little questionable. I think on low HP there, you know, the wide clear probably the better option, but considering the time ticking in his or against him, I just think that he doesn't have it.
Rubbed down. I love this game, man. It's the best.
Wild scenes. Spirit have just enough to eke out another op onto Alcarin. Along with the rest of their good purchase.
Makaze had a fantastic refrag onto Alcarin in that last round. He wants to find more success outside now.
It's less fireworks to begin with, though. Instead of the mini drop. I'm just gonna tentatively poke and prod. Sure, though, I've already like flashed to look forward and see nothing already out here. I think the next step for Navi to take, it will be that. Kyusuke though from Unbreakable. Lines him up, 2! Double from Kyusuke that, once again, turns tides. Bomb recollected. Alcarin doesn't go for the swing.
Great flash
So an
from
avenue-
Kyusuke.
Got down secret.
Time is a troublesome factor for Navi. The good thing for them is that right now Spirit Academy's protocol is to clear out lobby, and that gives them a lot more time to make this into a 2 versus 1 over on the bomb site, while their player blocking out rotations can still be a factor. But with 20 seconds left, Sifo, this is not the best of timings for him. He had the chance to fire first, but Gravity's the one who fires last. Gravity continues to find up. The grenade will sail past him. Bomb can be planted, and in his 3v3, Markajin already low. Zuge wants to start pushing forward. He will be able to collect onto Markajin, who gets timid about that fight. Robo trades. Neither one of these players have a kit. Spirit Academy likely will have to think about a save unless they can find a kill now, and Cemetery is not giving them one. Robo will have to lead the charge forward, and he simply doesn't have it in him.
I mean, Alcarin taps, but he's done. Honestly, now the escape is a question. He'll make it happen, though.
Yeah, Navi don't want to contest this. They're worried about their own economy as well. After that force by round that they lose out to Alcarin, they don't want to end up with both of their guns hitting the deck and the CTs being in a position to fight back with the force by.
Yeah, but when you leave Alcarin still alive and with an op in his hands, you still give plenty of chances over to Spirit. Feels like Spirit had everything going for them with that kill from Kyusuke, but Sifo caught on the timing. Mokujin struggling against the door lurk makes it a 2-on-2 that is very difficult to win. Navi Jr. suffered through some difficulties and still yet find the victory. Alcarin's not going to stop.
He's given his players fantastic positions, and now it's all about rotating back down under and hoping that he can find a few picks on this cross. Navi Jr. will be proceeding forward with 4 members or so in Spirit Academy. Look, if Alcarin gets to have 2 peaks off the back of this, that's ideal. Cypher, however, is playing the long game. He's not playing to try and assist. That's why Mokujin has been called over, so at least someone is. Molotov reveals intent. Alcarin reveals position. And remember, there's that 5-7 that you have to be worried about. Mokujin around the corner gets given a fight. But not one he can take. Alcarin re-peeks over. Nothing to do.
Kisuke gets into a good position through Secret now, but Sypho, he's alone on the B-bomb site proper. 50-50 up close. Could still be good. Oh, it is. Tucks in for a little bit more. Kyosuke gets down the vent, but at a bit of a cost.
He picks up the off he's saving. I have been very impressed with Navi Jr., to be honest. Across the state side, they have looked like the much better team. If Alcarin hadn't got that 4K in the clutch round, Navi have won this game already. Navi have continually been better than Spirit Academy in this game at the very least, at dealing with 4 spies, at dealing with saved weapons, at making sure that they have players to refrag continually, prioritizing objectives. This has been a very good team side showing from them. I think CT had, it had some shakes, whatever. But it's a good look.
What Navi have done particularly well is not panicking if things don't initially go well. I mean, example there, right? Alcarin gets his. Think about the previous gun round where Kyosuke is getting a double kill. They trade, 2 for 1. Not great. But yeah, they still come away with the win. Good coverage and work towards the late round that Navi Jr. are doing a good job with. Where Navi were just a few rounds back in the do or die position, it's now Spirit's turn.
Spirit will have 2 HE grenades in this one. Keep that in mind. That is important. Robo and Kyosuke are the ones with them, so if you were to contest for the outside smokes, it might end up being 2 players trying to fight in from Mini. Because it has the timing because of that. It's hard to make that decision. It's hard to turn around and start calling both players over when you're also worried about potentially faster hits towards upper side as well. So you have a free pathway. Rotation for Spirit comes out. That's their call. Robo can sit down and B-bomb set and take the 1v1. The Navi will be happy to prioritize as they do show position.
Spirit, or rather Navi, they want Spirit to know that they've got somebody down there, though. They want them to respect that. Respect that Robo will.
This is going to be a reroute back to ramp after hoping the Spirit is going to be forced to try and commit into A. It wants to be a B-side sandwich, and right now Sypho is the only person to try and prevent it from happening. A Molotov that's going to be lined up for Alcarin, and a missed shot that means there's no one nearby to punish. Sypho is in a rock and a hard place. Cemetery will put him down. You're in a 4 versus 4. Robo's still around, and Kyosuke finding Demon gives them a bigger advantage, but it all comes down to Robo and what he can get bullets pumped into his chest. Buddy, careful.
And this is where Navi, we've just been talking about, have been at their best. 3v3, post-plant. Time to get into good positions, but gotta get behind Tetris. There we go. Makaze tucks in. Now Alcarin, a lot more difficult to have that impact. I hear it. Kisoke swings in, and he's got Symmetry right behind him. Symmetry with a double. The Operon rifles all map long for Navi Jr. Having a game.
Yeah, who's coaching this team? I need to know.
It
is Coolio coaching this team. The legendary Hungarian player. 24 years of age, right? So he's a young guy as well. He's doing a fantastic job.
You don't hear that often. Legendary Hungarian player.
Oh, he's legendary in the Hungarian scene, I suppose. I've seen a lot of Coolio. The Budapest 5 days.
No, that wasn't a knock. That was real.
Navi Junior now only have one small hurdle, but it is sometimes the smallest hurdles that give you the largest trips. Robo will be taken down initially, and Spirit Academy still have a punch to pack.
It's been recent difficulties on this map for Spirit. Might continue to tonight. Losing out on, I mean, well, not even really Robo's fault, but early duel to a smoke. Navi will get the cross smokes down. Avenue towards Secret. Spotted his operant. Close range with a Mag 7 and not close enough. Yosuke only gets 8 damage. Not onto Makaze, but this is a great reroute. Mid-rounding right now for Navi has been perfect.
Well, Mokujin is still here with the M4, but not for long. Not for long at all. Spirit Academy will not have long left in Nuke either. It is Navi Junior to take their map pick away from them. This is not the expected outcome. And despite a few heroics and the like, I have to say, Navi Junior looking like convincingly the better team. Yes, they won both pistol rounds and did capitalize off of that, but even if you put that to the side, just in a lot of the gun rounds, especially on their T side, Navi just completely outplaying Spirit Academy.
Yeah, I mean their T side as well, looking wonderful, and that, you know, that's what I saw earlier on in the Swiss stage from Navi, is that when their game plans are working, and even when they're not, like their mid rounding is good. Sometimes make some mistakes, but that's what you expect from a young team. You can't anticipate for them to be perfect from the get go.
Absolutely not, but at the same time, this could have been their position to finish things out. Up next is going to be Ancient. Let's see whether Navi Junior can. Welcome back to Season 19, CCT European Edition's Swiss stage continues. I'm T-Tom, he's Vincent. We are into map number 2 between the Academy teams. Now, we might be called Junior, but we all know what they really are. They're the Academy.
Yeah, and an Academy that really took Spirit to task. They made them look a little bit silly on the CT side, Spirit that is. Navi having a lot of good calls and good moves that they were making. I thought especially when it got to the late round or even in the mid round, despite disadvantages very oftentimes, Navi were constantly able to still bring that back and still find wins, even when there was difficult situations at hand.
In fact, when I actually looked over towards how the game was sort of transpiring, Ancient is coming up next, and I know that this is normally Navi's stomping ground, right? But at the same time, with how well they were manipulating rotations on Nuke, with how well they were actually forcing Spirit to move back and forth on Nuke, it felt like Nuke was what they specialized in. And in a map like Ancient, where you can do that, but there's also a lot more head-to-head duels that are necessarily going to be taken by the T side and the CT side. It feels like they might be going away from their strengths, funnily enough, at least the strengths that we saw in map number 1.
Yeah, relative strengths. I mean, it's also, I think, important to mention how good Spirit Academy have looked on this map. They're on a 7-map win streak currently on Ancient, so it's not as if this has been bad for them. And I think some of those, they kind of got some farm wins out there. They were it was one of the Boom lands that they played, and it wasn't necessarily like the strongest of opposition that they played there. But that's just 2 of what's, like I said, 7 wins in a row. I think Spirit, you can't sleep on them ever.
Let's see whether they can actually make it 8 in a row, though. That's always going to be the question. And yeah, looking over towards some of the wins that they got, you're right, it's Egoisto, there's Aurora Youngblood in there as well. There's some teams that are fine in their own right, but maybe don't stack up the same way when you compare them to other opposition across tournaments like the CCT event that you are going to be getting to see more of. Spirit start things off with a kit on Robo and a smoke dropped over to Cypher. So they've got something very clearly in mind, but they're going to have to deal with Navi's 5-man B push.
It's not just going to be one-dimensional, though. It's through Cave in addition to that. Smoke dropped. That's going to complicate things. Matters. Oh, but maybe not so much. Symmetry gets one, and it's a clean sweep until Kioske arrives on the scene. Piece almost gets the ace. Turns for Spirit Academy. They were not in a position to win that round, to be honest with you.
Kioske does it all over there. I mean, 425 damage, it's obvious, but the fact that he's been able to keep himself alive for that long is insane. Cemetery had a very clear-cut idea. I actually really love the call from Navi Jr. That's very cute, expecting Spirit Academy to push through the smokes like that, which gives a very nice cave side beeline opportunity to be able to just push in and get the immediate double kills. Now, they're not able to punish as fast as they would like to. That's why Kiosuke is able to do as much as he did. Spirit Academy win that pistol round. Navi Jr. did not get a bomb plant in either, despite their success. They move into this one with Tech 9s and Mac 10s. Krabeni dodging bullets, and Kiosuke is moving in past him. There is plenty of information given over, and Robo blind. Now, Krabeni doesn't actually commit into cave. The bomb is being planted on A. Spirit Academy will have players rotating over to try and deny. Alcarin is good for 1, but the Tech 9s fight back. Mokujin makes it harder to do so. Marcus is still covering off. Mokujin is low, but as Gravity was hoping to find the flank onto Cheetah, he instead is the one who's flanked up.
Yeah, hoping that Tech 9s can do something. That's quick moving for Navi Jr. Once again, we talked about how good they are at reacting off of information. That's another round where they do that well. Get a bunch of info towards B and a bit of a timing towards Donut where they can force their way onto the bomb site and get a bomb plant. Problem is, this is the force buy, and I mean, I don't even think they got enough kills to warrant continued investment. They might still do it because of the bomb plant, but they didn't keep Spirit on the back foot as much as they would hoped.
This is very, very dependent on Alcarin over here once again. He's obviously got company coming in the form of Mokujin, but that's likely going to be the first player to start to rejig into Donut should the need arise. The resmoke from the CTs will be preventing that for now, though. Navi Jr. really want to recommit onto A, though.
I mean, they don't have really any choice. They don't have any other map control. So I was going to say that they commit a lot of their utility early. Now they're just going to have to go. The resmoke for Donut and for Sight. Alcarin again has to step up, and he does. We'll kill there. Oh, the flashbang is perfect to allow them to go through. Kioske gets a double off of it, and Sypho is supportive factor. With Robo coming in to seal the deal. Spirit Academy don't even allow the bomb plant this time, so...
I'm really impressed, honestly. Spirit Academy over here, the fact that they're keeping those flashes out for the late round, I thought Spirit Academy had actually underplayed their cards in a lot of ways because they never felt like they're in a position to actually take control of outside of B lane. And you can see the idea from Navi, right? Navi are assuming that Spirit know that they're going to be going in for a force buy, so it's harder to actually make the call to push out towards Cave. So Navi are hoping that the Spirit have to double up on defensive positions inside the B bomb site because of the rejig. But Spirit keep those extra flashes alive, and that makes those fights so much easier for them. Now, they still have to go into a half buy. Navi Jr. will be losing numbers immediately, so this death spiral of economy does feel like it has started for the Navi camp.
Yeah, I mean, it has started, and I mean, we're at the end of it, the spiral, that is. We'll see if it can be picked back up, because reason it's ending is they're going to be buying next round. What a shot, though, from Krabini. He gets handed that AK, puts it to good use. Dimitri's going to overwhelm Robo. Plant.
Pushing forward. Alcarin's ready for this one. The bomb doesn't feel like it can be planted.
Well, it would have been, but it's a great Molotov. That's what denies it. Even despite the hero rifle, Spirit Academy, they only lose 2.
It's not the damage you wanted, absolutely not. And over the last few rounds, you can say that that is the case. You know, Navi getting a couple of bomb plants, Navi getting a few good kills. But beyond that, this is just continual good rotations from Spirit. They have their flashbangs ready for long range when need be. They're not overstepping on the pre-retake attempt as well. They're using all of their util. It's very, very good to see. You can see where their win rate comes from.
Yeah, protocols. I mean, that is more than anything, right? Like how consistently they're getting those rotations over in the flashbangs that you were highlighting. It's okay. As we've been talking about. It's not necessarily the end of the world. That Molotov is going to delay the bomb plant, so they can still have some semblance of tempo control here. Alcarin making life difficult, so getting into a post plant becomes near impossible for Navi. They're going to have to fight their way out of it because they don't have Donut and they don't have Temple.
Spirit are relying on Robo's far rotation, and it's never going to come into play. By the time it does, they at most going to get one out of it, and they do, but that's why Makaze immediately trades, and the round is over for the CT side. It's a very tough retake to have double Temple, no one who can push through Donut safely, no one who's already in position for main as well, and you don't have the flashes to fight into a backside hold.
I mean, Mokujin needed to be a little bit more active, I think, because he was in Donut and was smoked off. Not a lot he can do there, but he's got to make himself a threat so that these fights Temple side are a little bit easier. As you're referring to, like Navi are uncontested in that area, and Robo's flank comes in, but it only gets one, so it's a little bit tough. That retake on A can be very strong, but it almost feels like you need to flood early, or you need to have a lot of key positions.
Beautiful. 1 for 1 in middle is exactly what they needed. The problem is the B bomb site will not be giving them any ground whatsoever. Now comes in the commitment. All from Cemetery has been boosted up. You have to be careful. There could be a push through the cave side smoke, and well, that smoke is now extinguished. Cemetery drops down. It is going to be cave ramp and square from where the retake comes in. It's a full napalm strike to the back of the square side, though Zuge has to be careful. Turns around, will have an MP9 in the back very soon, but he covers for it. Robo's down, and as he gets some team damage, and it's alright, that's just a quick little pat on the bum. Alcarin turns around and puts down Cemetery into the grave. The 2 versus 3 over here, overstepping in for a peek might be punished very quickly. You have to be careful about how much you try and bite off.
I'm impressed with how good Na'Vi look on the inbound of that one. All of the key bits of utility in position, and obviously Spirit, they have a cave presence, but when the smoke goes down, it's so difficult to break back in. Deep Molotov for Game Ender is just that. End of the round more often than not.
It's also a small thing, but Cemetery knew exactly when that smoke is going to be extinguishing. He drops down a second before it does, and then he's been able to keep himself safe. I mean, there's so many teams that you're going to see on like a tier 2 level who will not have those timings down to the second. They've just got like a rough estimate. There's an operate scoped in and everything as well. It's things like this which is what made Navi's nuke look so well coordinated as well. Obviously, Spirit Academy are a lot of the times out muscling them though, and that's what they hope to do over here as well. God,
Well, all right.
he's got some guns. He's
Sure
got some
does.
muscle.
Couple of rounds now that Na'Vi have tangled over in mid. Spirit Academy's hold, and last round it was a half measure. This time they get the freebie. Nikajin though swinging off of Yusuke's USP.
There's a bomb in the middle that could be picked up. Nope, Yoruba doesn't get the kill. Out goes Cemetery. The flashbang means that he has to be dipping out very far forward. Oh dear, gotta be careful. Sypho's nearby. Op now pulled back out. He knows he needs to fight this one. Demon will be providing assistance and insurance.
Well, and this is what happens when, you know, the first 4 rounds of the game are so contentious. Spirit, I think, do a good job of keeping their economy in a pretty good position. Like they don't get bested immediately. You know, they don't get instant reset, but those rounds were still difficult. And Spirit feeling the squeeze in that last round, having to work with a whole lot less. This round, it is a whole different story.
It's going to be a nade to Marcus as he looks to find out with the instant extinguisher smoke. And with that, what they've done is they've called everyone over to middle. And again, it's an A bomb site just because of that one little adjustment that they've got. Deep Molotovs, deep nades, the works can come over. Spirit Academy do not have money to be able to afford a cheese enough to blow up in these smokes. They have to.
Honestly, this is a save right now.
Well, they think differently.
Yeah, I mean, that smoke's going to go right onto Symmetry's head, so at least the op going to be taken out of contention. He just pushes through, and it is just a shooting gallery from Kaze. Sure, Sypho gets one, but Kyosuke falls, and yeah, it should have been a save. Should have been a save there, but it's a juicy 5-on-5. You think, well, you know, we have the same numbers. Yes, but you don't. You don't have any way to break open these crossfires. No flashes is the nail.
The one flash they did have sails too deep. It moves past big box as well, right? And that's fine if it's the same setup as what they had before, where you've got back plat and back big box. But when they're playing front side of it and playing evasion from Temple because they had the flashbang and because they don't have any help from aiming this time over, it's a little bit of a different fate. Oh, come on, buddy, pull it.
Can't
I know you want
believe
to.
that.
No, he saw the arm for a second, but the Molotov obscured vision.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. You definitely can't wall bang the big old 100-year-old walls of stone. That's true.
Now, listen,
Maybe more than 100, to be fair.
Yeah, probably. Do you know where canonically Ancient is, like in the world?
Isn't it like the Aztec area?
I was gonna say, I think that would make sense. So it'd be more than 100. Like
150? I don't know, dude. That's your side of town.
Watch, I'll be like fully wrong. I'll look to get a fact check here.
Where is the Ancient based?
Oh, never mind. You
In
got me.
Central America.
Yeah. Okay. So that is Aztec. by the
Oh,
way.
location Mexico is what you know Counter-Strike Wikipedia says, and I believe them. Alcarin will be able to deny the bomb from being planted, but there's plenty of time to be able to pick it up and dial it back in. Honestly, there's reason to save here. Like, you have 1250 on Kiosuke, you've got 1600 on Sifo. You really should think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy when you have a talent like Kiosuke to just see if you can get a little bit more damage, because, you know, one kill can turn to two pretty quickly when you've got a guy like this, and that's probably why he's sticking around, but I'm in agreement.
Now, if you haven't seen a retake, they wouldn't go full. That's what I'll just tell you.
Spirit, rather?
Sorry, yes.
Not about that. And to their own demise in many of those cases. A good, a good couple of retakes in the mix, though. You got to take the good with the bad.
They will not have a kid in this round. That is the one major sacrifice that they are making. Zooks continues to go through into Marcus's stomping ground. He's got company right there. Flashes a dodge, and Spirit are losing the plot, but not losing the duels. In fact, it's the rephase from Mokujin that gets punished. Oh, Marcus is going straight into Red Room, and the Cemetery will find Sifo. That feels like the round might be done. A double swing into B will be difficult, though. Marcus
Oh, perfect spot. He was in the B cubby there, unchecked, unknown, and he gets them both. That Spirit saved by Robo. Late into the round, Navi just do not check it. No Molotov to clear it out either.
That
Such an
could
easy
be
oversight.
the difference between like a 4-8 or even a 7-5 in favor of Spirit, actually.
As in 7-5 would be so much better.
No, as in like now we could end up on 7-5 for Spirit because of that round. Demon doesn't want that to happen. He's all the way in. If Robo's... Wow. Even from beyond the grave, Robo's always been good for damage, and Sifo will have the smoke blown open. He just moves right through it, almost lines up the planter as well. It's Kiosuke to shut down Zoogs, and where Navi Jr. had been looking incredibly impressive, there's that one stumbling block that has completely moved them off of their path to success.
Yeah, I mean, this was great work from Sifo. I appreciate how, he's getting naded though, but he just steps into it. He's like, okay, that's a smoke nade for me, right? I'm breaking the smoke instead, even though he takes 50 damage to do it. It's so unexpected by Navi. They've got no idea. Also, I want to submit to Valve the last two rounds as my primary showing of why the nades need to be fixed.
That's a submission because there's a fight going on. Mokujin and Kiosuke continue to face down mid, and this time come through very convincingly.
Don't stop this mid presence. I mean, Navi have fought for it all half long to a varying degree of success. This is some of the best that Spirit have come away with. 4-on-3. Big man advantage. Navi regroup for the singular approach through Jaguar.
Robo feels like he just has to fly. Cemetery moving in through the smoke will shut him down. The rotations from Spirit Academy are going to be met by smokes of their own, but that Molotov is disaster right there. A minute on the clock means Navi still has a lot they can do, but the problem is utility is low. They will have to move into this bomb site dry, and no one likes to do that. Sifo, great damage on the second after that initial kill, and it does feel like a Mokujin play to be made, but it's Alcaren to be moving in. Zooks taking down the 500-year-old stone will be giving him no resistance whatsoever. Spirit Academy end up on 7 off the back of a few mistakes and some fantastic plays on their part.
I mean, incredible mid presence. Like the way that Spirit have constantly given different looks to Navi, a moving goalpost all half long for Spirit's mid hold. But, Navi had a very good chance at this round, but they cut themselves off at the knees. That missed Molotov, as stupid as it sounds for that to be like the one thing that changes it all, it just provides so much time for Spirit to reposition and to get, not only somebody at short, but all the way through long as well. Alcaren in a perfect spot with the op by the time that happened, so.
Navi go from 5-4 to 5-7 with 2 of those rounds being unforced errors, and they had a chance to reset the CT economy. That is That's not pretty, but crabbing he is. He's got the dualies, he's got the flashbangs, but he doesn't have the kills. It's singular so far. Makes it a plural, but not an impressive one. Bomb can maybe look to be planted as Navi Jr. will allow the digits to be dialed. Yeah,
Demon's fast on the cave flank, though.
That's exactly what they're waiting for. Out of these smokes.
Excuse me, not Demon. It's the Zoogs who's on that flank, but Demon gets his, and Symmetry does the same. Navi Jr. wait for the utility to finally not be a factor, and as it fades, they just collapse in Spirit Academy.
3 out of 4 pistol rounds so far have been won by Navi Jr. The only one that hasn't been, Kyosuke got 425 damage in that.
Yeah, and I think I can give him a break on that one, my friend.
Yeah, I think that's understandable. You're very generous.
That's what
all
I'm
right,
calling.
Mother Teresa.
Navi don't want to be generous though right now. They want to take that pistol round advantage and push it to the limit. Interesting here for Spirit Academy. You get a bomb plant. You get some kills. It's not the full invest. It's a bit of a half buy.
They want that util. I like it. The only question over here is how much damage can you do to the CT economy? Remember, Cemetery has not got head armor. Now, he's also not the most nearby. It might not be relevant, but always something to keep in the back of your mind. Makaze continues to pester. Through the smoke, we'll find one. And get the bomb plant over here. I lie. I'm genuinely just lying to you, apparently. Saipo is the only one to break blood. Alcarin will add his name to the tally of murderers in the server, and it feels like Spirit Academy's wanted poster is getting a longer list of victims. It's Saipo that coming from the side. Demon all alone. Saipo with the Tech 9 has a chance to shut him down here and now, but as Demon comes in from the side, it'll be Mr. Savior right here. I can tell you that he was puckered
all until Alcarin and Saipo get a little freaky here in the back of Temple and through CT. Pushing through smokes is Alcarin. And it's all up to Demon in a 1v2. Thankfully, he saves the day. Not all heroes wear capes, but I think Navi Jr. understandably a little bit floored by how badly that goes at the end.
Well, the Spirit have got a job well done, and now they've got an easier job in front of them because of it. A couple MP9s, a lot less utility. Mid-duel doesn't seem like a bad decision. But the MP9s want to take it as well. They're going to continue spamming forward. Mokujin cannot get more than the single kill.
He's escaped. Fully escaped. Out of there is Makaze. So Navi Jr. will take their man advantage and they'll run with it. Spotted Shirley. And removed.
That's a great spray, by the way. Like really good.
Rubini has been called in to provide support on the reclear, and it's just as he slides through that Alcarin is no longer visible as he gets up onto shelf.
Demon saved them once. Can he do it again? Does he have a choice? Util initially avoided. Incendiary primed. Deployed. Robo pushed out of position, but the spam will not catch him.
Oh. Find a lot of time.
But they're buying time for it. It's that cave fight. They need to win it. They need it to win it, but Alcarin continues to be a thorn in their side. This has to be a save now.
Yeah, Demon has a kit, but HP is so low for Makaze. Just Alcarin, as you said, not just a thorn in their side. It might be like in their eye. It's a lot more bothersome than just the side.
God, I'm shuddering. Oh,
I'm sorry, but it is right up front and center. Is the point? Alcarin pressures up into mid, and that crucial win as well against Krabini on the cheetah flank. That is the knife. That is the final victory there in that round for Spirit. Especially when, Kyosuke is dying at the very beginning of the round. Who can you rely on? Alcarin is the answer.
I'm still thinking of that thorn in the eye, man. That sounds rough.
It's just a metaphor. It's fine.
It makes me feel uncomfortable. And that's how Navi Jr. feel right now. Maybe it's a good metaphor. Spirit can play with their food, but they have to be careful not to choke on it.
Awful close on some of those spams.
I was holding my breath.
Double donut is the setup that's meant to hold off any mid to A plays. And a little bit of due diligence shown by Spirit as Mokugen is attempting to clear things out on a bomb site, or not the bomb site, A main, excuse me. Spook.
Look, we might just see the policeman's favorite setup contested over here from Spirit Academy. But it really depends on how long Navi Jr. want to hold down that double donut. Push forward in with the grenade for Red Room Smoke, and as Kyosuke tries to turn around, Makaze gets a jump on them. Now remember, donut is still not revealed just quite yet, and as Cemetery does do so, it's up to Zugis to actually get the kills. They've got the flank as well. Krabany pushes through. They've got guns to recover, a 2-on-2.
Sypho, a crucial spot into Temple. Alcarin in the open for the time being, but gonna tuck back into main by the end of it. Another Molotov actually into Zoog's hands. Benny looking to full clear this. I mean, they've got the right read of it. It's all about timings. Up ahead of the Molotov, but Zoog's on fire, and Krabeni wins his one as well. Navi Jr. stealing away around from Spirit.
What a read. What a read about the Temple read positioning. That's fantastic stuff. And even, even when you look over towards how this starts off, right, this is a multi-layered re-aggression into middle, and no one is jumping the gun. Right, Krabany's late peak is going to be late out from caves. The double donut push is going to be delayed so that they let the mid players die. At every given point, Spirit Academy have new hurdles to deal with, and then you have Krabany ending it with a fantastic read as well. That's beautiful. Spirit Academy right now are in some economic trouble as well on top of it all.
Doesn't get easier. Alcarin does have an op though. A little bit of a relief. 2 Tech 9s in order to get that out.
You couldn't ask for a better opportunity to take matters back into your own hands, but for Spirit Academy, they couldn't ask for a better opportunity to break hearts. Navi's hearts. Cemetery. Oh dear. Almost gets mowed down. It's Kyosuke who can't find the perfect timing.
He's almost baited from the success of that jiggle. He's a little more than maybe he should have. Brings him in. Re-clear. Love that from Navi. They don't know how overtaken mid is, so they look to maintain some important map control on the A side of the map.
There's a vacuum in Red Room that is not going to be filled. Not too easily, at least. Cemetery is caught between angles, strangely enough. He is going to be giving up an advantageous fight over here as well, and a Cemetery will not be able to find anything. It does come back down towards that mid re-flank in. The hit is towards B, so these players need to fight. Krabany is down. Demon doesn't know how to fight this one. He's caught between two mines, and as Cemetery pushes forward, Sypho doesn't give Demon a choice.
Spirit taking full advantage of Navi's unsure footing. The tragedy of that is that Navi's setup was actually perfect for what Spirit were doing. Nobody was ramp side, so one in Cubby, one watching for the Red Room flank, and another on the site proper to play around the default pillar. That actually was the perfect move. Unfortunately, Navi just not working with the right amount of information to stay stalwart in those positions.
just a lot of indecision. I mean, that's where you can see the inexperience actually coming into play, right? Demon, Gravity gets a dry peek out towards Cave because they think they need information, but when they get it, they don't know how to react to it either, right? They're not focusing onto one area to fight into. It doesn't feel like there's enough space for the repositioning for the back CT player either. It's a very, very good timing from Spirit Academy, and the fact that it's a 4 versus 5 where they get control over Red Room partially because of Kiyosuke's death over there, that's just chef's kiss.
It's not the time to be reset, but that's what Navi Jr. are contending with. Related to this map, I guess there's no good time to be reset. Everything is on a knife's edge. Oh my goodness,
wow.
Demon, are you serious? He gets that on the drive by. Sypho and Krabini dual entangle. Other side of it. Well, now Navi just have to sit pretty. They have all of the space that they need to win this retake by having Cave.
There's still fighting to be done. There isn't a kit for Navi. Alcarin's position is excellent, but he scopes away and now he's scared. Re-peeks over and he's been reminded of why he's got a fear of death inherent to him. It might be human nature, but he is being run down like an animal. Spirit Academy left in a 2 versus 5 and fight they might, but there's nothing to be done. Navi Jr., not only will they win this round, they do it with 5 alive.
Absurd that it's 5 alive. Absurd that this is how, you know, the force buy goes. They had 2 rifles. Demon on a pistol with a 5.7 in hand just rocks the world of Sypho on a crazy flick.
This is such a wild kill. I mean,
he's pushing there and he's expecting to run down the guy he saw.
like, yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, it's okay. I'm supposed to be traded anyway. Oh, wait, I'm not dead. Whoa, I got a kill. Oh, push forward now, Crab, and he's not going to let them take it to him. He's getting help from the heavens. And also Demon, apparently. Not quite the heavens, but as he's flashed up, he'll be able to fade away. Spirit Academy will find some blind rifles, but turns out the trigger finger works just fine, even if the eyes don't.
I don't want to count him out fully with QSK on this rifle. Should be impossible. Clear a bucket. Work for Demon. Now it is just QSK alone. Same team, same team.
Listen, man, you make a pact with Demon, that's gonna happen at some point.
That is true. But, I mean, I think Navi profiting from that pack made, winning on a half by round or force by round, more accurate. They would have been reset, you know, it would have been them firmly losing track of this. Now they take the lead.
Spirit Academy will be taking a split-up fight. Alcarin, a flash to his side that he's not too affected by, but it's a missed shot, and Krabby is not going to be doing any of that. Back to a 5-on-3 immediately in Spirit Academy, and what might be their last chance to prevent Navi from getting to match point is going to be relying on just these 3 players. 2 spotted out, and Navi are setting up for the retake.
They are. It's not all bad news, though, for Spirit. They've got some good space towards Temple, but they do not have main. A little bit dicey, but Makaze will confirm. Sypho has to slide back out to Big Box. Makaze with another. And Mokujin has to handle 4 different angles. Not even going to get a chance to start. Benny ends on a triple kill, but the 2 at the beginning were big victories.
I mean, this is incredible. Navi have had so many hurdles where they have faltered. They've been unforced errors. They've been genuine confusion induced by Spirit having some great T-side calls. There have been moments where they've just been fundamentally overpowered, and they look like the better, more confident team. Not to say that they have finished things out just yet, but Krabany is certainly helping. Stands tall and fights, and when you've got Demon on your side, it's certainly going to be helping.
Well, that's lovely from Demon. I mean, spams basically his whole magazine, but then just keeps, what is it, like 4 or 5 bullets left? And he's confident to swing back in because his teammates need the help. You call and Demon delivers. 12 rounds, a certainty at this point. Yosuke is 9 HP, so as much as I'll give him credit for some individual heroics, this is even out of that wheelhouse.
Don't even need to fight him. Just let him come to you. He has to eventually make the move. There you go. Perfectly done. 3 AKs taken forward into the next round as well. Na'Vi are flushed with cash on top of it all. So Spirit, if they want to make a comeback happen, there is not going to be an easy step on this way.
No, 5 staying alive means that, you know, it's not just this round. It's the next round too. And potentially more. Na'Vi have in their pocketbooks. 3 rounds is not all that many. It's not really that long of a battle that Spirit have up ahead.
Akaze, oh my goodness, this fight, it just can't go Spirit's way. Mokujin, not feeling too healthy right now either. He just has to hope that he doesn't get sprayed or anything like it. Oh, he's playing with fire. Fortunately for him, Cemetery on the other side does have an AWP, and he is really not feeling too good about himself right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a ambitious position to begin with or not. Elevated.
Very nice. And look at this timer that Na'Vi are implementing. There's a man in mid, there's a man in spawn. Cemetery going down makes this a little bit more doable, but Demon is still around. They will know it as well. He has been a foe not to be trifled with. Demon stays alive, will be backing off. It is going to be a 3-pronged retake, soon to be made 2, but Krabany is number 1 to make contact. He will do so with a nade in his hand, and that nade, although it does do damage, it is not to any of the weakened players. Robo is going to be traded. Zugs adds 1 more to it, and Kyosuke left all alone. He's had a decent map, but not a fantastic one. If he wants a chance to be given to his team, this has to be a clutch he takes home. 3 required in total, 2 right now. Number 1 found, and it's number 2 right there. Spirit find hope in their stars' hands.
A massive moment for Kyosuke. They needed miracles to happen. Lakase with the opening pick that Mokujin deals with. It should have been over right then and there. But a phenomenal entry. And a wonderful 1v2. To help keep Spirit alive, as had spoken about though, Na'Vi might be knocked down, but they're not knocked out. Not even knocked into an eco or a half buy. They still have plenty of money.
Oh my goodness, Krabany's out here already. Alcon is not gonna know he's a dead man. There's nothing they can do. Krabany! He is undefeatable in this B lane.
How about a 1v5?
How about it?
He thinks not. I'll wait to be proven wrong.
Na'Vi will be happy to do so.
Future star, though. There's a guy you want in this spot. He is it. Him.
Might be him, but right now he's got them to worry about. Makaze, Demon, Krabany, the trio of Na'Vi Jr. Remind him it's all about the stars, it's about the constellation. The Na'Vi are lighting up the sky right now.
It doesn't even get out of the door. Zooks is through the smoke as well to put a cap onto that one. Na'Vi Jr., they stay perfect on the winner's side of this Swiss stage, and a 2-0 over their opposing Academy roster.
And they consistently look like the better team. I have to say that obviously Alcarin, obviously Kyosuke, great signs of life out from them. Spirit Academy have great moments, and honestly, even on Nuke, I think they had some very good calling as well. Ancient, there were 1 or 2 rounds that were decent, but you look over towards the grand scheme of things. On Ancient, Navi, in their first half, on their T side, have multiple unforced errors. They lose the pistol round, they're losing multiple 1 versus 1s, multiple 1 versus 2s, and still, despite all of that, you look at this team's performance overall, and I dare anyone to say that this isn't the better team. And hell, I mean, Kyosuke, we've obviously, it's such an easy narrative to keep talking about him as a star, etc. But Makaze and Krabany right now in this game, they were right there next to him, neck to neck.
I mean, I think when you talk about impact, right? Like, yeah, I think raw talent, firepower, Kyosuke is the only guy to like point to if you're just looking at 10 players in the server. But when you're talking about like the multi-frag potential, when you're talking about how often someone for Navi was making the round winning play, we saw it there in the last round where Krabany is getting a triple kill spray down that, if he gets 1 there, that's already phenomenal, and he's getting all 3. That's unbelievable, truly. And beyond that, an incredible game and series for Navi Jr. I think, I hadn't had the privilege of seeing them all that much last year, but getting to see them here on the Swiss stage, I think I'm becoming a bit of a fan of what they can do.
Well, listen, that's not to say the Spirit are going to be out just quite yet. Remember, this is the Swiss stage. There's still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played, and it will be played in the upcoming days, so make sure you're tuning into all of it. Season 19 will be continuing tomorrow. We're going to see you guys there. Maybe we'll be in Twitch chat, but regardless of that, we're all going to be in here having a great old time.